8. Welcome to you T20 fans who are just joining us this morning. We've got some great T20 action lined up for you today, and that action is now just minutes away. We'll be bringing you those two lines very soon. Meanwhile, you've still got time to grab those all-important refreshments. Check out the great independent vendors over in the food court. They're located by the main pavilion and the club shop. Plenty to choose from there. A range of vegetarian, vegan and gluten-free options, as well as child portions. So as we count down the final few minutes until we welcome the players, we want to remind all spectators that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness it, challenge it and call it out. Here at Derbyshire, you can report by emailing edi@derbyshirecc.com. Text our confidential reporting line on 07923 391 497 or speak to your nearest steward. And we have our two lineups for you now, starting off with the South East Stars. 4, Bryony Smith. 8, Georgia Redmayne. 10, Phoebe Franklin. 28, Ailish Cranston. 78, Kaylee Moore. 24, Alice Davidson Richards. 88, Emma Jones. 29, Rihanna MacDonald-Gay. 19, Danny Gregory. 12, Alexa Stonehouse. And 21, Tilly Courtney Coleman. And your Blaze line up with number 12, Tammy Beaumont. 23, Marie Kelly. 17, Catherine Bryce. 8, Sarah Bryce. 77, Heather Graham. 33, Ella Claridge. 3, Sarah Glenn. 5, Josie Groves. 24, Kirsty Gordon. 7, Lucy Hyam. And number 1, Grace Ballinger. We are now just minutes away from the action. Juniors from Denby Cricket Club and Butterley Cricket Club performing today's card of honour. Our umpires, Rob White, Sophie McClellan, are out there now, followed by the South East Stars. Just in the huddle. And please welcome out to the middle, taking aim, our first batters for the Blaze, 12, Tammy Beaumont, and 23, Marie Kelly.
A very good morning and welcome, just morning still, and welcome to the county ground in Derby, the first game of a double-header here on the ground today. It's the Blaze against the South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Should be an absolute cracker as well. Two teams who are currently first and second. The Blaze have won all of their games. The South East Stars have only lost one. I'm Dave Fletcher. I'm delighted to say alongside me from Deep Extra Cover, Jamie Ramage. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Yeah, we've only just met, so bear with us. We'll get the bounce going at some point. Though we're going to see Tilly Courtine-Coleman open the bowling for the South East Stars with it's Marie Kelly, friend of Radio Derby, and Tammy Beaumont, who will be opening up for the Blaze. And the first delivery is turned into the leg side by Marie Kelly, and the Blaze are up and running. I just said there about it should be a good one. This should be an absolute belter, shouldn't it?
Yes, the top two teams in the competition. Looking forward to coming back here next week, so it gives them a good opportunity to kind of see what each other are about, and yeah, it should be a good one.
Yeah, finals day here next Saturday. Tickets available. And I can say that because I'm not actually working for the BBC on this game. As Courtine-Coleman is in again. That one is just dabbed into the... Well, you can see what it is. I've got to get out of the habit of being a radio commentator for this game because I'm not on the radio, and everybody out there is watching the same things that we're watching. So... we don't have to talk incessantly, which might be a bonus for everybody out there. A nice shot pushed up towards long on. Alice Davidson-Richards doing the fielding at long on.
Yeah, it's Tilly Courtman-Coleman's first season for the Stars, and she's doing really well, taking loads of wickets.
Left arm spin, as that one is driven down the ground by Kelly. Again, it's Davidson-Richards who does the fielding. Just down below us, the two fielders outside. In fact, there aren't two fielders outside the circle, there's only one. And that is out on the mid-wicket boundary. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is out there. Big appeal and given. And that is a blow. Tammy Beaumont goes early for just one. The Blaze, unbeaten, perfect record this season, have lost Tammy Beaumont very early in this one. She goes for one, and the Blaze are 3 for 1.
Yeah, if you're going to get Tammy Beaumont out, is probably getting her shuffling across the stumps and then LBW. But yeah, as I said, Courtine-Coleman is taking loads of wickets in this competition, and yeah, I think only Kirsty Gordon's probably above her.
Yeah, she's. I did some preparation today, which people who listen to me on a regular basis will be very surprised by that. Tammy Beaumont, she's 97 runs this season in this competition. The Bryce sisters are the only two in the Blaze squad who've got into 3 figures. Sarah has 166, and Catherine, by far and away, the highest run scorer with 331.
Yeah, it's amazing just how much they were missed during the early part of the season when they were on Scotland duty.
Next delivery, first one to Catherine Bryce, just pushed up towards mid-off on this occasion. It was Phoebe Franklin who picked the ball up at the end of the first over. 3 for 1. They certainly won't have been expecting to have been 3 for 1, and they will not have been expecting, or indeed even contemplating, losing Tammy Beaumont in the first over. Alexa Stonehouse will bowl the second over.
And 12, Alexa Stonehouse.
My job today is to beat Gibbo on the PA system if I possibly can to the bowlers. I'm not sure I'll do it every time.
Again, another bowler with lots of promise.
So 3 for 1 after the first over. More left arm. She's going to be bowling initially to Marie Kelly, who is wrapped on the pads and is given out by Sophie McClellan. Well, she didn't look massively happy. It's fair to say Marie Kelly, but that's 2 wickets in very short order, 2 in 3 balls, in fact. And the Blaze are in a spot of bother here. They're 3 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for Marie this season. She just hasn't seemed to have found that kind of fluency that she kind of likes. Usually when she gets in, there's shots all around the ground, but when you can't get in, then you're not going to score any runs.
No, indeed. She did some commentary on the Derbyshire game with me earlier on this season. She's doing a couple of T20s as well in the second half of the Blast campaign. And when I spoke to her 2 or 3 weeks ago, she was saying she was just struggling for a bit of form. And hopefully that can turn at some point, but she's already back and away up the steps into the pavilion, which is a real shame for her and a real shame for the Blaze fans inside. The county crowd continues to grow. For this first game of the doubleheader, 3 for 2 are the Blaze. Playing all sorts of tunes I've never heard in my entire life. Stonehouse is in again, and that one is a little bit slower than Sarah Bryce, who's the new batter, was expecting, as she's threw the shot a bit early there. And again, there's no run, just 3 scoring shots so far, all singles. 1 to Tammy Beaumont, 2 to Marie Kelly. This is a used pitch. That's a full delivery, clipped nicely, but really well fielded on the edge of the circle by Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, Sarah's the younger of the 2 sisters, Scotland wicketkeeper, and Catherine is a bit of an all-rounder, is the Scotland captain as well.
I'll be disappointed after the events of last night, I'm sure. This next delivery is clipped a little aerially initially, up towards mid-wicket, but it landed safely in front of Phoebe Franklin before she could pull off a catch. Circle a little closer in, as regular watchers of the women's game will know, about 5 yards or so further in than for the men, as Stonehouse is getting a second wicket in her first over, because Sarah Bryce went quite hard at that one. It was short and wide outside the off stump. She had a go at it, and now Sarah Bryce has gone, and it goes from bad to worse for the Blaze. They are 3 for 3 as Bryce goes for a 4-ball duck. My word, this would be a statement from South East Stars if they were to pull off a victory in the Blaze's backyard a week before finals day, when they will both be here.
Yes. The South East Stars blitzed out the top Sunrisers top order last night at the Oval. Only Grace Scrivens scored 50 for the Sunrisers. So they're a very good bowling unit, and and as we've seen, they will take their attack to any decent batting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Heather Graham has come out to join Catherine Bryce. This could be one of the shortest days' work I've ever done.
Yeah, the Blaze were in a similar position at the Utilita Bowl for the first game in this competition.
And survived. His next delivery is defended by Graham into the onside. And that is the end of the second over. And 2 wickets fell in it, 3 for 3. And that is a double wicket maiden for Stonehouse, Alexa Stonehouse. You don't see many maidens. You don't see an awful lot of wicket maidens, and you see very few double wicket maidens in T20 cricket at any level. And that is a terrific effort from Alexa Stonehouse.
If there's anybody that is going to take a bag full of wickets and over, it probably is Courtine Coleman, who took 4 wickets and 4 balls earlier this season.
It's Courtine Coleman to continue from the racecourse end here at the county ground in Derby. Bryce goes reaching for the first delivery. They'll be very wary of having to sort of get on with it inside the power play. Ball is played out into the leg side for a single where Rihanna McDonald-Gay does the fielding away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce is probably the batter you want out there in this sort of situation. She's one that can kind of move through the gears and is really good at kind of planning an innings and executing it.
It's Graham on strike now. That one is just tapped up towards mid-on. The mid-on wasn't there because we had a long on in Alice Davidson-Richards on this occasion, so the bowler has to do the fielding off her own bowling. Nobody likes doing that. 5 for 3. That's a decent enough looking cut shot, but straight to a fielder. There seem to be more than 9 fielders out there. I'm sure there aren't for the South East Stars, but there are no gaps. There are 5 on the offside on the ring, 2 behind square on the leg side, and then 2 outside the circle. So that one is pushed by Bryce up to long on again. 1 or 2 drips coming from the balcony in front of us, but forecast for the remainder of the day is pretty decent. As I say, the crowd continues to grow. Still people coming in. If they're not careful, they might miss the women's game. That one is a leading edge off Graham's bat out into the offside. 3 runs off each of her first 2 overs for Tilly Courtine Coleman. And after 3, the Blaze is 6 for 3. But at least we've had an over for the Blaze when they haven't lost a wicket.
That's always a good start. And Heather Graham is a player with lots of experience out there. Not South African, she's replaced a South African overseas player. An Australian who's got plenty of WBBL experience. It should be more than up to this kind of situation.
As I said earlier, the pitch they used on Friday night, so it's already had, I think, kind of 30 overs cricket on it. That one is chopped into the ground by Catherine Bryce as Stonehouse begins her second over. And they will use the same surface from 4 o'clock onwards for the Derbyshire Birmingham Bears contest as well. Again, just a little tap into the leg side. Once more, there is no run. But they can't really afford to lose any more wickets at this stage, so they're going to be slightly circumspect. The Blaze batters. What the mood is in the dugout over on the far side of the ground. Pretty quiet, I would imagine. There's a couple of steps down the track from Catherine Bryce on this occasion, and a swing and a miss outside the off-stump ball going through to Georgia Redmayne, the wicket-keeper, who took a fairly straightforward catch to dismiss Sarah Bryce.
I think that temptation to get it over the ring is a little bit too tempting there.
You'd think they'd keep the pressure on, wouldn't you, the Stars, as this one is turned nicely into the leg side. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. The first boundary of the day down towards deep backward square leg for Catherine Bryce. She moves on to 6. And the Blaze are into double figures. They're 10 for 3. We're only in the 4th over. Nice shot onto it quickly, pulled it a long way behind square, down to the boundary.
Yeah, that's one area that Catherine Bryce is strong in, is anything a little bit short and it's going to get dispatched.
What will Stonehouse's response to being hit for her first runs be? Well, that one comes off an edge down to shortish third, just down below us. That's Danny Gregory with the ponytails. Fairly distinctive figure out there. 11 for 3 now One ball of the fourth over remains. Stonehouse bowls it. It's been driven very pleasantly, but straight to extra cover by Heather Graham. And as a result, there's no run. But 4 overs gone now. Alexa Stonehouse, her figures have been destroyed. 5 runs off that over. 11 for 3 after 4. And we're going to see a change of bowling here. By the look of it.
Yes. Can't quite see who that is.
Will spotter. There we go. It's Rhiannon McDonald. No, it isn't. It's the other side. Yes, Rhiannon McDonald Gay.
Yes. Her first 3 balls were, like yesterday, were all wides, and then the first legitimate delivery was skied up in the air, and she got a wicket with it.
There she comes in. Right arm over from the race course end, and that one is bang on target. Bryce pushes it out into the onside, and there is no run. Fielded by somebody who I'm sure had number 27 on her back there, which is a bit of a concern. Yes, I don't have a 27 on my team sheet. I have to get the binoculars out. See if we can nail this one down. As McDonald Gay continues her over. Second delivery. This one turned into the leg side on this occasion. Just the one boundary so far.
Does look a little bit like Kalia Moore. I'm not sure though.
Yes, I've got her down as 78 on my team sheet. The trouble is when I look through my binoculars, and this is of no concern to anybody, I take my glasses off so I can't really see anything else. As McDonald Gay is in again, that one is cut but straight to the fielder at backward point. And there is no run. I need 27 to turn around so I can see what the name on the back of her shirt is. If there's anybody out there, you'd get in touch with me in the usual way. It does say more, so you're absolutely right. That's one for Jamie there. As McDonald Gay is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. I'll get rid of that 20, that 78 and put 27 on top, and we'll all be happy. 12 for 3 then in the 5th over. Very much a rebuilding job by Graham and Catherine Bryce going on at the moment. The partnership accounts for 75% of the Blazes' runs and 17 deliveries. There's oh dear, bowled stump flying out of the ground, and McDonald Gay joins the party for the South East Stars. She picks up her first wicket, and now Catherine Bryce is gone, and they are in a real hole here, are the Blaze. They are 12 for 4 in the 5th over.
With their record in this competition of never losing a group game as the Blaze, and then going to finals day and then losing, some would probably say that getting that group game loss out of the way, getting that season's loss out of the way is a good thing, but I don't think there's any player out there that would want to lose a game for any reason.
No, quite. You sort of get into the habit of winning, don't you, in a similar way to... some teams get into the habit of losing, and they certainly won't want to lose this game 6 days before finals day, but at the moment it's hard to see how they're going to dig themselves out of this particular mess. Both Bryces, Marie Kelly and Tammy Beaumont have already been and gone. They're 12 for 4 as Ella Claridge goes out to join Heather Graham. Still to come after that, Sarah Glenn, Josie Groves, Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, Lucy Hyam and Grace Ballinger. As McDonald Gay is in again, bowling to Claridge, who gets her back down quite late on that one. There's a shy at the stumps as well, although there was a slight slip by Phoebe Franklin at cover. And Claridge off the mark first delivery, but it was the last ball of the over. She's pinched the strike as well. 2 runs off the over and another wicket. 13 for 4 now the Blaze after 5 overs, so one more over of power play. Players just having a chat about something or other. It can't be the weather. The sun is out in Derby after Friday when We watched it rain for about 4 hours and then managed to get a game in. Goodness knows how hard Neil Godrich and his team have had to work to get this double header on, but it looks magnificent out there now. Great to see Alexa Stonehouse to continue from the City end. So they'll have used 3 bowlers in the power play. She's in, and that one's wide of the off stump and signalled wide by Sophie McClelland, the umpire standing at the City end, the other umpire Rob White, who's at the racecourse and he's at square leg at the moment, of course. If you are coming down, get down as quickly as you can. There's plenty of activities out the back as well for everybody to have a go at. There's an aggressive-looking shot, but Claridge didn't really middle that one. Clothed it into the leg side, up into the air and out towards Kalia Moore.
Yeah, she's a batter that likes to get on with it, Ella Claridge. She's had to be patient over the last few years to get her opportunity in the side on a regular basis, but she's taken a bit more advantage of it this year.
The ideal for these two batters out there was a slight misfield on the edge of the circle, so they're going to pick up another single. It was Ailish Cranston who couldn't quite get to the ball in time. The ideal for these two is that they've got plenty of time to see over in the distance Sarah Glenn warming herself up with one of those medicine balls. Stonehouse is in again. That one is pushed into the offside by Claridge. And there's no run. She's due in next according to our scorecard.
Yeah. Obviously, Derbyshire born and bred.
Oh yes, I'm back at Derbyshire as her county now.
Yeah.
Always good to catch up with Sarah. Had a brief chat with her last week on the outfield at Headingley, playing a miss from Claridge outside the off stump.
Yeah. I do dine out a bit on the fact that Sarah Glenn is the only one of these players I played against when she was about 13, and she's still.
Did she get you
out? She didn't get me out, but she got 4 of my teammates out. And then I took the wicket of her brother, so that was quite interesting.
Big cricketing family, the Glens in Derbyshire. That's it. In his Stonehouse again, and that one just keeps a bit low. Certainly Claridge made it look like that. It was on its way through to the wicketkeeper Redmayne. I'm sure if they're not watching the stream, they'll be here in person. The men from, or certainly the forward party, to see what this pitch is doing, because they will be using it again, as I say, later on. We've seen one keep low. There's Stonehouse again, bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side by Claridge again, just for a single. Claridge with the perfect ability to count to 6. And that's the end of the power play. 4 from that over, 17 for 4 at the end of the power play. Now, I often joke with whoever I'm summarising with about power plays, but if you lose 3 in the power play, it's very difficult to win from that position. Apparently, I've never seen the evidence, but it must be out there. So if you lose 4, they will do very well to maintain that 100% record, the Blaze, from here on in. As we're going to see Rhiannon McDonald-Gay continue from the race course end.
Yeah, another one of the brand of exciting all-rounders that have started to pop up on the scene.
McDonald-Gay ball strikes the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. I think they knew it wasn't going to be given by Rob White on this occasion. Doesn't give any indication as what it might have been doing, height or down leg side, presumably. We're not directly in line with it. We're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 to the right of the strip that we're playing on here at the county ground today. 17 for 4, pulled. Another one that kept a bit low into the leg side, out towards Emma Jones, who's on the square leg boundary in front of the old scoreboard. And they move on to 18 for 4 in what feels like a fairly subdued atmosphere, but I would imagine that the majority inside will be hoping to see the Blaze continue their winning run. Bryce defends that next delivery, and as a result, they're a little bit quiet, but plenty of time for them to get rowdy as this game progresses, I am sure. Get up the table. We need to look at the top half, of course, or in fact the top two for these two. And another run to the Blaze. Each one is an event as Bryce hammers that to backward point. But in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, these two both having played 8. Blaze won 8. The Stars won 6. They'd had 1 no result. That was against Western Storm. 6 points between the two of them as that one is pushed into the offside by Claridge. There is a very complicated point system in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. I get confused by anything that's remotely complicated, but there are bonus points up for grabs, aren't there, in this qualifying?
I think if your run rate is something like 1.25 better than the other team, then you get bonus points. So it usually works out if you chase it down in 16 overs, you get a point.
This one is pulled into the leg side, 1 bounce, and the fielder out there, who is Emma Jones, does really well to make sure she's not done by the bounce there, because that would have been spinning as it hit the turf. It was the final ball of the over as well, just 3 off that one. 20 for 4 after. Going to see another change in the bowling here. We are going to see Kalia Moore for the first time. Cranston, in fact, have now
bowling the City end 17, Kalia Moore.
Yeah, they've gone to the next number up next door, so it is Kalia Moore. And she'll be bowling initially to Ella Claridge, who picks up a single off the first delivery. Blaze moved to 21 for 4, but we haven't seen an enormous number of shots in anger. It'll be a case of accumulating until probably about the 15th over, you would have thought. Yeah. And then they will try to go for some of those big hits that will get them up to some sort of total that they might possibly be able to defend.
JC Graves has scored a 50 here before, and Sarah Glenn can clear any boundary, given half the chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we haven't completely given up hope. So another single is sort of pushed down the ground by Catherine Bryce, 22 for 4.
Yeah, and that game in Southampton, it was Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Heim that scored all the runs for the 9th wicket. So there's plenty of batting to come.
There is Moore again. Bowls that one is launched down the ground. There we go. That's more like it. It's heading towards the long off boundary. It will actually be chased down by Bryony Smith, the Stars skipper, and they come back for a couple. Claridge moves on to 8, 24 for 4. But a reasonably aggressive shot.
Yeah, she doesn't like to get bogged down, and I'm sure the shots will start coming up soon.
You can soon be down to a few overs as well, can't you? That one is driven very nicely indeed, and that's a good half stop by Bryony Smith. Got her hands to it as she dived on the edge of the circle. The throw's decent as well because it knocks out one of the stumps at the non-striker's end. I say it's decent. Sometimes that can work against you. It was Alice Davidson-Richards with the throw. The ball shoots away for an overthrow or 2, which is why it should be dead ball, but it isn't. Another single added to the total, 25 for 4. Partnership worth 13. Of just 17 deliveries, which given what happened early on, is rattling along. Oh no, that is a disappointing misfield at backward point.
Yeah, Cranston's a better fielder than that example there.
She dived away to her right-hand side. Danny Gregory had to do the tidying up behind her.
Just a bit wrong-footed.
Yeah. Might be a little bit greasy out there. We have had plenty of rain in the last few days. As a boundary is greeted by the home fans here at the county ground, waving their 4 signs. That was a really good shot from Catherine Bryce. She moves on to... No, it was Claridge, wasn't it? She moves on to 13, I beg your pardon. 13 from 14, in fact. And it's 30 for 4. So 10 off that over. That's a bit more like it. And we are going to see another change in the bowling now. Danny Gregory is coming on from the racecourse end, wheeling that arm around, loosening the right shoulder. Davidson, Richards down below is enjoying the music. And now we can get back to the cricket. 30 for 4. That one is an attempted slog sweep, an appeal from Gregory. He's turned down by Rob White, the umpire. Three fielders out on the leg side, 1 square and 2 in front, 1 out on the sweeping on the offside. Was cramped up a little bit there, Catherine Bryce, but she picks up another single. She joins Ella Claridge on 13, and the Blaze move to 31 for 4, having at one stage been 12 for 4. They were 3 for 3 if you're only just joining us. And in danger of falling in a big heap. That one is slogged into the onside. That's very much a product of T20 cricket, that kind of shot. Claridge moves to 14, 32 for 4. They'll say inventive. I'll say slog. And we'll meet somewhere in the middle. Halfway through her over here, Gregory. Again, just a little leg stumpish, really, and gets away with that as Bryce fails to make contact. Fielded by Tilly Coleman, who picked up a wicket early on. 1 for 6 from her 2 overs. Alexis Stonehouse 2 for 9 from 3. And Rhiannon McDonald-Gate 1 for 5 from her 2 overs bowled so far, as Bryce picks up another single. The bowling has been good. The fielding has been as impressive. And the Blaze have struggled. These two, Claridge and Catherine Bryce, starting to rebuild. As that one is pulled into the leg side by Claridge for a single out towards the square leg boundary where Emma Jones was waiting. And the over comes to an end. 4 off it, 34 for 4 after 9.
The Blaze would probably be confident of defending anything around 130, but this South East Stars top order is quite explosive with Bryony Smith up the top there. And then Alice Davison Richards is quite a big hitter as well. And Emma Jones, who scored a lot of runs, about 23 yesterday, really quickly. So there are the kind of danger players that might just cause the Blaze bowlers some problems.
I'm just trying to work out how they're going to get another 100 runs, if I'm entirely honest with you.
No,
If they can get to 3 figures, I think that has to be the target, doesn't it? As first ball of the Emma Jones spell is down the leg side and signalled wide by Sophie McClelland.
Kirsty Gordon really leads from the front of the field, and the rest seem to follow. So they have got themselves out of a few corners this season, but
I just don't know what to. That might be a wide, unless it took a pad, in which case it'll be a leg by, I fancy. And the signal is leg by, so that's why it wasn't a wide. 36 for 4. Just watching T20 cricket in general, I have no idea what to expect anymore.
no.
You look at the scores in the WPL and the IPL, they were quite high, but completely different pitches, of course. So that was bowled out. And Catherine Bryce has gone now, trying to pull the ball into the leg side, off about middle and leg, because they're the stumps the ball hit. And Emma Jones picks up a wicket now. Catherine Bryce has gone for 14 of 23 deliveries, 24 deliveries. And the Blaze are 36 for 5 now. I think they'd snap your hand off for 130.
Yeah.
Please welcome out our next Blaze batter, Derby's own number 3, Sarah Glenn.
They were here last year. Here's Jones to Sarah Glenn, who's off the mark straight away. But again, when was the last time Sarah Glenn, somebody will probably send me a message and say 2 weeks ago, but had the thick end of 10 overs at her disposal with the bat.
No, that wouldn't be many.
You wouldn't have thought so, certainly not internationally, as that one is a nice shot by Claridge, just pulled slightly shorter of a length from Jones into the leg side. She picks up, Claridge picks up another single, moves to 16:38 for 5.
It is interesting how her career has developed. When her first spell at Derbyshire, she was a top order batter that could bowl a bit of spin, and now she's a world-class spinner who bats a little bit.
Yes. Yes, a key component to England's recent white ball success. Named in the one-day international squad for the summer. As Jones is in, that one's turned into the leg side by Glenn, and there's no run. Hopefully catch up with Sarah at some point in between the two matches.
Yeah, it's really important to have a decent leg spinner in your side.
Yes. Next delivery is just turned off a pad. In fact, might be entirely off a pad. Down to a shortish fine leg, and we're going to get the signal of leg bite. There it is. 5 off the over. 39 for 5 at the halfway stage. The Blaze, having won the toss, and decided to have a bat first. Presumably, they were quite confident in how the pitch would play. Because if you're not always 100% certain how a pitch is going to play, quite often you have a ball first. But I think Gregory to continue from the racecourse end. Those drips are becoming more and more frequent in front of us. I don't know what's going on. Somebody must have left a tap on upstairs. Mid-wicket and mid-off, just swapping over. Allowing Bryony Smith, the skipper, to go to mid-off. Marshal the troops from there. And Gregory, 4 runs off her first over. Is lifted into the leg side. First ball of her second by Glenn, who picks up another single, moves to 240 for 5.
Just a delivery that was dragged down a bit.
It can happen.
Yeah.
It can happen. There goes Gregory again. That was a full toss, and it's smashed into the leg side. She's going to be out. She is out. It's a really fine catch out in the deep by Kelia Moore. And another one goes. Claridge this time just looks to the skies. She can't quite believe it. I'm not sure the crowd inside the county ground can either. It was a good catch, though, in the deep. The ball was up there for a long time. Got under it, got set. And Kalia Moore took the catch. They're 40 for 6 now.
I think they were 48 for 8 at Southampton earlier in. His leg spinners out here, Josie Groves, who captained the England under-19 side in some games in Sri Lanka earlier in the year. Very promising young spinner from Northamptonshire. You can usually tell when her mum's in the crowd because there's a big Blake's flag and she's always doing a little dance, which is quite entertaining.
I think I have the card. It was Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Hyam.
It was,
Yeah, Lucy Hyam top scoring with 36. Groves' first delivery is pushed into the offside. The first delivery she faces from Gregory is pushed into the offside and there's no run. So, there's the fall of wickets. Yeah, they were, well, would you believe it? They were 40 for 6, 41 for 7, 48 for 8. They eventually made 112 for 9. And won the game. Which is a pretty decent effort. They won it by 3 runs in the end. So if they can get to 100, they made 112 for 9 in the 20 overs down at Southampton. If they can get to 100, that might give them a chance. Still some work to do. Still plenty of overs, 9 overs and 2 balls. 41 for 6 at the moment as Gregory bowls the 5th ball of her 2nd over. 1 for 6 her figures at the moment. Turned nicely into the leg side by Glenn. She moves on to 3 from 4 deliveries as Jones does the fielding and then races back out to the square leg boundary. 2 on the leg side boundary, or 3 including the long on. It was about 10-12 yards in. And a sweeper on the offside. And the fielders outside the circle, which is why Groves can just tap it into the leg side and scamper through for what is a relatively comfortable single in the end. But 4 runs off the over, 43 for 6 at the end of 11. Just looking through the rest of that scorecard, they had, of course, Nadine de Klerk playing with them back then. Tammy Beaumont made 10 and Ella Claridge made 14. And the only 2 other players to get into double figures were Kirsty Gordon with her 29 and Lucy Hyam with the 36 not out. But the last 2 wickets put on 60 or so, which is a good effort. And they need something similar. They haven't quite got down to the last couple of batters. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 nerves from the remaining batters sitting in the dugout away to our right-hand side. Jones continuing from the City end.
Yeah, Kirsty Gordon went into that game at Southampton as the Blazers' leading run scorer for the season. She seemed to be the only one in the first 6 or so matches that seemed to be able to build an innings. And then, luckily for her, the rest have kind of followed.
That one is driven of a fashion by Groves down the ground, and it's a very effective fashion because she's picked up 4 runs for it. Towards quite a straight long on. She moves on to 6, 47 for 6. Bless them, the boys on the music downstairs haven't had an awful lot of joyful music to play so far in this innings from a Blaze perspective. She was trying to pull it slightly squarer than she eventually did, but it doesn't matter where it goes as long as it gets to the boundary. Now there's a couple of steps forward out of her crease there from Groves, and it was quick thinking from Georgia Redmayne to roll the ball back towards the stumps, but missed. Unfortunately for her. Otherwise, Groves may well have been on her way back to the pavilion.
scored 50 against the Vipers here.
That one's in the air. It's going to land safe, though, I think. Yeah, right on the edge of the circle. Groves gets up. She was reaching for that a little bit outside off stump, pulling it into the leg side, and as a result couldn't get the power she was looking for. She gets away with it, though. 48 for 6 now. I think that last song was Olivia Rodrigo. Well, my phone's telling me it was. I think I'd know an Olivia Rodrigo song if it hit me in the face. 2 backward of square on the leg side for Glenn, who guides that very nicely indeed. Looked to have plenty of time there. The short of a length delivery, picks up another single. 49 for 6. What will the crowd's reaction be when they reach 50? They're desperate to cheer. They're sort of watching intently at the moment, hoping that the Blaze can post some kind of total. And now then they might have to hurry here. Now there's a slight misfield at mid-on. Groves calls Glenn through for the single. That is the 50. End of the over. 7 runs from that Emma Jones over. 50 for 6 after 12. The Blaze, a couple of wickets for Stonehouse, 1 each for Courtine Coleman, McDonald Gay, Gregory and Jones. For the batting side as well, isn't it? Because they think, oh, we're all right, we've got 8 overs to go, but all of a sudden they haven't. Here's Gregory, loopy delivery, foolish in length, and driven by Groves straight to Bryony Smith at mid-off. So here's 7 overs and 5 balls of the Blaze innings to go. That's beaten everything, that delivery. It was just slightly wide of leg stump. Won't be a wide, but will be 2 byes, I fancy, as they do get back. Two leg byes, indeed, so it didn't beat everything. It hit the pad. Like it had beaten everything from my angle. 52 for 6. And they're going to reinforce the offside slightly, with McDonald Gay going across to slightly backward point. So there's a big gap in the leg side, and that one is turned into the leg side by Groves for a single. 53 for 6.
I think you look at somebody like Gregory and why she hasn't perhaps had higher honours, and I think that's because England like you to do at least 2 things really well, and I'm not sure if she's quite up to that standard just yet.
There are 2 other games going on in this competition as well today. Started earlier than we did. We were a midday start here at the county ground. They're thinking about coming back for a second, but decide against it as Kalia Moore comes in to do the fielding. Probably a wise decision. The Northern Diamonds made 146 for 3 at Leeds. Western Storm have lost their first wicket from the first ball of their reply. They're 0 for 1. That one is driven down the ground. That's a nice shot. That'll be 4 runs, and Groves does pick up a boundary. The despairing effort down below us of Davidson Richards sliding around the boundary, couldn't stop it. Struck really, really nicely by Groves. She moves on to 13 off 12. And the Blaze are up to 58 for 6 now. That was a nice shot. Right to the pitch of the ball and straight back over the bowler's head. And in the other game, the Southern Vipers bowled out for 98, and they're on the brink of defeat. Worcester Central Sparks are 86 for 5. So they need another 13 runs. They've got 40 balls in which to get them, but they are 5 down, so the Vipers won't have given up hope yet.
They're the other 2 teams that are playing in finals day next week.
But they're already confirmed as well, yeah. Right, okay.
So I think it's just about who plays who now.
And I assume it's 1v4 and 2v3.
I think that might be the...
Yes, yes. I don't want to say anything out loud and give any disinformation or misinformation out to anybody. The Gregory over, her third comes to an end. 8 runs from it, 58 for 6 at the end of the over. She's now got figures of 1 for 14 from 3 overs, which is still pretty decent. A song that I do know and remember, which is unusual. Yeah, so Tilly Courtine-Coleman is back, having picked up a wicket in her first over. Before that, double wicket maiden from Alexa Stonehouse, and had the Blaze rather harder this time. First delivery is just pushed into the offside by Sarah Glenn, and there's no run. 58 for 6 it remains. It's very unusual for me to just be doing commentary on pictures, and I apologise if I'm giving you information that you already have. Nice drive from Sarah Glenn. She's going to get 4 runs for that out to the extra cover boundary. Beautiful stroke from Glenn. Her first boundary. Groves has a couple already. 62 for 6 now. Little punch of the gloves between Glenn and Groves. They know the job that they have to try to do here. Got to try to get the Blaze up to 3 figures. 62 for 6. This time off an edge, and there we go. That's much, much better. We saw a slight misfield from Ailish Cranston earlier on, but that was a lovely piece of fielding, diving away to our left-hand side. The tumble and straight back to her feet. No possibility of a run there. There's a slight change in the field. Sees a sweeper on the cover boundary, and she's straight into action. As the ball is played out there, Emma Jones, fielder out there, just a single for Sarah Glenn on this occasion. She goes into double figures, 10 from 11, 63 for 6, and that sweeper now comes up to the edge of the circle, and the mid-wicket goes back onto the boundary in front of the dugouts. And because that mid-wicket had gone, Groves can just tap the ball into the leg side and scamper through for another single. And now we might have more people outside the circle than they actually wanted. There's only 3 on the leg side, 1 on the off. 64 for 6. Oh, this is come off a leading edge up into the sky out towards backward square leg. She's got away with it there. Sarah Glenn, just for a moment, coming in off the boundary. Alexa Stonehouse would have been interested, but dropped well short of her in the end. That's the end of the over. 14 gone now, 65 for 6, so we've got 6 overs to go. They need probably another 35, so they're going to have to score at 6s from here on in. That one went for 7. In fact, each of the last 3 overs have gone for either 7 or 8. So 100 still on the cards as Danny Gregory is about to bowl out.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn was a very good hockey player before choosing cricket, and I do believe JC Graves is still playing some very competitive netball as well.
These all-round sports people, they make you sick, don't they?
They do.
Glenn pushes that into the offside. Somebody who never quite mastered anything, really. Just very much a watcher, certainly these days.
Yeah.
Anything where you can sit down. Well, it's Glenn on the pads as the throw comes in. They scamper through for a single. Actually hit the bat first, though, so she picks up another one. Moves to 12 off 14. Groves has 14 off 14. The partnership, very handy 26 off 24. Kirsty Gordon next, Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger, the remaining batters. As Groves just turns this around the corner a little bit aerially as well. She's got to be careful there. There is somebody at short fine leg on the edge of the circle. I think it's to the Courtine-Coleman with the blue sleeve on her left arm. Oh, this has gone straight up in the air. Problems here. Return catch for Danny Gregory. Takes it. And Groves, well, it just went straight up, absolutely nowhere. Groves goes for 14 of 16. And the Blaze, well, they continue to struggle. They're 66 for 7 now. And Groves is the latest batter to make the long walk back to the Players' Pavilion.
Incoming batter for the Blaze skipper Kirsty.
To 36 off 26 with 5 fours. So Gordon facing her first delivery. Just pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run.
And Grace Ballinger would tell you that she's quite capable of opening the batting as well.
One of the more confident cricketers I think I've ever commentated with, certainly, yeah. Grace. Yes. That's a good fun. That one is defended as well, and there's a negotiation between Gordon and Glenn as to whether there was a single there. There clearly wasn't, and the over comes to an end, and it's another good one. 66 for 7, 1 run off that. So 5 overs to go. They still need to score probably at 7 and over. Get past that 3-figure mark, and then there might just be something to bowl at to maintain that 100% record in the competition that they will be very proud of and won't want to lose. Although, as you said, Jamie Ramage next to me from Deep Extra Cover, they'd probably rather lose this than the final next week.
Yes, if you're going to choose a game to lose, then it probably would be this one. But then they're the sort of team that doesn't like losing at all.
Liam Moore, I think.
Yeah, Cranston.
I beg your pardon. So, yes.
Oh, it's more bowling, it was Cranston fielding. So.
Excellent. No, you're all right. No. My knowledge is not what it perhaps should be. She bowls a second ball out. She gets a little bit unfortunate there, Sarah Glenn, because it hit Kirsty Gordon's left boot, which means they only get a single. Glenn moves to 13, 67 for 7.
Yeah, Kirsty Gordon always strikes me as somebody that you don't want to play cricket against, but is actually very nice off the pitch.
I spoke to her last year when the Blaze played in the doubleheader on Family Day, and I'm fairly sure they won that one as well. Sarah didn't play in that game, I'm fairly sure, so it's good to see Sarah Glenn out there. A lot of supporters will have come to see her, local England star. Ooh. So playing a miss outside the off stump from Glenn on that occasion. Bales whipped off immediately by wicketkeeper Georgia Redmayne. Helps out the umpires by replacing the Bales.
Yeah, that reach you have as a hockey player can help you clear the boundary at times.
She's driven this out into the offside. There is cover out there. Away to our right, Emma Jones fielding at cover on the boundary in front of the old scoreboard, which says 69 for 7. It may be old, but it still works, like so many of us. That one is slapped by Gordon straight back towards the bowler Moore, who doesn't actually take it clearly and is a bit disappointed in herself there because it's cost her another run. But she's still only conceded 4 off that over. 70 for 7 then with 4 overs to go. 14 Coleman still has an over, Stonehouse still has an over. Gregory now bowled out. McDonald Gay has a couple, Moore has a couple, and Jones has a couple, so plenty of options available to Bryony Smith for the final 4 overs.
Yeah,
Initially Stonehouse.
yeah, it is.
Alexis Stonehouse, who has had a double wicket maiden, and I would. I'm going to stick my neck out and suggest it's the first double wicket maiden in a T20 on this ground. Because when we had a maiden on Friday night, it was only the 18th maiden by a Derbyshire player here. In fact, that was by a Derbyshire player here. I don't think there'll have been any. I certainly can't remember seeing any. Been buzzed by a light aircraft. Stonehouse begins the third over, which has been pulled into the leg side for 4 by Gordon. There is a chase around the boundary there for Emma Jones, but she was never going to get there. She moves on to 6 from 5, 74 for 7. We're going to need to see some big hits here from the lower order batters of the Blaze to get them up to that 3 figures and slightly beyond. Stonehouse is in again. Oh, hangs it outside the off stump. Gordon advanced and then couldn't reach it. On its way through to the wicket keeper, Redmayne. Stonehouse again. Third delivery of her third over is pushed straight back to her by Gordon. Fields off her own bowling. And then marches back to her mark, doesn't she? She's not wasting any time here.
No.
Absolutely marches back. She's ready again. 2 for 13, her figures. And it might get better. In fact, it will get better because she's got a third. That one went straight up in the air from Kirsty Gordon. It was a relatively comfortable catch for Alice Davidson-Richards as well. They are now 8 down the Blaze. 74 for 8. Stonehouse has 3 for 13 with 2 balls of her 4 overs left to bowl.
I think Gordon got a bit frustrated from the previous couple of deliveries after that fall, and then just felt the need to kind of keep the scoring going. When probably a little dab for 1 or 2 probably would have been the better course of action, but she will never die wondering.
Ten, 11, 15 and now 17. And when you're losing wickets like that, it's very difficult to post a decent total. 74 for 8 is anything but a decent total, I would suggest. There's a play and a miss. First ball, Lucy Hyam outside off stump, just prodded forward at that one. The Central Sparks have indeed won at Worcester against the Southern Vipers by 5 wickets with 31 balls remaining. That's quite the victory. Western Storm already 19 for 2 in the 5th over in reply to Northern Diamonds 146. Hyam can't get off the mark. Second ball she faces either 4 runs off the over. 74 for 8. The Blaze. At least everybody will get a bat by the look of it.
Yeah.
Just Grace still left, Grace Ballinger. Whether they'd all want to bat is another matter entirely.
Yeah, I think some of them, while they do like batting, would probably have quite like to watch some of their higher order counterparts build a nice innings, but sometimes you have to dig in and help out.
Yeah. Everybody has to pitch in when you're 74 for 8. It's going to be Rhiannon McDonald-Gay returning from the City end. 2 overs, 1 for 5, so not easy to score off. What can Sarah Glenn do here? She's been out there now for 18 deliveries, and she lifts that ball straight back over the bowler's head up towards quite a straight mid-on, long-on, and gets through for another single. 75 for 8. Cut off rather well inside that, I would imagine. 1:15. It's 2 minutes past 1 now. So they shouldn't have too many troubles getting inside the cut-off time either. As McDonald Gay is in again, and that one is down the leg side. That won't help with the timings, as it is signalled wide by umpire Sophie McClelland.
So Hyam is a busy little batter. She'll pick up quick singles, and then once she's manoeuvred the field, then that's when she'll strike with the boundaries.
She's waiting now. Clips that one nicely into the leg side. I think there'll only be one. And there is only one.
And when this team were lightning, she would probably bat in the top 6.
Right, okay. So some batting pedigree. Always good to know. Glenn, who's faced some of the best in the world. It's a full toss that sort of dies on her a bit and can do no more than turn it into the leg side for a single. Hyam quite fancied a second there, but...
Yep, despite being quite short, she does get up and down the pitch quite quickly.
You don't want to run out at 8 down though, do you?
No.
That's about the last thing you want. Courtine Coleman warming up away to our left-hand side. That one is down the ground. I think it's going to go over the field on the edge of the circle. Is it? No, that's a terrific catch. Running back towards the boundary by Davidson Richards. And they are now 9 down the Blaze. I thought for a moment the ball had enough on it to get way beyond the 30-yard circle, but Alice Davidson Richards rather had other ideas. Took a good catch, the ball coming over her right shoulder. And the Blaze are 78 for 9 as Hyam goes for 1. Wow. Nice catch, that.
It was, yeah. One of the better fielders in the Stars team. You'd probably think that the Blazers' only hope here is the fact that the ball doesn't seem to have gone onto the bat quite as quick as they would have hoped.
No.
They've got 4 spinners in their side, so and Catherine Bryce is somebody that can mix up the pace. So
I haven't had a chance to speak to Neil Godrich or any of the ground staff to see how much work they've been able to do, because when they left the ground on Friday, they didn't even get the entire square covered because there was a flash of lightning, and of course once that happens everybody has to clear the area. You're not allowed to touch the covers or anything because of the metal in the covers. And then it rained quite heavily yesterday as well.
yeah.
So how much work they've been able to do on this pitch, I'm not entirely sure.
It's been tricky the last couple of seasons.
The weather's been atrocious, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Grace Ballinger then, very upright stance and a swing and a miss outside the off stump. You can spot a confident cricketer, can't you, by the ones that wear number 1
Yeah.
when they're a bowler. Predominantly a bowler,
Yes.
which Grace is.
Well, it should tell you that's where she should be batting anyway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
She wasn't backward and coming forward when she was on commentary with us, but she's played and missed at that one as well. So 2 dot balls to finish the over, and just 4 runs off it in total. 78 for 9 with 2 overs to go. And it's important, really, that these 12 deliveries, they face them all. I think we can pretty much rule out 3 figures down. But if they can get up towards 90, it will give them half a chance, you would have thought.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that one down at Worcester, 98, played 99 for 5. Yes, they did it with 31 balls remaining, Central Sparks, but...
Yeah, the Blaze have got bowlers that tend to strangle batting lineups and make scoring really difficult. Although they don't usually face so many big hitters as they've got in the Star side, so it would be interesting.
Courtine Coleman to bowl her final over. That's nicely played by Sarah Glenn out towards deep backward square leg for 4 runs. down on one knee very early there, almost premeditated the slog sweep, couple of bounces and over the rope towards the East Midlands demolition stand at 82 for 9.
Yeah, I think when your intention is to spin it away from the batter, that gives you the opportunity to just throw the arms at it.
That was a really nice shot from Sarah. 20 off 21 now, the top score for the Blaze. Doesn't get anything on this occasion though. Nice piece of fielding on the edge of the circle. Prevents a run on this occasion. Decent crowd already inside the county ground as Glenn, with a bit of a hack really, sends it into the leg side, and Ballinger thinks about coming back for the second. It isn't there.
I think it's unfortunate that when she does play for England, she's batting 9 or 10, which really doesn't help the development of the batting that she's very capable of.
Yeah, she won't get enormous number of opportunities, will she? In England colours. But out there for 23 deliveries today as Ballinger gets off the mark at the third time of asking. Just sends the ball up to a wide mid-on for her first run. 84 for 9. The Blaze with 8 deliveries of their innings to go. Oh, Glenn's been bowled. Off stump, out of the ground. Courtine Coleman picks up another wicket. But nicely done from Sarah Glenn. 21 in the end. And that's her third wicket, Courtine Coleman. 3 for 19. Is that right? I'm sure. Has it already been added on? It's already been added on. My apologies. 84 all out then. The Blaze. I'll just give you the bowling figures if I can. Courtine Coleman 2 for 19 from 3 overs and 5 balls. Stonehouse 3 for 13 off 4. Donald Gay 2 for 9 off 3. Moore bowled 2 overs for 14. Gregory 2 for 15 off 4 overs, and Jones 1 for 10 off her 2 overs. Sarah Glenn top scoring with 21. And then Claridge with 14 and 16 rather, and a couple of 14s as well. Catherine Bryce and Groves added up to 84 all out. So it'll be 85 in a little more than 10 minutes' time that the South East Stars have to chase down. And myself, Dave Fletcher and Jamie Ramage will be back in about 10 minutes' time. Tries to turn that into the leg side. It actually goes out into the offside, so the pitch is certainly not coming on. I'm told that the ground staff were pleasantly surprised by how well the square was when they arrived on Saturday morning, because they just sort of left it. There was a huge thunderstorm Friday night, about 10 o'clock. Biblical rain. Remarkable. I've never seen rain bouncing off the covers as much as it did that night. And I've also been told of at least 2 double wicket maidens that I've seen in my time covering Derbyshire, so including one here by Finn Hudson-Prentice and one at Chesterfield by Mark Watt, who's currently out playing in the World Cup. The Stars are off the mark with a couple there. Nicely played by Bryony Smith. Not Georgia Redmayne, Phoebe Franklin is her opening partner. Leaning on the bat at the non-striker's end as Gordon is in. Foolish delivery, diving to her right to try to field the ball as Smith drives it just to the onside of the stumps at the City end, but couldn't reach it.
Yeah, Franklin has had opportunities to bat up the order, shortened this year. Although there's no Paige Schofield the last couple of games, so that's given her the opportunity to come back up the order.
Grace Ballinger just been moved slightly around at backward point. She's at the start of a 1,500 metres race, Grace, when she's fielding on the edge of the circle. Have a look at her next time, that's brilliant. She's sort of on her marks. 3 without loss with 1 ball of the first over to go. The Blaze scored 3 off the first over as well, but lost the wicket of Tammy Beaumont. Gordon bowls, that one is hit out and over the top into the offside for 4 runs by Bryony Smith. The first boundary of the Blaze innings comes in the first over, which will be disappointment for Kirsty Gordon. 7 runs off the over, 7 without loss after 1 in pursuit of 85 to inflict the first defeat of the season on the Blaze.
Yeah, Bryony Smith tends to like scoring runs against East Midlands teams, although perhaps hasn't scored the amount of runs that she'd like playing for in East Midlands teams in the 100. But yeah, she's one to look out for. She's played for England. I think she played for England on this ground as well.
Right.
But yeah, when you've got when you're kind of one of those that bats quite well and bowls quite well, but England don't quite know what to do with you, then you're kind of stuck for opportunities.
Here's Grace Ballinger then from the racecourse end. She's going to battle her way into the stumps as she always does. Here we go. It looks a huge effort, almost running crab-like, and she's in and bowls, and that one is pushed by Smith up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
I always thought that little skip was kind of quite unique, but Rachel Slater up at Northern Diamonds has got an even more exaggerated skip in her run-up. Both left-arm seamers as well.
But she does, you know what I mean, when it looks like she's battling against everything to get there.
Yeah.
And she goes, there's the skip, and she's in, and bowls to Smith, who turns that one into the leg side where Glenn does the fielding. It's not perpetual motion. Grace Ballinger clearly doesn't like sitting still or standing still for too long.
No. When they were the Lightning and they played quite a lot of games at Loughborough, you could always hear her fan club sitting on the hill.
Seven without loss. Ballinger bowls full delivery. It's an inside edge. Went into the ground, I think, despite the appeals from Grace Ballinger. Inside edge onto the floor from Smith's bat. Sarah Glenn already just loosening the shoulders. She's at mid-wicket. Stretching the hamstrings as well. Won't be long before we see Sarah Glenn in action here at the county ground, I'm fairly sure. Ballinger in again. That one is lifted into the air. She's going to get caught. She is caught. Smith's gone. A fairly straightforward catch from Marie Kelly mid-on. And exactly what the Blaze needed The Stars are 7 for 1. Smith goes for 3 off 8 deliveries.
Yeah, the intent was to clear that fielder, but just not timed quite well enough, and yeah, she's walking back.
Pleased for Marie as well.
Yeah.
As one of the few Blaze players I'm on first name terms with.
Yeah. Very genuinely nice person as well.
No question about it. She has had a difficult season, but she'll be back.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if she wasn't. So 7 for 1 gives them the hope that they really needed to take a wicket in the first couple of overs. Grace is now saying, "Who are you waving to?" I've just had a little wave there from Marie Kelly. Grace sat in the same seat that Marie sat in probably last season, might have been the season before actually. But she's been more first division. Here she goes again, Ballinger. People are laughing at me now. Ballinger in balls. The new batter is the wicketkeeper Redmayne, turned into the leg side. And there is no run. That makes me think she might be willing to stay behind later and come up and join us for the men's game, which would be quite useful. Unless she has a prior engagement. 7 for 1. Incidentally, if you're watching this stream and you're wondering where the men's stream will be, well, it'll be on this. They're going to have one continuous stream, I'm told. As that one is pushed out into the offside by Redmayne. And the over comes to an end, and guess what? We've seen a double wicket made, and now we've seen a wicket maiden in the same match. That's my next question to David Griffin on this ground. When has that ever happened? We've had 2 wicket maidens in the same match. 7 for 1 after 2 overs then. And a really good start for Grace Ballinger as well, which is always good to see. And the Blaze, they're right in this one.
Yep, yesterday Georgia Redmayne kind of played the anchor innings and just let the others bat around her, so I assume that's what she'll do again today. Because Franklin's a clean hitter, and so a few of the players down the order. Emma Jones came in and kind of changed the momentum of their innings yesterday.
They've turned to their international experience, or one of them anyway. The Blaze now with Sarah Glenn coming on to bowl over number 3. Leg spin. Extremely successful leg spin. She's going to be bowling to Phoebe Franklin. And Franklin plays and misses at the first delivery. That might have gone under the bat. Either way, it was a play and a miss. Straight through to wicketkeeper Sarah Bryce. It's a slip in place as well now. Ella Claridge. That one is played out into the offside. Half stop, we'll call it. Cover. Just slightly fooled by the spin there, the fielder. Cover, who is Josie Groves.
Claridge is a very capable keeper as well. So the good pair of safe hands and snip.
Next one is, well, that's nothing more than a slog, really, I'm afraid, from Franklin, but it's an effective one because she picks up a single. Glenn now sends fielders scurrying out to the leg side boundary for the left-handed Georgia Redmayne.
You don't get very many left-handed batters in the women's game, so they can be quite...
Is that right? I wonder why that is.
Some people think it's down to hockey and the way you hold the stick, but I'm not convinced.
I like that shout though, because you have to play hockey right-handed, don't you?
Yeah.
Redmayne has pulled that ball out towards the East Midlands demolition stand. Nice piece of fielding though, sliding around the boundary by Lucy Hyam. They do manage to scamper back for a couple, so Redmayne's off the mark, 10 for 1. Yes, I'd never thought of that, but you're unlike ice hockey, in field hockey, you can only play right-handed. Glenn in and bowls. Someone's turned into the leg side by Redmayne. Ballinger moves around the edge of the circle to pick up. Has to turn round and throw it in left-handed.
Although it is actually quite handy for a left-handed person because your left hand is the one that's got all the control. and it's just your other hand that's got the power. I
Well,
guess.
you're absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
Talk about that. People who throw and bowl right arm should bat left-handed.
Yeah.
It's the theory, isn't it? The modern theory, certainly. Someone is pushed out to the offside by Franklin, fielded by Josie Groves, and the over comes to an end. 4 from it, 11 for 1. Yeah, so your dominant hand should always be your top hand,
Yeah.
so you can keep the ball down. But
Yeah. Luke Wright is left-handed, but he does all his cricket left-handed, but does all his cricket right-handed. And he doesn't know why.
well, of course, we've got
Sam Patel
who
throws both
bowls
hands.
left-handed and throws right-handed.
Yeah, he can throw even.
Grace Ballinger is going to continue from the racecourse end after wicket maiden in her first over. 11 for 1. The Stars chasing 85 to win. Ballinger now has conceded a run. She looks absolutely furious. There is a shy at the stumps that can't have missed by much. And just had the batter scampering through there. Kirsty Gordon with the throw. I just saw the lunch had pretty much disappeared by the time I got in there. I wasn't going to say anything, but I hope they've got another lunch for a bit later on. We're here for the duration today. Crowd continuing to build. Family day here. One of the inflatables behind us here at the media centre had gone down, but it's all been sorted out now. If anybody's waiting to have a go, as Ballinger floats one outside the off stump, and there's a play and a miss from Franklin.
Yeah, Ballinger is one of those players that gets a bit of white line fever, I think. Yeah, off the pitch, one of the most laid-back, relaxed people you'll ever meet. And then, yeah, there was a game at Welbeck last year where she was chuntering a bit on the boundary, and then she came back in and took a couple of wickets and nearly beat this side in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
She bowls, that one's off an edge out towards backward point. Oh, there's a slight misfield there as well by Lucy Hyam, and it enables them to come back for a second as well. Do they get back? Yes, they do, just about. Franklin running back to the danger end, gets there in time, and that's 2 runs that shouldn't really have been won. And that's a little bit disappointing. 14 for 1. Franklin moves on to 7.
Yeah, this is a side where every player enjoys fielding, and they set themselves really high standards, so Lucy will be a bit disappointed with that.
Umpire McClelland has just rearranged the stumps. Moves back to square leg as Ballinger's on her way in again. One is cut away, and that'll be 4. Once you beat the circle and there is nobody out on the boundary, you're always going to get a boundary for it, and that's exactly what happened there. It was nicely played by Franklin. She moves on to 11 from 9, and the Stars 18 for 1. Haven't got an awful lot of runs to play with here. The run rate close to 5 at the moment, the required rate just above 4. She does want to dig that Yorker out there, Franklin. Mid on and mid off, swapping over for the left and right-handed batters by the look of it, because we now have... No, we don't. Marie Kelly's just taking her cap off. You'd think I'd know Marie, wouldn't you? She just removed her cap. That one is a swing and a miss from Franklin outside the off stump once again. 18 for 1 at the end of 4 overs, 7 off that one. At the same stage after 4 overs, 11 for 3. The Blaze, they were in a spot of bother after that. Alexa Stonehouse, double wicket maiden over number 2. And always struggled a bit after that, I think it's fair to say. We did see that late 21 from Sarah Glenn, 16 from Ella Claridge, and 14 apiece for Catherine Bryce and Josie Groves. They were the only batters to get into double figures. Sarah Glenn going to continue here from the City End to bowl over number 5. They could do with her striking in this over. Redmayne on strike. drives up towards mid. There's a shot at the stumps that probably went over the stumps. That's Marie Kelly with the throw. It just hit the ground a bit too far away from the stumps.
Yeah, and just reared up, just skimming in the barrels.
It wasn't too far away. 19 for 1. Next delivery is pushed up towards Kelly at long off, where she now finds herself in the distance in front of the permanent temporary stand at the far end. Another single taken. Franklin moves to 12, 20 for 1. They need a further 65 to win. They're ahead on Duckworth Lewis and everything. At the moment, the South East Stars, as Redmayne waits and pulls this into the leg side. They're only going to pick up 1 on this occasion, though, as around the boundary goes Lucy Hyam to do the fielding. Where the sun's coming from, there's a little bit of blue sky away in the distance, but there's clearly enough blue sky just above us for the sun to be shining here at the county ground as Glenn bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. 2 left in the over. And there'll be 15 overs left. The Stars, 64 more runs to win. The Blaze have just strengthened the offside. Need another 9 wickets, you would have thought. Nice stop there by Lucy Hyam. Ball reared at her a little bit. On the edge of the circle, probably kicked up out of one of the old footmarks. Glenn's final ball is caught. That's a nice catch as well. Fairly comfortable in the end. Ella Claridge moving away to her right-hand side. Sarah Glenn picks up a wicket. And Franklin's gone for 12. And that's good news for the Blaze. 21 for 2 now, the Stars.
Yeah, I think sometimes that belief that you can dig yourself out of a hole is quite invaluable. And then to have somebody like Sarah Glenn to come in and take wickets is even more invaluable. Yeah, she misses quite a few games for England duty, but you definitely get the feeling that she likes playing for this side.
Yes, I know she's busy because I've been desperately trying to get her to join me on commentary for 2 years now. I haven't quite managed to. It might be a personal thing, of course, and who could blame her? Who could blame her? That was the end of her over, incidentally. 21 for 2, so 3 off the over. With 1 over of power play to come. It looks like. I was going to say it looks like Grace is going to bowl at Grace Ballinger, but she isn't. She just handed the ball to the umpire.
Heather Graham.
Yes, indeed. We're going to see Heather Graham for the first time with the ball in hand.
Replacing Nadine de Klerk, who's on international duty with South Africa as they've got a series against India.
Been televised as well, isn't it, that one?
Yeah.
From
I think that starts today as well.
TNT Sports, I believe. You're not going to stay with us. Bit of international cricket on the agenda. So much cricket to watch, either in person or on TV, or indeed listen to. Which is what I should have said at the start. Here's Graham in to bowl to Redmayne, who pulls into the leg side, but doesn't time it at all.
Yeah, we've got a match up of the 2 Australian overseas here as well.
Tosses herself a catch, Graham. She gets back to her mark. Redmayne goes back and just lifts this into the leg side. She'll fancy 2 here, I think, and they're going to come back for the second. No, they're not. Excellent work out in the distance from Catherine Bryce. It's the throw away quickly. And as a result, keeps them down to a single. Cranston for the first time. Anish Cranston for the first time, having replaced Phoebe Franklin.
And as I was saying earlier, that it's rare that you get a left-handed
2 now. Well, they're 2 a penny.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Them and Central Spark seem to just hoard them all for some reason.
Oh, is something in the water? I don't know. 22 for 2. That was striking the pad. There's an appeal. I probably would have pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, it was definitely good for height.
BBC WM arriving mob-handed, absolutely mob-handed. I've seen so many commentators for a T20. And hopefully they'll have missed all the sandwiches. Here is Graham. Halfway through her first over, in and bowls. That's pulled into the leg side. Once again, it's Catherine Bryce out there to do the fielding. Cranston off the mark. And Stars move to 23 for 2.
Obviously here to visit the best river in the Midlands with Derwent down the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also to sit in the best media centre in the country as well. As Graham is in, that one is just tucked into the leg side quite nicely by Redmayne. She'll pick up another single. Move on to 8, 24 for 2. One ball of Graham's over remaining, and then that will be the power play. At the end of the power play, the Blaze was 17 for 4. The 4 being the most important part. As Graham is in to complete her over, and it's a play and a miss and a juggle behind the stump. People talk about matchups. Bryce standing up, of course. As Hyam is in and bowls. That one is cut away. It was a little bit short. Wide of the off stump. Cut out into the offside. And Redmayne picks up a single. She moves to 9, 25 for 2. I haven't had a look for a while to see how the game at Headingley's going. It's building up nicely. I'll say that. Northern Diamonds look favourites now. The Western Storm need 45 from 17 balls to win that one. They're 102 for 5 in the 18th. Chasing 147 to win already today. Victory for the Central Sparks as that one is short and bounces. We've seen the odd one keep low. That one bounced. It was cut away by Cranston to Sarah Glenn on the edge of the circle. Again, there was no run. Third, Hyam deliveries a really floaty one, and it's driven up towards mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. I don't think it missed by much, judging by the reaction from Kirsty Gordon, who hurled it towards the stumps. They scampered through for another single. 26 for 2. Too much business for the burgers and fries away to our right. That'll happen later. That one is guided very nicely towards third. Oh, and there's a dive by Grace Ballinger over the ball. And they've come back for a second. Sarah Glenn gets the ball. They're coming back for a third. They might have to hurry here, and the bails will be whipped off, but she got back in time. Cranston running towards the danger end. Did well to get a third there. Shouldn't really have got a third. 29 for 2 now.
I'm a little bit pleased that some of the boundaries in this competition this year have been a bit bigger because it allows the 2s and the 3s, which also means that there's more opportunity to score 4s.
Fewer 6s, I imagine.
Yeah.
But I think this boundary is 65 metres all the way around. That's where they want it. Certainly Derbyshire might have been brought in a touch.
Yeah, Emma Jones hit a 6 5 rows back into the stand at the Oval yesterday, so that's quite
Nice.
a big,
Yeah, I'll say.
big hit.
I'll say that is a good hit. 29 for 2. One ball of Lucy Hyam's first over to go. 5 runs conceded thus far. And it will be 6 runs conceded as that one's pulled by Cranston into the leg side. And they go through for a single. Heather Graham does the fielding. 30 for 2, then 6 off the over. 30 for 2 after 7. They're about an over in front of Duckworth Lewis. Just as a guide, it's not going to rain. No inclement weather in the forecast, I don't think. Although the forecasters have really been struggling in recent weeks. We're trying to pinpoint exactly where it is going to rain, as far as I can work out. But see, they're now saying a little chance of rain at 4 o'clock later on. But that's about it for the week. So it'll be hosepipe band by Thursday.
I think if you see 70% or more, then usually it will rain, but anything below that is kind of hit and miss.
Yeah, and the fact that these are showers as well,
Yeah.
I don't think they really know where they're going to hit.
No. And we've got Catherine Bryce into the attack.
From the racecourse end, once the music dies down. 7 overs gone, 20 for 4. The Blaze, the Stars are 30 for 2, and we see the first ramp of the day, possibly, out towards the very fine third boundary for 4 runs. In fact, it's not the third boundary, because they're both left-handed, it's the fine leg boundary. Nice shot, though, from Cranston. It was there to be played. She moves to 7, 34 for 2, and now they need 51. The Stars. Bit upbeat for me, that. Bryce then, first ball went into the rope. Second ball, she's done it again. No, she's tried to do it again, Cranston. This time it was bowled a lot further outside the off stump, and she's missed it. And Catherine's ball goes into Sarah's hands.
I think sometimes you've got to be careful with Catherine Bryce, is that she has got a variation in pace, so sometimes that gets you unstuck.
Short third now move to short fine leg on the edge of the circle. As this one is slapped into the leg side, but straight to Ella Claridge.
Of course, Bryce will be leading Scotland to their first World Cup in October in Bangladesh.
Yes, that's great, that, isn't it, that they've
Yes.
got that. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The men very unfortunate not to get through, as that one is driven straight to Tammy Beaumont, who picks up and throws in one movement. Excellent work from Beaumont. No run, 34 for 2. Yeah, it's really good for the Scots. Bryce is in again. There's a swing and a miss from Cranston. She was through that shot about a week and a half before the ball arrived. Almost fell over in playing it.
And I think you could say that it's kind of Kirsty Gordon's legacy, because the rules when she joined the KSL was that she was an overseas player, so she had to qualify for England to play in that competition. And then the next year they were like, actually, we should just open it to them.
Final ball of the over turned down towards short fine leg. Picked up and thrown in by Grace Ballinger. Single taken though. 35 for 2. 5 runs off the over. At the same stage, 8 overs. 30 for 4. The Blaze. So again, not an enormous disparity, other than 2 more wickets had fallen. Always useful to have those wickets in the shed. It's when you're on a run chase. The talk about how poor Ireland have been in the men's cricket World Cup, T20 World Cup, is interesting, because I think they've basically fallen off a cliff since all their players were designated as overseas players in this country. So therefore, you might get 1 or 2. Harry Tector came across for a while, didn't he? Paul Sterling carried on playing over here for a short while, but you're not going to go to Ireland for an overseas player.
No.
So they're having to play in their own domestic first-class system, which isn't quite as strong.
No.
And as a result, I think the international side's struggling a little bit. Kirsty Gordon's back. bowls. That one stops a little bit on Cranston, pushes it out into the onside. There's no run. To the cut-off time, just before 20 to 3. Samit Patel having a watch from down below. It's just getting some intel on the pitch, I have no doubt, before he goes for a net, the Derbyshire men's skipper. Quick conversation with those down below. He's always happy to talk, Samit. 36 for 2 here. The South East Stars, they need 49 more runs to win in 11 overs and 4 balls. It looks fairly straightforward. As Gordon bowls, that one is pushed up towards long on. Right, Kelly does the fielding. And they go through for a comfortable single, 37 for 2. As the men's team's starting to arrive for the second part of the doubleheader, but still plenty of cricket left in this first one, as using her feet, Cranston can do no more than play it straight to Ella Claridge at mid-wicket. Two balls left of the Gordon over, the first of which is pushed straight back to her by Cranston.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that when she did become an England player, Sophie Eccleston kind of came into the scene at the same time.
Yeah, she's in now, and that one is driven down the ground. Kelly will move around the boundary to do the fielding and get the ball thrown back in quickly. Good strong throw. 37 for 2 runs off the over. An excellent over from Kirsty Gordon, who has now bowled 2 overs for 10, and after 9 overs, as I say, 37 for 2. 34 for 4, the Blaze. It's not taking into consideration the, I was going to say the big hitting, but slightly bigger hitting later on from Sarah Glenn and Josie Groves, who helped them reach that the total of 84, which still doesn't really feel enough, but Douglas Lewis is getting a lot closer now. Only 3 in front of Douglas Lewis at the moment. The South East Stars, as Heather Graham returns. 1 over for 3 earlier on.
Yeah, it is kind of the Blazers' game plan with the ball is kind of stop the boundaries, keep the singles to a minimum, and squeeze teams.
Graham bowls, that one is off a pad into the leg side. There might be a shot at the stumps, there's sort of a shot at the stumps from Sarah Bryce, who almost falls over Ella Claridge as he tries to throw that one. Leg back was signalled, I believe, 39 for 2. I was too busy making sure that Sarah Bryce was okay, because she seemed to run into her teammate there. Graham's next delivery to Redmayne has just turned very neatly into the leg side off her pads by Redmayne. Another single, 40 for 2. Plenty of encouragement out there, as you might expect. It's quite quiet, the effects microphone. Let's turn it up a bit. That one is off a pad as well. It was going down the leg side, so Cranston won't get any more runs, I don't think. That'll be signalled leg by 41 for 2. Indeed it is. Just a nice hum of spectators around the ground. It's almost like if you put games on a Sunday, people will turn up. Remarkable. Here's Graham. That one is pushed backward of square on the offside this time. Tumbling stop by Glenn. But again, Redmayne picks up a single, and they've scored off every ball of the over so far. 42 for 2 now. Certainly 6s would see them home very comfortably indeed between now and the end of the innings. There's another one. Might even be 2 this time. The first one's been run really quickly by Cranston, who's on their way back in. The throw comes to the non-striker's end, but Redmayne got back as well. And they do pick up 2. So a single off each ball minimum now. 6 off the over so far.
Yeah, I think sometimes you want busy batters, the ones that get up and down and just keep that scoreboard ticking.
It's working well for them at the moment. As the final ball of this over is launched into the air. Underneath it is Murray Kelly who takes the catch. And Cranston has gone for 12 of 22 deliveries.
Slightly relieved look at the end there as well.
It was an ice cream cone catch in the end, wasn't it? Right in her fingertips. Right in her fingertips there for Murray Kelly, but she took the catch. And it's a 3rd wicket for the Blaze. 44 for 3 after 9 rather. No, after 10. Yes, of course it's after 10, you fool. And at the halfway stage, there were 39 for 5. The Blaze were getting not much in it. Not much in it.
Yeah, got Emma Jones coming in now. She likes to hit big. Yeah, that really big 6 yesterday at the Oval. Somebody that will get the game going and batted really well with Redmayne as well. So the two, even though this is only their 2nd game together, they know each other out. They bat well, put together. So yeah, this could be the crucial partnership.
It's just looking at that catch again on the big screen that Murray Kelly took there. It was very much in the fingertips. But the important thing was that it stayed in the fingertips. She's now got a couple of catches. Murray Kelly, one for Ella Claridge as well. Wickets for Grace Ballinger, Sarah Glenn, and now Heather Graham. Halfway, 44 for 3, and Sarah Glenn is back to bowl her 3rd over.
I don't mind the fact that they've used their more experienced bowlers up front. They've got plenty of bowling options to come. They've got Josie Graves to come and Marie Kelly maybe even.
This one is driven straight down the ground. It was a despairing dive by Glenn. Kelly gets around the boundary to do the fielding and keeps them down to a single. That's excellent work. Once again in the far distance from Marie Kelly. I was asking Marie when she was here about her bowling, and she didn't really get much of an opportunity to bowl now. Because she can bowl with her left arm and her right arm, can't she?
She can, yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
It is.
As I said to her at the time, pick one and stick with it.
Yeah.
45 for 3. What's happening here? The leg, under the offside boundary, sweeper has just been moved a little straighter. Sarah Glenn to bowl her first delivery to Emma Jones. Drives it out into the offside. That's a good stop by Ella Claridge. That was hit pretty well by Jones. Next delivery from Glenn. Goes straight to Jones. Only 3 players playing at the moment. Good to see the balcony on the members' pavilion is starting to fill up as well. The excuse me, the chairman's box heavily populated to the right-hand side of that. A little juggle with the ball there this time from Jones means they scamper through for a single. 2 balls of the Glen over to go. 1 for 9 her figures after 2 overs and 4 balls. 46 for 3, 39 to win. But the run rate and the required rate are not far apart. Redmayne on a run of ball 16. Plays that one straight back to Sarah Glenn. Everybody likes saying the word Glenny.
Yeah.
It seems. She's in again. Bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side by Redmayne. I think she's only going to get one. She is, as it's fielded out there by Josie Groves. And the His first delivery of the Kirsty Gordon over is driven down the ground by Redmayne for a single. .48 for 3. Fielders scattering in all directions at the moment. We've got Tammy Beaumont down below us at long on. Marie Kelly at long off, just taking something out of her eye. And Kirsty Gordon to bowl the second ball of her third over. There's a swing at that one and a miss. Appeal for something from Sarah Bryce. Tammy Beaumont in conversation down below us with some members of the crowd. This one is launched into the air. Who's going to get underneath this one? It's going to fall safe, you know, right in between three fielders. Gets away with one there, Jones, as that one went higher than it did as far, if that, you know what I mean. Higher than longer. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. It's not like I have to talk for a living, that's the main thing. Next delivery is pulled into the leg side by Redmayne for a single. I've lost my scoreboard off the computer. Never a particularly good thing. 50 up for the Stars. 50 for 3 in the 12th. Chasing 85 to win. Gordon bowls, that's driven, that's to the left of Sarah Glenn, so Tammy Beaumont will have to run around the boundary to do the fielding, does well, keeps them down to a single. 51 for 3.
Yeah, I think that loss for Southern Vipers earlier probably confirms Stars' place in second place finish in the group, so maybe that's why they're not going for the bonus point.
Right. I'm glad they're not, because it would have been too complicated. That one is pushed by Redmayne out into the offside. But it is fielded by Josie Groves. And it's the final ball of the over. 5 off it, 52 for 3 after 12. 50 for 6 at the same stage where the Blaze. So again, not much in it, but enough just to make it slightly awkward in the fact that they haven't lost any wickets. Or as many wickets.
Return for Lucy Hyam as well.
I'm just going to give you the result from Headingley, where Northern Diamonds have beaten the Western Storm by 28 runs. Northern Diamonds, their second win. They haven't won many, have they?
No, they've been close in a lot of them, but somehow managed to lose most of them.
They lost to the Blaze last Sunday when Derbyshire were up there at Headingley as part of the double header. So as Jeremy says, Lucy Hyam to bowl the next over from the City end. Slip in place for Redmayne, who's on 20 off 21 deliveries. And that's a play and a miss. First up as Redmayne tries to cut.
Started her cricket with Leicestershire before moving to Nottinghamshire.
Well, she's just going around collecting all these medals, but she'll end up at Derbyshire eventually.
Yeah.
Hyam in. That one is clipped in into the leg side. A good diving half stop from Glenn keeps them down to a single. Hyam completes the fielding herself.
It's a very exclusive club, I'd imagine, but one that's quite nice to be in.
I'm trying to think of it on the male side. Certainly Zach Chappell, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, where he currently plays his cricket here, of course. Be in action at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Derbyshire Falcons against the Birmingham Bears. That's after the conclusion of this game. The South East Stars currently 53 for 3, chasing 85 to win. That's given a lot of air, that one, and she gets away with it, really. Jones, it's come off the edge and it's gone all the way down to third for 4 runs. That is a little bit unfortunate for Lucy Hyam. It's a boundary that the Blaze can ill afford to concede, really. 57 for 3 now. Jones moves on to 7. Can't really afford these boundaries. The run rate up to 4.6 and the required rate down at 3.7. They were quite close together a couple of overs ago. That's come off a guided edge this time, more of a deliberate edge this time from Jones down towards wide third, and it's a nice tumbling stop down below us by Josie Groves, and the batters get through for 3 this time, so the tumbling dive saved 1 run. Jones moves to 10 from 8, 60 for 3, just 25 more runs needed now. With 7 overs and 2 balls in which to get them. I can't see any evidence of the Blaze having given up.
No.
Which is good to see.
Yeah, I don't think Gordon would let them.
No, that's good that. Because quite often, you know, at this kind of stage of a match, when you sort of know what might be about to happen, as that one is driven down the ground by Redmayne for a single, you quite often see 1 or 2 players with their hands on their hips and 1 or 2 looking around, looking at the sky, trying to spot friends and family in the stands, that kind of thing. But they're still going here, the Blaze, despite the fact the Stars need just 24 more runs to win. Final ball of Hyam's second over is driven back just to the left of it by Jones for a single. Over comes to an end, 10 off it. Long on and long off back for Catherine Bryce. 4 runs conceded from her first over, and that one is lifted down the ground towards Kelly. Just the 1 run there. Jones moves on to 12, 63, 4-3.
Jones hasn't read the script.
I'd be happy with 3 runs, 3 wickets off of 1 run over, though.
Yeah.
Almost as much as a triple wicket, maybe.
Yeah.
2 brighter colours amongst the crowd than there were on Friday night, and we've seen this season. You can always tell when it's a cold day, all the dark coats come out. Redmayne pushes that one into the leg side for a single. Glenn off the boundary.
The swaying spot of orange in the stand opposite, that's Josie Groves' mum.
Ah. Lots of parents who've done an awful lot for young sports people of all sports. That one's pulled into the leg side. That might go between the 2 fielders. It has, despite the best efforts of Heather Graham out there. It's gone to the boundary for 4. Boundaries, well, they're exactly the kind of thing that the Blaze can't afford to concede. 68 for 3 now, 17 runs to win, with still 39 balls remaining. That one is guided backward of square on the offside, and Sarah Glenn is giving chase, but she might as well give up because the ball is racing away to the boundary. When it reaches the rope now, back-to-back boundaries for the Stars. Jones moves to 20, 72 for 3, 20 off just 12 deliveries. It's a 3rd boundary. 13 to win. The end, you feel, is nigh. Catherine Bryce in again, bowls a full delivery that's dug out well by Jones. No chance I've got of persuading Marie Kelly to come and summarise the T20 Blast game later on, since she was out early for 2. She's taking a couple of catches. I'll concentrate on the catches.
Yes.
This next one is lifted down the ground. She might have a third catch here. Kelly, she puts one hand out. It was a good effort, but she couldn't get there, and it's gone for 4. She had an awful lot of ground to make up, but 3 boundaries off 1 over there. In fact, 3 in 4 balls for Jones means that at 76 for 3, that's a 14 run over, the most expensive over that we've seen today. Got a couple of 10s, and that's it as far as double figure overs are concerned. They now just need the 9, the South East Stars, from 36 deliveries, and Sarah Glenn has been called up to produce a sporting miracle.
So I think if they get the runs in the next couple of overs, that's the bonus point as well. But don't ask me how it works.
No, I won't. I promise, Jamie. I knew there were bonus points, but I didn't know how they worked myself, so I sort of tried to avoid thinking about them, let alone talking about them. So it's Georgia Redmayne on strike. It's just a slight change in the field. Grace Ballinger moving across to short, fine leg on the edge of the circle. For Redmayne, she's got 23 off 25, and Glenn bowls to her, and she's driven it straight back to her, and it's a good catch, diving to her right by Sarah Glenn. So perhaps there is some hope, because Redmayne goes for 23. That was a good catch as well, because she had to move smartly to her right, got both hands to it. Sarah Glenn takes the catch. Caught and bowled, the second caught and bowled we've seen this afternoon as well on the Stars. A 76 for 4, still needing 9.
Incoming batter for the South East Stars, 24, Alice Davidson-Richards.
The big problem is that they've replaced somebody that nudges and needles it about to somebody that can hit boundaries.
I don't want problems. I just want solutions.
Yeah.
We want solutions, not problems at this stage, as well as miracles.
Yeah.
But I said she's been brought back to pull off a sporting miracle. We've just seen a replay on the big screen of that catch. We'll get it in its full glory from behind there. That's a good catch away to her right. It was hit pretty hard by Georgia Redmayne. But the fact that they only need 9 more to win pretty much means that we know what's going to happen. We're just waiting for it to happen. 6 bowlers used. Gordon's bowled 3 overs for 15. Ballinger 1 for 7 from her, 2. Graham 1 for 8 from 2. Hyam 2 overs for 16, and Catherine Bryce 2 overs for 18. Sarah Glenn, the other bowler used, is in her final over now. She's got 2 for 10 from 3.1 overs, and she will be bowling to Alice Davidson-Richards, who goes back and just pushes it out to the offside, and then with a lift of the bat and a shout of no, make sure that Emma Jones knows exactly that she's not on for a quick single there. As the ball is fielded by Ella Claridge. I hope she waves her bat every time she says no. That'd be very exciting. She's lifted that straight to the mid-off fielder, and it's another wicket. Well, what's happening here? Kirsty Gordon with the catch this time at mid-off. Sarah Glenn gets 2 in 3, and all of a sudden the South East Stars are 76 for 5. They still need 9. They're still massive favourites, but they're just having a little wobble. Three wickets for Sarah Glenn as well, incidentally, today. 2 ball dog for Emma Jones. And that's sort of what you were saying, Jamie. She wanted to get on with it, didn't she? Yeah. She wanted to finish it as quickly as possible, and has just taken on, possibly taken on the wrong bowler. Good catch. Good catch by Kirsty Gordon. So another 3 wickets in this. All of a sudden, they need to get Jones out, really. Emma Jones is now the key.
She is.
Because the new batter is Kalia Moore. She's got to get going, you get used to the pitch. Samit's had his net, I can report. He's walking back now. But again, stopping just to try and get a few clues as to what this pitch might be like. He'll be hoping to have a decision to make at around about 3:30. Here's Sarah Glenn then, bowling to the new batter, Moore. And the first ball is played straight back to 9 to win. required rate 1.7 and over. If they win from here, the Blaze, they are genuinely invincible. 8 out of 8 in the qualifying competition so far. Top of the table. Finals day next Saturday, don't forget that. If you want your tickets, get in touch with Derbyshire, and I'm sure they'll be able to find you a couple. Oh, now then, there's 4 runs. That was a nice shot from Moore to get off the mark. She just turned it around down to fine leg, and Sarah Glenn covers her face. She can't quite believe that that's happened to her. But what it means is that they only need 5 to win now. The Stars, 80 for 5 at the end of the over. That was the only... You know what we nearly saw there? We nearly saw our second double wicket maiden in one game, but for that boundary. And no wonder she had her hands over her face. 80 for 5, 5 to win. Who's going to bowl? We're going to see. Kirsty Gordon. To bowl over number 16. And who knows the final over. They'll not want to come back to Derby if they lose here. When they become Nottinghamshire, I don't think they'll be welcome. Here is Gordon in bowls. That one is down the leg side. That'll be signalled wide. They're going to get 1. They'll come back for a second as well, I fancy. Grace Ballinger reaches the ball now, and they need 2 to win after getting 3 wides. 83 for 5. Scoreboard yet to catch up. And there are the winning runs. It's a drive straight back down the ground for 6, and they finished in the grand manner with a 6. That was a really nice shot, possibly the best shot of the day from Emma Jones. It was a free hit apparently, but I'm not sure it was. It was wides. 3 anyway, it doesn't matter. They've won by 5 wickets of the South East Stars. A 5-wicket win in 15 overs and 2 balls, so a fairly comprehensive victory as well for the visitors. These two may well meet again though, this time, in 6 days' time, when the finals day takes place here at the county ground of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Just a quick run through those bowling figures. I've given you most of them actually. Gordon finishes with 0 for 24 from 3.1. Sarah Glenn 4 overs, 3 for 14, and wickets for Graham and Ballinger as well. A really good knock though there from Emma Jones. 32 off 16 with 4 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of exactly 200 has steered the South East Stars to victory. My thanks to you, Jamie. Just a final thought. Better, as you said earlier, to lose this one and win next week than to win this one and lose next week.
Exactly. I've heard this being described as a dress rehearsal for the final, so that's when you make your mistakes. So I'm sure there'll be a lot to think about. They've got another game on Wednesday, so they've got opportunities to put it right before finals day.
Thank you very much for joining me. It's been much appreciated. I'd have been talking nonsense by myself instead of talking nonsense sitting next to you. 15.1 overs then was all it took for the South East Stars to reach their target. They finished on 89 for 5. They've won this one by 5 wickets. Commentary will return on the Derbyshire stream in around about, I'm trying to work it out now, in about an hour and 15 minutes time, perhaps a little bit less as we build up to the men's game. But we had a really good contest here between the Stars and the Blaze. Won by the Stars by 5 wickets.
The 20, so we won't have to go to.
Got no chance.
No idea.
It's full of eurythmic strings and stuff. Right up your street, this.
Oh my word! I do recognise.
Yeah, I
it.
recognise it, but yeah, Shazam it, Mitch. That's a good idea.
Birmingham Bears.
Yes.
Okay, so he's
The point goes.
very nice.
It's come down over the tail.
Here we go.
And what are we doing, guys? Okay, Samit Patel calls it, and we are going to bat first. Falcons taking first knock. Samit, great night here Friday. Despite all the rain, how do you fireworks going off?
Yeah, we played some decent cricket. Obviously, there's areas to improve on. Yeah, we're looking to back it up. We've not had a back-to-back win so far, so yeah, plenty of work to do.
And Friday night, as good as the knock we've seen for a long time, explosive knock from Nye, just as important the knock that Lloydie put together for us alongside it.
Yeah, and Nye played outstanding well. He's in good form. But yeah, don't underestimate Nye.
Derbyshire are back in T20 Blast action on a glorious Sunday afternoon and looking to another, hopefully, excellent performance. After victory over Northant Steelbacks on Friday, Birmingham Bears arrive, one of the big teams in the North Group in the T20 Blast, also with a pretty decent record. But another win for the Falcons, and it would be another big step forward to qualify for finals day at Edgbaston in September. We have ball-by-ball coverage right here on BBC Radio Derby.
Yeah, it's a used pitch. Talking changed much, but yeah, we'll just think fourth game on it. Try and get on.
And a very good afternoon to you from Chris Coles and the team. Thank you very much for your company on DAB Digital Radio and online. If you'd like to continue listening to Dean Jackson and his mix of 80s and 90s, then you need to find an FM radio. But if it's sport you're after and a bit of Derbyshire, then you've come very much to the right place. We have full coverage of Derbyshire against Birmingham in the T20 Blast. The weather, mercifully, is set fair after Friday and the shortened game. We did well to get a game in, and actually the weather came at a brilliant time for Derbyshire, who were well ahead of the DLS score and therefore beat Northants by 24 runs in the end. That excellent innings from an Irene Donald, and Derbyshire looking good in the North Group with an equal record, 3 wins, 3 defeats from their 6 matches, and now play Birmingham, who have won 3 of their 5 and are one of the sides, no question, that are expected to make finals day on their own ground come September. But Derbyshire in decent nick, especially here at the county ground, where they backed up that brilliant win over Notts with the win over Northants on Friday, and we'll see what today brings. Alongside me, our commentator Dave Fletcher. Fletcher, good to see you again. Hello.
Hello, Chris.
And delighted to welcome Marie Kelly back to the BBC Radio Derby commentary box, who's just stepped off the pitch. The Blaze losing to South East Stars.
Yeah,
but
we won't talk about
that. What we will talk about briefly, though, is the fact that it doesn't matter at all, because you are already at finals day, which is here next week.
Exactly, and to be fair, we have said that often you don't win a competition having won every single game, so we don't mind necessarily losing. You've got to lose at some point, and we'd rather put in a bad performance like this today than in a few weeks' time here.
It's getting that
again.
it's getting that defeat out of the system, isn't it?
Yeah,
Before
exactly.
you very rarely get, and it probably has never happened in any 2020 competition, where the team that wins it is the team that just wins every single match.
Exactly. And last year we won every single game, got to the final, and then put in a pretty horrendous performance. So hopefully we've got that horrendous performance out of the way today, and we can kind of pick up where we left off next week.
It wasn't that horrendous, Marie. There were a couple of good catches in there.
Yeah,
for the Blaze, a couple
I think with our
of
bowling line,
really good catches for the Blaze. A couple of excellent catches, I
I think you're pointing at me there. Some nice easy catches at mid-on. Thank you for making them seem harder than they were. But Sarah Glenn's catch was excellent.
Yes, it was an
Gordon.
exceptional catch.
I do think with our bowling lineup and fielding lineup, we are confident that we can defend anything, but it was a bit of a stretch trying to defend 86, was it? We just, I reckon 110, 120, and we might have been in the picture a bit more.
Oh, I don't think any question. We were talking during the commentary when we were commentating it on the game. Get to 3 figures.
Yeah, massively.
Just get to 3 figures, because this pitch, and it's relevant to the men as well as the Blaze. This is the 4th match that's taken place on this pitch. It was played on a week last Friday against Notts. It was played on Friday against Northamptonshire. It's been played on at midday today, the Blaze and the South East Stars, and now they're going to play on it again. I mean, this is about as far away from a fresh pitch as you could possibly get.
Yeah, don't forget about all the rain we've had as well. Like the outfield, they've done an amazing job to even get the game on today, considering all the rain that we had yesterday. But the outfield, you can really feel it, that the ball held up, it kind of plugged in the air. So whenever you see that as a batter as well, you know you're going to have to run your runs, and it's not going to be a kind of 160, 170 kind of pitch.
Which is why it's slightly surprising that Samit's won the toss.
Well, yes.
And decided to have a bat first.
Yeah.
I mean, he did spend, I don't know if you spotted him, because you were feeling at some of the time right below me here at long on and long off. But he did go for a net quite early and was lingering and looking at the pitch and trying to pick up some hints and tips. So
well, sometimes you think it's only going to get worse again now, so you may as well bat on it earlier, as soon as you can, rather than rather than wait again. Again, I think my preference still would have been to bowl first and see what it's doing, get a bit of feel for it, and then you can pace your innings a little bit better like South East Stars did. So yeah.
And as I know the weather played a huge part on Friday, but as the Falcons did on Friday, clearly when there's rain in the air, you'll find that pretty much everyone will bowl first because you'd want that target to look at when DLS comes into play. But clearly that the weather is different. I don't know whether the time of day that matters a great deal. It's quite late on rather than, I know it'll still be light come 5, 6 o'clock, but the floodlights might be on. Would that change the dynamic?
And that's probably what my argument would have been for bowling first earlier for us, is that there was still quite a lot of clouds overhead. It was still a little bit dark. It was a bit muggy, kind of ideal conditions to bowl. And then like now it's a bit brighter, grass dries up a bit, the ball becomes a bit easier. So maybe that's what Samit's thinking as well, is that these are pretty decent conditions to bat in, and maybe later a bit more cloud cover potentially, gets a bit darker like you're saying. Floodlights might help bowling conditions a bit more.
We should never try to get inside Samit's
No,
head.
let's not.
I don't think anybody's managed that in 22 years when he was at Notts. I'm not going to start trying now.
What it does mean, Fletch, is that right from the off we get to see David Lloyd and an Aaron Donald, which at the moment is excellent viewing.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, Aaron Donald is in potentially the T20 form of his life at the moment, with 2 successive 19-ball half-centuries. And last week's came off 19 balls after he'd scored none on the first 3 that he faced. So it's essentially a 16-ball half-century. I mean, look, speaking to David Griffin, the man who knows about these things, he says he will, at some point, break Derbyshire's quickest ever century. There's no doubt in his mind. And he thinks it might even be before the end of the season. And there's no reason why he can't break Derbyshire's 50-run record either if he goes about his business like he did on Friday night and like he did against Yorkshire, wasn't it, the week before. The one thing I would say is that David Lloyd almost takes a back seat, and nobody should underestimate his innings from last week. David Lloyd is slowly accumulating quite a nice little season. 41 off 22, 41 off 30, 33 not out off 29. And providing that stability at the other end to somebody who can tee off, and that's so important, isn't it?
I think that often goes unnoticed, isn't it? When someone's had a real big innings, you kind of miss out on, like you said, those 40s off 30, 40 off 25. They're so crucial, and that's what helps teams get up to 170, 180, as opposed to 140, 150. If those other players are striking at a run a ball, or 120, if he can come in and, like you say, a nice little 40 off 25. Something like that, and then if anyone else down the order can chip in with a 30 off 18 or something, and that'll help lift that score up.
Absolutely, and that's what the batting lineup has done. The bowlers are taking wickets. The main strike bowlers have all been taking wickets this season. We've seen Pat Brown and Zach Chappell have really good days. Zach Chappell picked up a couple the other night. We've seen twice Pat Brown pick up 3 wickets. Darren Dupavillon has picked up 3 wickets in an innings twice in the last 3 matches since he got into the side. So things, I don't like it.
Never like this, do you?
Things are looking really good, and it troubles me because I'm just not used to it. But we've said all along, we were speaking off air, myself and Chris, Mickey Arthur has put together the Harlem Globetrotters for the T20, and you've only got to look at the signings that he made: Ross Whiteley and Pat Brown and Samit Patel and David Lloyd and Aaron Donald. They're not necessarily T20 specialists, although a couple of them I think probably are, in Pat Brown and Samit now especially, but they're really, really explosive.
you win or lose games. If you couple down early, they kind of control the innings, or you could come in with 4 overs left and you've got to get a real quick 30-40 to get your team over the line, or if you're chasing and it's real tight, then like I say, they've got to kind of guide the lower order. So yeah, not to be overlooked in that position is certainly very important.
Let's briefly touch on the opposition, because we can talk about the batting for Derbyshire, but Birmingham's strength, it's a strong team, but you look at the bowling in particular. Yeah, the Hayne train is steaming. I mean, he's been brilliant for Warwickshire, Birmingham for a long time. But you look at that bowling attack, obviously with Chris Wokes pretty much back in it now.
Yeah.
They've got the leading all-time T20 blast wicket taker in Danny Briggs.
Yeah.
Jacob Lintot's been around for a long time. This is a very assured Bears team, and their bowling is a big strength.
Absolutely, Gleeson in there as well, and new signing of Garton too. They've got pretty well-rounded attack, haven't they? And like Mousey's getting a lot more experience now in T20 and T10 around the world, and he's a very clever, one of the quickest off spinners I think I've ever seen. But yeah, like you say, they've got that very dynamic, aggressive attack, haven't they? Which hopefully Derbyshire can counter.
And Fletch, we briefly mentioned this on Friday. You feel if Derbyshire can beat one of the inverted commas big teams in this group, Birmingham absolutely one of them. They've lost already to Lancashire and Yorkshire. It just feels like the Blast is already well up and running for Derbyshire, but if they can get that win, it's almost a statement. We are here to mix it.
Yeah, we're here and ready.
Yeah.
Well, they've lost 3 matches, and 2 of them are to the only 2 teams who are above them in the table. The other one was to Northamptonshire, which they avenged on Friday night. But you're right, to beat Birmingham, to beat Yorkshire, they play at Chesterfield soon, so fingers crossed that'll all come off. They beat Lancashire a couple of seasons ago here in a terrific game. So they are capable. They seldom, it seems to me, win at Old Trafford. They don't really win that often at Headingley. Last year they had that terrific win against Birmingham at Edgbaston when they chased 200 and plenty. Lewis Deploy went berserk, didn't he? So, but you look at the teams at the bottom, and of the bottom 3, they've only played 1 game against any of those 3 teams. So logic would tell you that their games against Durham and Worcestershire, which are 2 of the final games actually in the group stages, they're winnable matches.
Yeah, they're in a good position.
Knots away next Friday in the last game before the break, and then we come back for 6 more at the end in a good position. So if they can win this, then they really are in a good position.
Yeah.
We're at Derbyshire 3rd at the minute, and Bears are 4th.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, it should be a good game then. A bit of clash of the title at the top. See if who can go into it 3rd.
That's it. The Bears have played a game fewer, but as always, when you look at the in fact, in most T20 competition, I mean, apart from you guys who are just streaming away at the top of your respective league, it's always very tight. And there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 teams on 6 points. A couple of no results mean that Durham on 5, Notts on 3. It never takes much to change the makeup of a table.
Yeah, exactly. Are there bonus points in this? No, not at all. So you can't really. You can't really.
I was struggling earlier on today to try and work out your bonus points.
That's what's helped us as well. To be fair, and it helps lead away. But I don't really like having like one team that just kind of takes away with it. I think it makes it more exciting when, like you say, you've got everyone on sort of 5 to 6 points, and it makes every match so crucial.
And I know you are top of the league and have been excellent as a team this season. But when you are coming up against a team that you think, okay, this is a team that we tend to maybe lose against, or a team that we know should be with us at the top end of the league, does that change a mindset? So Derbyshire coming up today against Birmingham, will that just focus the minds a little bit? Will they be well aware of okay, this is a team we need to beat to make that statement?
Yeah, we actually like it when you're coming up against a really strong opposition. When you're in the fortunate position of being on top anyway, is that it gives us a test. We've had quite a lot of games where we've won pretty convincingly and comprehensively, and sometimes you don't actually want that in a competition. You want to be tested so that when it gets to finals and semi-finals, you've been put under the pump and you know how to deal with that pressure. So we're really looking forward to this game to go against a strong Stars side. They've got a lot of players that are capable of doing so many different things. We didn't quite know what their lineup was going to be, what their bowling order and batting order was going to be. So there was a lot of unknowns, and it was going to be a really good contest. So that's why we were so disappointed that it wasn't the contest that we wanted it to be.
We'll hear from Aaron Donald in a moment, reflecting on Friday's win. Just quickly, Fletch, talking of lineups, the luxury of a team that is performing well is that there's very little need to make any changes.
There are no changes. You might be surprised to know. So you're right. In Aaron Donald and David Lloyd opening up, and then the fluidity of the middle order with Cam Fletcher, Wayne Madsen, Sami Patel, Brooke Guest, and even Ross Whiteley to a degree, and then the 4 bowlers, although that would be to take away from the fact that Zach Chappell is batting really nicely. Mitch Wagstaff in red ball cricket is an opening bat. And then Pat Brown and Darren do Pavilion make up the Derbyshire outfit. Alex Davis will skipper and keep wicket for Birmingham Bears, a man who Lancashire should never have allowed to leave, in my humble opinion. Rob Yates, Dan Knowsley, Sam Hain, Jacob Bethel, Chris Benjamin, Chris Wokes. It's a strong side. George Garton, who Marie mentioned there, who's always been good. Danny Briggs, Jacob Lintott, and Richard Gleeson, who's wanted by franchises and has been over the last number of years all over the world. So they are a very, very strong side, Birmingham. Rob Bailey, the maddest official known to anybody who watches cricket, is one of the umpires. And Sue Redfern gets to umpire on her home ground.
Oh,
former
yes.
Derbyshire player, of course, who is now on the first class list as well, and she will accompany Rob Bailey this afternoon.
Excellent, thank you. And we are underway in just under 15 minutes' time. Derbyshire winning the toss and will be batting first against Birmingham Bears. Let's get some quick reflections on Friday's win against Northamptonshire Steelbacks. He was the star of the show once again, Anirin Donald. Ta. Cheers.
Trust in your players and give them a few opportunities to score.
The other thing that interests me is that Chris is right. They played twice here and won twice. The other home game was at Edgbaston in Blastoff. The Blaze, at the moment, they may do in future, but at the moment are so nomadic that you don't really have. You do have a home venue, but you have 4 or 5 home venues.
Yeah,
That must be tricky.
That is one of the difficult things. Is that although a Grace Road or here might be our home, we might play there twice a year, if that. So you're not really getting that used to the conditions. I'd say Trentbridge, that's probably turned a little bit more, and that we've 3 or 4 games there now, so you're probably getting a little bit more used to the pitch and stuff there.
You've still got games at Loughborough. You're going to Chesterfield soon in the 50 overs competition, aren't you, as well? So you lose that home advantage almost, which is even more remarkable.
Yeah.
The fact that you've came into the game today, played 8-1-8. I mean, it's bizarre. It makes no sense at all.
I know.
It shows you how good a team you are.
It does help them when you train the day before at the ground as well, because then you're just getting used to your environment. You know, little things like where the change room is, where the nets are, working out your timings of where you need to get to and where you can be, and then just if you can get on a grass wicket kind of on the square, that always helps, and you kind of then know what the wicket's going to play like.
And for the first time, and about time, the changing rooms today, you had the Blaze changing room. Normally the women have been shoved away somewhere in the cupboard to get ready and have to perform. Today, away changing room became the Blaze changing room, home changing room was the Falcons changing room, and the away teams have to go and change somewhere else. It's happened to Derbyshire. The men, certainly, at Old Trafford when they were in the indoor school, which was a disgrace, in my humble opinion. And then, even though they were at home, so they were in a changing room at Edgbaston, and the away team has to go to the other side of the ground to get changed, and that's happened to them before in the past as well. And you're just thinking, well, surely the facilities must be there to have a changing room each that are actually decent.
Yeah, I think a lot of grounds they're just
not necessarily with showers, obviously, but decent.
Yeah, something. Yeah, a lot of grounds don't have that capability of having 4 big enough changing rooms. But I think there's definitely going to be the future of cricket, and more teams are getting used to having sort of double headers, and I think they're really effective double headers. I really enjoy playing them. I think you'll see more and more grounds now kind of changing their infrastructure to allow for 4 teams.
There was a decent crowd in at midday when you started, and it grew and it grew and it grew. I thought the crowd was really good today.
Yeah, well, there was quite a lot at the start. Like when we were warming up, we don't normally get that many people coming in that early, but there was people here with Blaze stuff on and Derbyshire, and it was great to see an early crowd and quite a few kids as well. I think playing on a weekend often helps that
question.
too.
A couple of people have said they've walked around the ground and not recognised most of the people who they're bumping into, which is a good thing. They're generally people who come to more red ball cricket than white ball cricket, but they're seeing different people being attracted to watch cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing so many young boys and girls. I really noticed how many young girls I saw today. I think we often do still attract quite a lot of young boys to come and watch who just love the game, but really noticing now the amount of young girls that are coming and not just playing on the side, but taking a genuine interest in the players and knowing like Sarah Glenn by name and wanting her autograph. I think that's so key.
I think she's still signing over there somewhere.
She probably is.
Get around the entire crowd at some point.
Great to see, and the crowd remains healthy, certainly much healthier than it was on Friday. We know the weather didn't help, but the permanent temporary stand looks very well filled, and it is a very pleasant late afternoon at the county ground as the 2 umpires, Rob Bailey and Sue Redfern, make their way out, followed by the Birmingham Bears. It's a clash of the blues today, the light blue of the Bears against the dark blue of the Falcons. We know this Birmingham Bears side are, perennial T20 blast contenders. Always helps having finals day at their home ground, and they have a very, very good team, of which Chris Woakes probably headlines. He missed the start of the season through personal reasons, but he's very much back in the fold now. But Derbyshire, they have shown, especially here, that they have plenty of firepower, and the 2 striding out to the crease are very much key to that. And Irene Donald and David Lloyd share a little fist pump, and we are just about ready to go. So enjoy it with us here on BBC Radio Derby. Hopefully another excellent game, and hopefully another Derbyshire win in the company of Marie Kelly and Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Chris. No surprise to see Chris Woakes removing his cap and his sleeveless sweater. He'll be bowling first from the racecourse end, and David Lloyd, as usual, will be on strike. So this pitch, Marie, 1 or 2 kept low. It's a scruffy old pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit too paced. For the 3 balls that I was in, it felt quite nice. in the power play. But then, yeah, it did look at as the ball kind of got roughed up a little bit, a few keeping low and a few popping up. But to be honest, we've played on a lot worse this season with the awful weather that we've had. So when I turned up and saw this pitch, it was a lot better than what I thought it was going to be, given the conditions that have been presented to the ground staff of late. So it definitely wasn't an 86 all-out pitch, and we can't be blaming that.
No.
So I think it's definitely better than I think we made it look, for sure.
Blimey, the countdown starts at 20 these days. That's asking an awful lot of a crowd, isn't it, to start from 20? They're into the single figures now, so we're not far away from getting underway. Sue Redfern at square leg, so she'll be officiating from the City end with Rob Bailey, standing umpire at the racecourse end, and I think we're about to get underway here with the two men outside the circle at backward square leg and a very wide third man. And in comes Wokes and bowls to Lloyd, who just defends that one into the offside. Always good. These numbers are hopeless, by the way. That was George Garton who fielded that, but they're not great, are they? Yellow.
To actually see the numbers from that shirt is pretty difficult, isn't it?
It's like, you know those magic eye books that you see at
Yeah, you've got to try and spot the
You have to try and spot something in it. Well, they're disastrous.
Quite garish, aren't they, the shirts? But
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan, but I don't have to be. As Wokes is on his way in again, bowls to Lloyd, who drives, doesn't really get hold of that one, but they're going to scamper through for a quick single. The ball actually hits the stumps at the far end of the ground, which might have been slightly awkward. It was Jacob Lintop, wasn't it, who threw the ball. Might have been slightly awkward for Nye Donald had he been on his heels, but he was okay, so Derbyshire up and running. Got to be alert at all times in T20 cricket, I've noticed, even as a commentator.
absolutely. So much can happen.
Oh.
I also think the ball should just stay being live the whole time. It would take out any...
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a slightly differing opinion.
Do you? Do you think the ball should
I
just
think
be dead
once
straight away?
once the ball hits the stumps, it's dead. It's got to be. It's got. We got horribly confused on Friday night. All three of us, I think it's fair to say. I'll tell you what happened in a minute. As Wokes is in bowls to Nye Donald, who gets one just above the pad, and it drops onto the floor. So there was a waist-high full toss that we didn't see the no ball call or the free hit call. The no ball was hit for 6. Next delivery hits the wickets and is collected by the wicket keeper, who pulls a stump out and touches the stump as well, and we can't work out why he's not out. It made no sense at all to us. That's how good we are. Here is there's he's missed his Yorker. It's been low full toss that was just scooped into the leg side by Nye Donald, who is off the mark with a single.
I wasn't sure if that was a bump ball then, or if he just towed it straight up in the air.
Yes. Well, I'll go with you.
That's pretty clever from Wokes to change his pace early on this pitch, showing his experience.
When you get a proper look at them, we won't be able to see them now because David Lloyd's covering. When you have a look at the stumps at the far end, they don't look right to me. Bit of controversy early on. Here is Wokes in and bowls to Lloyd, who clips this one into the leg side, off his pad though, so it'll be a leg by. The off stump to a right-hander look like the
looks
gap
very
is
straight, doesn't it?
It looks bigger. The middle stump looks like
It's just not been put in. Yeah, I think after that run-out opportunity, they've probably just not been looking straight. The ball could go through those, couldn't it? Yeah.
Yes, now that would be exciting. No, I've not seen that. There's many things that I haven't seen in cricket, but I'd really like to see that. Watch Chris Wokes bowl one straight through, middle and off, and through to the keeper. Donald, 3 without loss, Derbyshire. Slower ball, completely foxes him as he pulls it into the leg side. And that's a good start by Birmingham Bears. Nearly said it straight up. 3 without loss, Derbyshire. If I say Warwickshire, you just punch me or something back. I can't.
I do think when they're in this blue kit, it does make you want to say Warwickshire as opposed to the traditional yellow of the Birmingham Bears. To me, it is strange seeing them in a light blue. There was an awful clash last week with the Yorkshire Vikings as well.
Yes.
Seeing the blue on yellow was, but yeah, a bit of a confusing.
It's slightly
matchup.
mad that so many teams wear blue, though.
Yeah.
Worcestershire always seem to wear blue, and you think, well, come on, there's only 9 of you in the north. Surely you could
we're
have
the
found a
opposite
different
in
colour.
women's cricket. There's so many teams in orange, and we wanted to be almost like a tealy kind of Brisbane Heat kind of colour, but we didn't get that choice, and we're stuck with orange, I think.
It's George Garton from the City end, left armour, of course, bowls to Lloyd, who tries to pull it into the leg side, short of a length, but mistimes it horribly. Garton actually does the fielding himself at square leg. It came off either bat or glove, so Lloyd moves on to 2-4 without loss.
Just look like they're struggling to time it at the minute, isn't it?
I thought there was a bit of that in the first game as well. The ball isn't quite coming on.
Yeah. Then it just makes you less sure of your aggressive shots. You're not sure if you can follow through with it, whether you need to knock it into the leg side. Just adds a few more questions to a batter, which you don't really need.
No.
Because it can be complicated enough as it is.
The whole idea is to try to make it as easy, as simple as possible. Not easy, that's the wrong word. That struck the pad of an Aaron Donald. Height almost certainly would have precluded anything from untoward happening to an Aaron Donald there, but there was a stifled appeal, mainly from George Garton, it has to be said.
More of a hopeful
Yeah.
question than realised. Just a little bit too high to be given.
Well, he's the taller of the... certainly David Lloyd is well, he's a lot shorter. This one is a Yorker length ball that's dug out by Donald and pushed into the onside for a single. No signs of fireworks yet. 2 off 5 for Donald. 2 off 4 for Lloyd, and 1 leg by means it's 5 without loss. But you only need 1 of your big hitters to come off in a T20, and you can get yourself a decent score.
Yeah, I also think it's the kind of pitch to get yourself in on before you try and attack too much.
Garton's next to them, he's driven out towards the cover boundary. There is a man out there, and as a result they're only going to get 1 run. Jacob Bethel patrolling the cover boundary in front of the old scoreboard.
Tell you what, it was difficult fielding on the ground in this outfield. It was a lot more bobbly and bumpy than we thought.
It is quite a bobbly outfield.
Yeah.
A couple of games ago, Pat Brown was fielding away to our left-hand side, and twice the ball hit a lump or something and almost knocked his teeth out. That one's down the leg side. I'm not sure if it's touched anything. If it has, well, it's byes, so it's got to be a wide, hasn't it?
How could that be byes?
It's been given as byes by umpire Sue Redfern, but not wide, which is interesting. Perhaps he stepped too far into the offside. There is a bit of leeway now, isn't there, for bowlers, which is about time.
Yeah, I do think that's fair. It does make the umpire's decision a lot harder, but I do think it's right. You do often get batters that step inside it and almost make it into a wide.
On that occasion, it was just 4 byes, so 10 without loss, Derbyshire now.
That seemed to go quite far away from Alex Davies.
Yes, it did, didn't it? Garton bowls, and this one has been hit straight to mid-off by an Aaron Donald, and the man who's in red-hot form in the last 2 matches has gone. Donald hits one straight to mid-on. He goes for 2, and Derbyshire are 10 for 1. Oh dear.
Oh dear. You could feel the pressure starting to build there a little bit. You could tell he wanted to kind of get on with it a little bit. Probably worried about his strike rate a little bit. Starting quite slow there compared to what he's used to of his last couple of innings. We saw that in our game earlier as well. A few dots, and it brought in a few aerial shots. That was well bowled by Garton, just to hold his length, kind of force that shot from Donald.
Chris Wokes with the catch at mid-on, and it brings out to bat Cam Fletcher at number 3.
I haven't seen much of Cam Fletcher bat. Have you seen
Neither have we.
what his style is?
He hit a 6 on Friday night, the last time we were here. He only made 8 not out off 6 deliveries, but he hit a 6. In fact, 19 not out and 8 not out is 3 scores
Right, okay.
so far. So we
See what we get.
are told he's a hard-hitting middle-order batter as normally, but he's in at 3 after 2 overs. So
Just change of bowler,
there's
Gleeson.
Gleeson. Dear, it's relentless. I'm back to being my miserable self now. Gleeson on his way in, bowls to David Lloyd, who lifts this into the leg side. It's in front of square. It's a long way in front of square. There's quite a chase around there on the mid-wicket boundary, and they're going to go back for 2. It was Jacob Bethel again out there. 2 more to the total.
So I think that's a perfect example of what I was saying earlier with all the rain that we've had. Normally, you hit that shot and it's straight away 4 runs. So you've got to factor that in, that if most of your 4s are going to be 1s or 2s, that will drastically reduce the team total.
I'm told 65 metres for the boundaries. It just seems a little bit longer square to me. As Gleeson is in and bowls to Lloyd, who gets one down the leg side, which didn't seem much further down the leg side than the one in the previous over, but it's been signalled wide by Rob Bailey. So another one to the total. As long as they're consistent, we don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Quite like to watch that one back and see how far down, or whether it went in between stumps and batter, but it didn't look like it from up here, did it?
No. We haven't been behind the bowler's arm at any stage this season so far, really. Perhaps once. It's not a bad view, though. As Gleeson sets off, Lloyd waits, and Lloyd lifts it into the leg side for a one bounce four, out towards the mid-wicket boundary, a long way in front of square. The man out there, Bethel, is behind square, so was never going to get there. And Lloyd moves on to 9-17 for one. Durham, who are absolutely hopeless at T20 cricket and have been for years and years and years, have made 218 for 3 at Chester Street against Lancashire, who are already
Who scored most of those then?
Oh, no, dear, hang on. Lancashire.
That screams of somebody scoring and making a big score there.
Gleeson bowls, that one comes off. Something, possibly glove. Backward of square on the leg side, and single is given. I'm going to have to, there we go, get the scorecard up. That would help, wouldn't it? Whoop.
Struggling to find it.
That's desperate. David Bedingham made 78 off 42. Graham Clark 87 off 57.
Excellent striking.
Lancashire currently 9 for 1 in the second over. So they're
I've started a little bit behind.
They're top of the table. Here's Gleeson, 18 for 1 Derbyshire. That one is an attempt to cut that one away by Cam Fletcher. First ball he faced. Tried to lift it up and over the man at short, third man.
I don't think short is the length to bowl on this wicket. I think it definitely is. Well, for us and so far, it seems harder when it's in the fuller half of the wicket, and shorter just seems to kind of come on quite nice. Which I think was part of our mistake in our innings.
Chris Cole's left the room when Nara Donald was batting and has returned now that he isn't.
Your fault.
Here's Gleeson. 5th ball of his over, bowls to Fletcher, who just turns that gently into the leg side. They'll pick up a single as fielding. Oh no, was that 18? Who's fielded that?
I can't tell.
Or was it 16? It's not Sam Hain, is it? It's far too tall.
No, Rob Yates maybe. No.
Anyway, it was fielded by somebody.
Who's that? I can't see it. 17. Yeah, Rob Yates.
I thought it was this tall chap here.
Oh, is that Craig Miles?
Is it?
Yeah. Tell by the glasses.
Well, he's not even on the team sheet.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
No, which is why I couldn't find an 18. Anyway, here is Gleeson to complete his first over. 19 for 1 Derbyshire. Lloyd gets struck on the pad trying to turn the ball into the leg side. It dribbles out into the offside. In fact, he's on as a sub-fielder because whoever he's replacing has just come back on.
Jake Lintott down there.
So there we go, all sorted. 9 off the over, 19 for 1 after 3. I think important, we're talking about keeping wickets intact. Unfortunately, it was after we'd seen you bat. Because once the Blaze were 3 down, it was important that the wickets were kept intact, and it didn't really happen. This sort of fell reasonably regularly, but it is important, isn't it? Because it looks a difficult pitch to start on.
Yeah, and then I think we just kind of pulled the plug a little bit early towards the end as well. We could have probably just kept getting 5 or 6 and over, and that would have taken us up to 100 rather than, I think, panicking potentially a little bit again. We need 120, 130 and really trying to attack it on a pitch that it's pretty hard to do that when they were then just changing the pace and bringing in slow balls and things. So
I wanted to see more of Grace batting, which we didn't see.
Yeah, I know. It's always a treat, isn't it?
Absolutely. Here's George Garton, second over from the City end. First ball to Cam Fletcher. Oh, now he's called David Lloyd through for a single. I think Lloyd had already settled on his bat there. That was good running in the end by the Derbyshire pair. And I think Lloyd was slightly startled when he saw Fletcher hurtling towards him.
I thought he'd just dropped that by himself, but he kept on going. Found a little gap just past the bowler. It's quite a long follow through from Garton down the leg side, so was never going to get back to cover that.
Here comes Garton again. 1 for 4 his figures, and that one has been heaved into the leg side. I'm not sure it's going to get all the way to the boundary. It isn't. He's going to come back for 2 though. Once again, it's Wokes who does the fielding down there in the distance, having run from the edge of the circle. 22 for 1. Northamptonshire made 143 for 6 in their 20 overs at Worcester. Worcestershire at 12 without loss in the 4th over.
Oh, wow.
Of their reply. So a steady, if unspectacular, innings so far from Worcestershire. As Garton is in, and that one is cut away by David Lloyd, but again straight out to Jacob Bethel on the cover boundary. So again just a single. Lloyd moves to 13, 23 for 1, and Leicestershire, who approaching the end of their innings, they're in the 19th over. They've got in fact 8 balls to go. They're 161 for 7 against Yorkshire up at Headingley. They'll have started at 3, I imagine, as we did last week. As this next delivery from Garton is short and is pulled. That's going to be 6. That's the first 6 of the day.
That's right into a load of kids sat there.
Second 6 of the day, first 6 of the match. That was a glorious shot.
That went like a bullet, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was quick. Very flat 6 over backward square leg.
So that's, he hasn't scored many runs, as I alluded to when read out the scores that he's got, but that's 6s in each of his last 2 innings here, because he hit a very straight 6 on Friday night. I've seen plenty of footage of him scoring a lot of runs, but that's the kind of footage you don't see a lot of footage of batters getting out, do you? As this one is a full delivery and driven for 4 more this time out towards the East Midlands demolition stand. So 10 off 2 balls from George Garton. And here's a question for you. The same bowler bowling successive overs.
Yeah, I don't particularly like it, but you can see why they've done it, because there's been a wicket. So when I was captain of Warwickshire and Birmingham Bears, I would only really put a bowler back on if they'd taken a wicket in the previous over. I don't particularly like it. I think it allows batters just to kind of get an idea, get a game plan together and work out what a bowler's going to do.
Here's Garton once more. Final ball of his second over was a play and a miss. He's tried to pull it into the leg side there, Cam Fletcher. It's gone underneath his bat and through to the wicketkeeper Alex Davis. But a good over for Derbyshire with 14 runs coming from it. 33 for 1 after 4. Here's a song that I recognise.
I haven't heard this in about 10 years' time.
That's great. Which means I haven't heard it since I was 50.
Amarillo. Why? This always just reminds me of Peter Kay for some reason.
Yes,
Amarillo.
well, it was the comic relief song, wasn't it?
Oh yes, it was. That was it.
Did the song Walking with the screen changed at the back.
Gosh, I literally haven't heard this since like a year 6 disco or something.
Oh dear. Anyway, that's it from me today. I think the first time it was a hit I was older than 6, so that would have been in the 60s. Here's Chris Wokes, 33 for 1, Derbyshire, bowling to David Lloyd, who lifts it into the leg side. He could be in trouble here. Oh, that's a terrific effort by Jacob Bethel, but unfortunately for him, in going for the catch, the ball has gone behind him and they're going to come back for a 3rd run. That's the sort of risk-reward that you see from fielders out in the deep. They have come through for 3. Lloyd's moved on to 16. Was it? No, yes, it was Lloyd. 36 for 1. If you go for those catches, apart from risking breaking every finger on on both hands, you've got to make sure you stop it as well, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think at this stage, wickets are so key that it was worth the risk of diving forwards and trying to take the catch.
Wokes to Cam Fletcher now, just pushes it into the leg side. They've seen that is a shot that he likes to use to get off strike, clearly, because they put a man quite close in at mid-wicket now. That is Rob Yates, who's in there. It looks quite windy out there now. Was it? Was it as windy before?
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
I think the start of the day it was more kind of humid and muggy, and then definitely second innings when we went out to field, thought, oh gosh, it's got a bit cold now. The wind started to pick up.
There's Wokes once more, bowls, and that's down the leg side, will be signalled wide. So no leeway from Rob Bailey at all.
Keeps kicking up his right foot, Chris Wokes, after he's bowled a ball he's not happy with, whether he's looking at his spikes, slipping a little bit potentially, giving some sort of reason or excuse potentially.
Bowlers do like a reason, though. They'll be scratching at the front crease next.
I love the kind of the look back at the front foot mark as if that's the issue.
Nothing to do with me. Wokes is in, and that
that's
one is
well bowled.
pushed out into the offside. A slower delivery that Fletcher.
I think that's the length to bowl on this wicket. Just full of a good length. See if the batters can be aggressive and trying to force them to play over the top on a wicket that I think in both games has proved difficult to hit over the top straight against seam in particular.
Yes, we've seen 2 sixes today. That square one from Cam Fletcher and the straight one that finished off the game earlier.
Yeah, that's a big shot, wasn't it, from
Wasn't it
Emma
just?
Jones?
I'll say. This one is sort of pulled, but pulled very straight by Cam Fletcher, straight to Jacob Lintop. I always thought he was Jake as well. Now he's Jacob again.
Is it Jacob?
Yeah. I'm sure when he burst...
It was definitely Jake to start with, wasn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. When he burst onto the scene, as sports people tend to do, he was definitely Jake Lintop. Perhaps he's had a rebrand. He's probably got his own line of clothing now, hasn't he? 37 for 1, Derbyshire. Wokes in and bowls to Fletcher. Oh, lifted into the leg side, and Lintop fields. Fletcher rather gets away with one there as he moves on to 13 off 10. 38 for 1 with 1 ball of the 5th over to go.
Quite like this style that Derbyshire are showing at the minute, though, kind of caution on the better balls and then just putting the bad ball away for 4. I think that's the right method and process to go about it in this innings.
Wait till Samet comes in. Yeah. Here's Wokes bowling to Lloyd, who pushes it straight up to mid-off. Yeah, he nearly lost his balance. He's dropped his bat now. He's looking to the sky. He's got a big smile on his face as Lloydie. But that almost ended in disaster. As
I thought he was going to face back the
floor. Running down the pitch like a cartoon character. Fortunately for David Lloyd, he managed to
just tripping over nothing there,
his feet. Yeah, he was.
Well, it shows his intensity and his intent to run that hard, but he ran so hard he nearly ran himself face first into the ground. But he survives, he made it, dropped it. I think his bat got stuck on the floor as well and dropped that, but he got in and lives to tell the tale.
Richard Gleeson, who went for 9 in his previous over, he's going to bowl the final over of the power play. This time he's going to be bowling from the city end here.
Interesting, no spin from Bears at the power play.
Yeah, they'll be on soon, won't it? Here comes Gleeson, bowls, and that one is crashed away in front of square on the offside for just a single by David Lloyd. Again, Bethel does the fielding out there.
Bethel's in quite close there at the boundary, and I think I made that mistake in the field as well. I think you can actually sit deeper on this field, and you've got, because it's so slow in the outfield, you've got the time to cut off and get round. But I actually came in a little bit too close, I think, and
didn't stop you by taking 2 magnificent catches.
2 very easy catches.
Very good catch to hold your concentration and everything.
I nearly fell down that hill here at mid-on on one of them.
It's Gleeson bowling. Oh, this has been lifted into the leg side. Now he's in trouble. The fielder is out there. The fielder takes the catch very comfortably indeed, and Fletcher goes for 13. He didn't get hold of that, didn't commit to the shot really, more lifted it into the leg side. Yeah,
just like it hit the splice of the bat and went very high. Maybe if he'd just kind of carried on with it and finished it off, it might have got there, but can't quite see which way the wind's going as well now. I think that might be into the wind, which probably didn't help.
I think that's with it. There's a flag on the left-hand end of the pavilion on the far side.
Oh yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, but
maybe that didn't help.
But he's not got hold of it at all, has he? Dan Mousley taking the catch out in the deep when Madsen comes out in the power play, which is relatively unusual. They like to keep him back to about outside the power play. But I suppose there are only 4 balls of power play still to be bowled.
And then I imagine we'll see some spin for the 7th over out of the power play.
Yes, and that's... It almost becomes formulaic, doesn't it, T20 of a fashion, because that's how Derbyshire have been playing. Their 3 quicks rotating in the power play, and then Samet comes on as soon as the 7th over arrives. Here's Gleeson bowling to Madsen, who gets his bat on a full-length delivery and pushes it up to Wokes at mid-on. He'll be pleased to have got as much bat on ball as he did there, because he just got a little tickle down the leg side and was out first ball on Friday night.
What would have been a wide kind of little tickle? It's frustrating.
Did well to touch it. One of those.
That's probably got to be one of the worst ways to go.
Tucked his bat under his arm and off he went. That was the end of him. But he has had a couple of decent scores in the blast so far this season. 40 for 2 Derbyshire. Gleeson in and bowls to Madsen. He gets one down the leg side. No, he's been caught down the leg side. 2 successive matches, and in total has faced 3 balls. He shakes his head as he walks off. And Madsen goes, and they have the 3 wickets inside the power play that most teams crave. Derbyshire 40 for 3. Madsen goes for a duck.
It did look like he stepped inside that quite a bit, that one. I'm not sure that would have gone down the leg side had he not moved. But anything wider there, and that would have gone for 4. It's a game of such fine margins.
It is
particular T20 cricket.
It's unfortunate that he's been caught twice down the leg side in successive matches, though. I mean, that is bordering on unforgivable. As Brooke Guest comes out to bat, Madsen walks back to the bench rather than going into the players' changing facilities, just to pop his bat and his helmet down and explain exactly how he's managed to hit 2 down the leg side in successive matches to anybody who'll listen.
Gosh, I feel for him.
It doesn't look like anybody's listening. Here comes, as I say, Brooke Guest, who so far...
It was. It just watched it back and it was going down the leg side. Probably right to play that shot, just hit it too fine. Good take as well from Alex Davies. He's actually had to move quite a fair bit to take that.
Well, like I should never let him go.
No, it's been a good career move for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No question about it. He's ready now. Gleeson's on his way. In 5th ball of his over, bowling to Brooke Guest, who's off the mark straight away with a ball that was short of a length, and he just guided it down a backward point for a single. 41 for 3. It's certainly taken a turn, this game, from 40 for 1 to 41 for 3. Not what Derbyshire were looking for.
No, but like you said, they still do have that firepower. They've got Samet as well, remember? Come in and save the day.
Yeah, Ross Whiteley could come in and blast a few. He's had 1 good innings so far. Here comes Gleeson again, bowling to Lloyd, who off the back foot forces the ball out towards the point boundary. And there's a slight misfield there by Bethel, and they come back for a second, and that was a little bit untidy, although, as Marie Kelly did say, the outfield isn't the flattest here at the county ground. End of the over then, 43 for 3, so just 4 runs off the over and 2 wickets. That is almost a perfect over in a power play.
Yeah, you can't get much better than that. I think with the fielding, I think from travelling around so much and when you're playing one game at Headingley, 1 game at Trent Bridge, and then coming to a ground like this where it's a little bit more bumpy. Headingley was like just concrete effectively. You had to get so low and the ball was so skiddy. This is kind of the opposite. It's got that nice bounce actually, and it's slower. It's a bit easy if you hold off a little bit. Whereas Headingley, you have to pretty much dive straight away on anything, otherwise you're not catching it up. So there's a lot of different nuances to different grounds.
You don't have to worry about your teeth quite as much at Headingley.
Not as much, no, that's for sure. We did have a few pop up in the warm up at the shoulders and into the chest, but at least it's a bit slower coming onto you.
Well, there is that. No, it looks great from here, but when you get down on it, it is a little bit scarred.
Spicy.
Jake Lintot's into the attack, and straight away Brooke Guest gets 4 runs, a little bit edgily down towards third man.
Yeah, a little bit of width on offer there from Lintott, and almost it looked like he went to hit it a bit backwards of square, but maybe not as edgily as he thought, like you said, but capitalising on any width from Lintott there, who rarely actually gives that. He's very, very economical and bowls very straight with his googlies on offer as well.
Alex Davis looks like Bob the Builder behind the stumps as Lintott bowls to Guest, and that one is turned into the leg side.
I was actually going to say, I wonder what the helmet's colour's going to be, whether it's going to be that light blue or they're going to stick with the yellow again.
It is very, very yellow.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work with the kit, does it?
I thought he had a builder's hat on to start with. I was convinced he had a builder's hat on, then I remembered that yellow is the Birmingham Bears colour. Lintott in. That one is an attempted sweep. Big appeal for leg before. Wicket not out, says Rob Bailey.
That looked very close. I'd like to see that one back.
But Chris Coles will help you out in that regard, I'm sure.
Yes. There's a bit of bat involved maybe, or...
Somebody who might have been out leg before wicket earlier in the day.
I judged LBW.
Absolutely.
I can't comment too much
No,
more.
no. Don't say
that.
anything.
Yeah.
No, we said it all on commentary for you. You're all right.
Thank you very much.
It's all there. It's all there. Here's Lintott, halfway through his first over, in and bowls to Guest, who goes on the back foot and crashes the ball into the offside. Rob Yates does the fielding. There's no run. 47 for 3. Guest has 5. Lloyd has 20. Already lost Donald, Fletcher and Madsen. Bit of rebuilding to do by these two, but still Samit and Ross Whiteley to come. As this next one is a full toss from Lintott that's bunted into the onside by Brooke Guest. Just a single on offer on this occasion. Guest moves to 6, 48 for 3.
Just watched it back
Yeah.
and kind of wasn't out. Great decision from the umpire. Pitched outside leg. Definitely would have hit the stumps, but with the rules as they are, pitched outside leg, so couldn't have been.
He knows what he's doing, Rob Bailey. Lintott bowls, swept by Lloyd, backward of square. That's going to go for 4. That's a beautiful sweep shot from David Lloyd, who moves to 24 off 16 deliveries and even signals for himself on the big screen as Derbyshire move to 52 for 3 at the end of the over.
I think the 7th over is something that we, as the Blaze, try and focus on. Actually, I think it's such a big over in T20 cricket that often you kind of almost forget about it a little bit, and you see so many times, especially in women's cricket, the 7th over going for sort of 4 or 5 runs. Whereas actually, I think if you can take that over for 8, 9, 10, it just helps just give you that extra push ready to go into the middle overs and get above the rate.
Here's an up-and-coming youngster, Danny Briggs. He must be a bit like Samit. He'll have played in most of the seasons of the Blast, I would have thought. Samit certainly played in all 23 or whatever it is now. Danny Briggs not far behind. Left arm around the wicket, bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips that one into the leg side. They run the first
And they come back
quickly.
for 2.
Lloyd decides against it. Oh, they probably could have done
4.
because the fielder out there, as he went to throw it, actually lost the ball.
Is that Chris
I
Wokes
think
down
it
there?
is, yeah. So yesterday in the England game, when somebody was filming
Yeah,
on
Phil
the boundary,
Salt,
Phil
wasn't it?
Salt, yeah, they
Yeah.
actually threw it behind him.
So they had a lot of rain, didn't they? Is it in Antigua? As you can see, just nearly threw it behind himself for 4, didn't he?
The kind of thing you do with a dog when you want him to chase a ball. There's a sweep shot here from David Lloyd. It's aerial initially. There is a fielder out there. It's Lintott. And they go through for another single. They wanted more from that particular shot. David Lloyd, he moves on to 25, 54 for 3.
Oh no, it's not Chris Wokes down there. Chris Wokes is here at point.
Oh, you're right. This one is pushed. It'd be anybody.
You can't tell in that kick, can you? It's
No,
so hard
not
to
at
tell
all.
who it is.
Not at all. And we don't see Warwickshire apart from in the T20, of course, because they're in a different division. Guest moves on to a run of ball 8 with a shot out into the offside. 55 for 3. And this one is turned into the leg side by Lloyd. They've run the first one quickly. The fielder, who isn't Chris Wokes, does the fielding. And they go through for one more.
Garton or
56.
Gleeson, maybe. Can't quite tell.
I think.
16 is that? If my eyes are. Oh no.
Well, it's not Sam
It's
Hain,
not Sam Hain, is it?
No, I don't think so. Perhaps another substitute. That one is driven down the ground by Brooke Guest up towards long off.
A little long barrier there at long off.
Nice. You don't see that very often.
You don't, but they might be a little bit cautious on this outfield. I was really trying to say to myself, like, don't do a long barrier. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do it.
Briggs bowls. That one is a little bit quicker, and Lloyd hesitates now. Then he might be in trouble here. Now he gets back in time. It was thrown from some distance by Gleeson, and it bounced to the left of the stumps as well. Danny Briggs taking it, but not taking it massively close to those stumps. 58 for 3 at the end of the over. 6 runs from it. Only one double figure over so far. It's Jake on the scatter blast today. One of the students who usually do the cameras, but I think they must have drawn lots to who should be throwing T-shirts into the crowd. Of poor old Jake.
It's awesome to see lots of little kids having to get their T-shirts.
He got a free hat out of it, so he's.
Where's the gun that they used to fire them into the crowd?
Health and safety.
Oh, got rid of it. No, surely not.
Yeah, you can't fire guns at the crowd
No,
anymore.
that was the best bit. Health and safety gone mad, hey?
Well, Dan Mosley, from the racecourse end. Bowls a really quick delivery to David Lloyd, who turns it into the leg side.
It's genuinely rapid, isn't it?
That is far too quick.
I wonder how quick he could bowl pace. If he's bowling his spin that quickly off a few steps.
It's all in the shoulder, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
all in the shoulder.
very last minute, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a gentle run up and then whack.
That's well bowled.
Yeah, Guest pushes it straight back to him. They are managing to play Fort Lauderdale today, which is something, because they haven't managed too many overs of cricket there in the World Cup so far. As Mousley is in again, and that's wide of the off stump and a swing and a miss from Brooke Guest. Ireland and Pakistan are playing each other in a game that has absolutely no meaning whatsoever because they're both out. And Ireland is 75 for 6 after 11 overs. They've been awful in this World Cup. Mosley bowls, and again,
Just beating him for pace there, isn't it? You can see what he's doing. He's trying to give himself room to open up that offside. Anything on that, and that's 4 runs.
Mosley again bowls, and this time he turns it into the leg side for 1. And 1 is all they will get. So he moves into double figures, Brooke Guest.
Oh! He's just been hit on the shoulder from a throw coming in from Garton.
Was it Lloyd who was hit?
Yeah.
He's showing no pain though, look at that. He's from North Wales.
Is he?
Yeah, they're hard as nails in Wrexham. Hard as, well, you have to be.
Wrexham?
Yeah.
I love watching the Wrexham documentary. And so
Season ticket holder at the
Is
football.
he?
Yeah, Lloyd, he loves a bit of Wrexham. He's just trying to play a cut shot there, and he's missed it, and that's a really good over. 2
That was a
runs
very
from
quick
it.
over. I
It
think that's
was.
what Mousley does a lot, isn't it? He turns back, gets to his mark, and immediately goes again and rushes the batters. They haven't got any time to think about what they're doing.
So 60 for 3 with 9 overs gone. They want more than 130, Derbyshire. And it's just, see, now he's showing some pain. He's just flexing that left shoulder. But don't show it at the time.
At the time, yeah. It kicked off as well, and I think it's always worse when you can't see it coming as well. He had his back turned too.
Danny Briggs bowls to Brooke Guest and drives it back towards him. Briggs gets down and fields off his own bowling. Did well there.
That looked like it just held up that end a little bit as well.
Guest on 10. Full toss. Clipped into the leg side. There might be 2 here, possibly.
Should be 2.
Well, they're going to come back for the second as well. Guest might have to hurry now. He's back comfortably in the end. That's good running. He moves on to 12. 62 for 3. Every run could be crucial here on this pitch, which is being used for the 4th successive match over the course of 9 days. That's a slower delivery wide of the off stump, and it's just to the right of the fielder, feeling at extra cover. It was Robbie Yates?
Robbie Yates, I think, yeah.
Went sliding across.
He's taken a few good catches at extra cover mid-wicket this year. Seen on the Instagram.
On his Instagram, presumably.
I think it was the Bears or the Blast one.
Sweep shot attempted there by David Lloyd, goes nowhere. It's picked up by Alex Davis running around from behind the stumps. Lancashire 81 for 3 in pursuit of 219 to beat Durham. They need another 138 off 73. Briggs is in, and back into his crease goes Lloyd, pushes it out into the offside. They'll pick up a single. Derbyshire is 64 for 3 with 1 ball until the halfway stage. Worcestershire 57 for 3. They need 87 off 62 to beat Northamptonshire. This next delivery is driven. I say driven.
Yeah.
Pushed. by,
Got away. It wasn't convincing, but it was effective in the end.
He picks up a single as Brooke Guest. He moves on to 15 and keeps the strike. Or does he move on to 14 and keep the strike? Either way, he's kept the strike. 65 for 3 at the halfway stage. 5 off that over. I think what we're finding out here is that none of the Derbyshire bowlers can afford an expensive over, because there's been 1 over that went for 14, and that was the one where George Garton bowled successive overs. And other than that...
Yeah, I think on a wicket that's like this, you've got to just keep chopping and changing and don't let a batter get used to anyone's pace. And I think the key here will be this partnership, or just having one batter bat through if possible. It looks difficult to come in and score quickly on it. You need someone that's kind of spent a bit of time at the crease and then can later on kind of maybe get a few reverses and ramps out and start changing the field around.
Mousley around the wicket, bowling to Brooke Guest, who turns that one into the leg side. They've run 1 and not going to risk a second as Bethel picks up. He's been a very busy man out there in front of the old scoreboard. Guest moves to 15, 66 for 3 in the 11th over. Yorkshire, incidentally, 19 without loss after 2 overs, chasing 167 to beat Leicestershire at Headingley. Mousley in again, the reverse sweep comes out, big appeal for leg before wicket. Guest halfway down the track is sent back by Lloyd. And that will go down in the book as a dot. Well, slightly more happened than a dot would suggest.
He got halfway and back.
Yeah, he ran one.
Yeah.
This one has been turned around the corner to short, fine leg. That is Chris Wokes.
That was not the cleanest bit of fielding there.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, is it Gleeson,
Yeah,
maybe?
I think it might be.
He looked like he struggled,
Everybody looks like
struggled
Chris.
to get round.
Everybody looks like
They
Chris
do
Wokes.
look similar to
They all look like Chris Wokes. Mousley bowls to Guest, who clips that into the leg side. Now, there's 2 here, surely. Yes, they're going to come back. Guest might have to get his move on. In fact, it's Lloyd who has to get a move on, and he just gets back in time as the bail is removed by Dan Mousley.
I think that was Chris at 19.
That's Gle-
Yeah, that is him. That is him.
Oh, so I was right then.
Yeah.
Or was
So-
it?
no,
I
so
said
that's- yeah, so
Gleeson.
deep
Well, who's
square
that
leg.
then? He looks like Chris Wokes as well.
Where, mid-off or?
Down there.
It is Sam Hain down here.
Oh, dear.
We've got Lintott at deep cover.
I'm giving up.
Chris Wokes out at deep square leg. Bethel at deep mid-wicket. And Gleeson has got the short 45 job.
Bethel's just fielded that one.
Yeah.
They've gone through for a single.
Well, you can tell that he's got left arm.
Yes, well, there's a few. That one is guy.
Who's at point? Trying to work that out.
no,
Actually,
no.
I think that's Chris Benjamin, actually.
Is it? Yeah.
First time I've seen him actually touch the ball. He's not been that busy.
Just keeping himself nice and quiet, hiding,
Yeah.
grazing in the outfield. End of
Taking
the
it
over.
steady, ready to have a big stint with the bat. Bethel's probably been the busiest, covering a few yards.
He has, hasn't he? He has covered some ground out there. 70 for 3 after 11. Derbyshire. Decent crowd in. Really good crowd in now. Sunday afternoon.
Father's Day as well.
Yeah.
Good day to come out and watch the cricket with your dad, son and daughter.
Tickets were very reasonably priced, actually.
they?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
good. Good to see.
I think so. Certainly in advance. I think you could get the family in for about 23 quid.
Nice.
Is Jacob Lintott bowling from the City, and he's going to kill me, this boy. They're going to come back for a second. Well, actually, Brooke Guest is coming back for the second, but David Lloyd never was.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision in the end.
Yes, I think so.
It's not what you need right now, is a chaotic run out. I think
No.
they're building nicely here, and I think you can tell they're wanting to push the intent a little bit, but you don't need to be silly here.
Guest is doing himself to try, doing his best rather to try and get a silly run out. That's a glorious shot by David Lloyd, straight back over Lintott's head and halfway up the sight screen at the far end of the ground on the permanent temporary stand. That's beautiful. from
Permanent
David Lloyd.
temporary stand.
Well, I'll give the score and then I'll explain. Derbyshire has moved on to 77 for 3, Lloyd up to 36. It's always there,
Yeah.
but it's a temporary stand.
Yeah, that's to be honest, I've never been here and it's not
Yeah.
it's not been up. So
Well, before it was here. When I first
before-
started covering Derbyshire, it was here because this wasn't here, and we used to commentate from mid-wicket,
Oh right.
not far from the scoreboard, just above the gents'
So
toilets.
from the burgers and fries
It was
section.
The burgers and fries would probably smell nicer than the gents. on a warm day, it was quite a test.
I saw that gin bus as well. Is it in use?
I think so.
I
Yeah,
did
we're going to nip
spot
off at
that.
half-time
Yeah, I
there.
might have to.
Yeah, excellent.
Get a light refreshment. Did also see some
Just a
donuts
little,
as well.
just a little
yeah.
livener.
Yeah.
77 for 3. Lintott in, bowls to Lloyd. That's a full delivery. In fact, it was pretty much a full
Well
toss.
collected.
Absolutely brilliantly fielded by Lintott, diving away to his right.
Yeah, so if I come back slow in my words in the second innings, you know where I've been.
Quite frankly, Marie, as long as you come back, I'll be happy.
Right.
Slurring or otherwise. Lintott bowls, and that's lifted into the offside aerially. Look who it is. It's Chris Wokes. He didn't get there, and they come back for 2. It was a sort of backward point, and it was arcing away from him the entire time with the spin. Lloyd moves to 38, 79 for 3.
Wokes just signalling that with his hand as well, demonstrating how the ball kept going away from him.
Couldn't get it, lads. It was always moving away.
He's in quite close there at point, actually. Sort of
is.
5-10 metres off the ring.
Next delivery is driven, sort of slap driven down the ground for 1. Well, it should have been 1, but the fielder down there has managed to parry it rather than take it cleanly, and they have come back for 2, and Lloyd moves to 40, 81 for 3.
Yeah, just kicked that one for 2. didn't quite pick it up cleanly, which is the consequence of a bumpy outfield.
The top bowls, and that's turned into the leg side this time by David Lloyd. They're going to go through for a very comfortable single on this occasion to end Lintott's second over. 2 overs for 21, 12 off that one. Now then, that's a bit more like it. 82 for 3 after 12. The current run rate still hovering just slightly the wrong side of 7.
Just below 7s at the minute.
Needs to get up to in excess of 8s, I fancy,
Yeah.
to give them a proper chance in this game. David Lloyd onto 41. His high score for Derbyshire in T20 cricket is 41. He's done it twice, of 22 deliveries against Northamptonshire and 30 deliveries against Yorkshire. Today he's faced 31 deliveries, which sort of suggests that the pitch isn't playing that easily.
No, what would you reckon par is on this?
Well, Mousley bowls and it's slapped down to
Very wide, long on.
He is wide, isn't he, down there, George Garton. Single taken. I think if they can get to 170, 175, they'd be very happy.
Yeah.
Mousley bowls. It's clipped into the leg side again, this time by Brooke Guest for another single. He moves to 20 from 22 deliveries.
I do think on a normal day, or against a normal opposition, I think 145, 150 would be par, but I think with the attack that Bears have got, like you say, probably need to push up that a little bit more to 170, if possible.
Lloyd pulls that one around the corner, back at a square on the leg side for a single. He moves to 43, 85 for 3, because they made just shy of 200 against Notts, but quite frankly, Notts aren't what they were. This one is punched down the ground by Guest.
Yeah, Notts have been struggling as of late, haven't they?
That's a real shame. 86
The
for
team
3.
that they've got, though, the personnel that they've got, you can't help but think they should be doing better than they are.
I've got a theory, but there's a swing and a miss there from David Lloyd.
That was very close to the off stump.
I don't think anybody who might be listening from Nottinghamshire wants to hear my theory anyway, so
We'll move on then.
I think it's
No comment.
probably safer. Mousley bowls, that one pushed into the leg side once again for a single, and once again it's fielded down below us by George Garton.
Not conceded a boundary, has he, Mousley? So 3 overs for 12. I can't recall
No, I can't.
boundary off from which in T20 cricket these days is a pretty phenomenal effort.
Well, we almost. I mean, I saw a maiden on Friday night and couldn't remember any others. I mean, it turns out there's been plenty, and I've seen a lot of them. We almost saw 2 wicket maidens in the game today, because if Sarah hadn't gone for 4 off the last ball.
Yeah. I was about to suggest as well taking the mid-wicket out and putting it at the short 45, and I didn't.
Danny Briggs begins a new over. He's been slapped straight back over his head for 6 by David Lloyd. That hasn't gone quite as high up the sight screen at the far end, and it's a half century. His first for Derbyshire for David Lloyd. It's first in T20 cricket for Derbyshire. It's come off 36 deliveries. That was his second 6. He's hit a couple of 4s as well.
That was a lovely shot. Straight back over his head. Safest there is.
He waits now as Briggs bowls through and has a swing and a miss outside the off stump. I wonder, he'll have faced, you see, Danny Briggs came from Hampshire, didn't he?
Yeah.
To Warwickshire / Birmingham.
Yes, he's probably faced a fair bit of him.
Lloyd will have faced a lot of him in the South Group with Glamorgan, you would have thought. He bowls a quick one. That's been lifted into the leg side. He's going to be in trouble here, and he is. He's out, caught about 15 yards in from the mid-wicket boundary, and he slaps his pad because he's furious with himself. David Lloyd goes. Derbyshire are 93 for 4 now. Here comes Samit.
I didn't think he'd got hold of it that well, actually, but he's just nailed it straight down mid-wicket's throat. Well, that brings Samit Patel to the crease and see what he can bring.
I think that's that breeze. It just dropped a little bit, that breeze, but hitting with the breeze, even if you don't hit it that well, it just
kept going,
gives it an extra 10 yards, doesn't it? Chris Benjamin out there. I was going to say that earlier, but I decided to wait for official confirmation. Taking the catch. What's he doing out there? Danny Briggs picks up his first wicket. David Lloyd 50 off 37 in the end. Still, he hit 2 4s and 2 6s. So Samit, who hit a 6 on Friday night and then was caught next ball trying to repeat the shot. Really nice catch by Ricardo Vasconcelos. which appeared on Twitter, I noticed, with some beautiful commentary.
I wonder who it
I
was.
have no idea what my commentary
I just
was
think
on.
Benjamin's down here. I think that was Bethel that actually caught that.
Thank you.
I think they've got it wrong on
I
the...
think you might be right. Well, it's
Unless they've just swapped, but...
is Briggs bowling to Samet, who turns that one into the leg side for a single.
Not looking for the two with Summit there.
No, I can't. I'm not sure he's run any twos yet this season, Samet.
I don't mind it, just trying to hit a boundary. That's fine.
Briggs bowls, and that's clipped into the offside by Brooke Guest. Dot ball, 94 for 4. It remains. Lancashire in all sorts now, 99 for 5. They need 120 off 54 balls. In comes this next delivery from Briggs, clipped into the leg side by Brooke Guest for another single. He moves to 22 off 25 deliveries at the end of the over. 14 gone now, and from that one there was a wicket, of course, and 7 runs, 95 for 4. It sort of goes to show what we were talking about earlier, in that everybody can beat everyone, because Durham aren't hopeless. I mean, they've been famously hopeless at T20 cricket for years and years now, and if you talk to Martin Emerson, who works for Radio Newcastle, about their T20 form, he just won't talk to you about it because it's so bad.
Dear.
And then they picked up a win the other night, and they got the washout yesterday. Now they've gone home and look like they're really taking it to Lancashire. Which
Sometimes that's what you need. Just one win, turn it around. 'Cause I think if you get in a habit of losing, you start losing games that you should have won, and it just becomes even harder to get over the line. But winning's a habit, and so is losing, and you've got to try and build that momentum.
Jacob Bethel for the first time.
And Samet will have faced the Bears bowlers quite a bit, wouldn't he? Having been from Notts and been in the North group.
Absolutely. Bethel bowls. It's driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest, but
It's a lovely looking shot, wasn't it, for T20 cricket?
straight to Rob Yates, unfortunately, in extra
Collected
cover.
it very well there at extra cover.
He does play the ball very straight, Brooke Guest. There's not too much funky
Yeah.
batting going on when Brooke Guest's out there. He picks up a single and moves to 23 off 27, 96 for 4.
And how old is Brooke Guest? Is he an up-and-coming player? He's shaping up really nicely here. And
How old is Brooke Guest?
He's quite young,
that's a
20-ish?
terrific question. I think he's 26. 26,
quite an
27.
27, right, okay.
Bethel bowls. Samit Patel is 39. He pushes that one up to mid-on.
He looks younger than 27. I thought he was up-and-coming, but he's shaped it really nicely, playing some nice proper shots.
He's a fine cricketer. This one is driven out into the offside by Brooke Guest for a single, moves to 24, 98 for 4. Born in Manchester, grew up in Perth in Australia, played for the Australia
right.
under-19s back in the day, and came back and was on the books at Lancashire, but was never going to force his way through, or decided he had a better chance here at Derbyshire, and is the regular wicketkeeper in all forms.
Oh, nice.
Samet fails to take advantage of Bethel's worst ball of the over.
Yeah.
Dropped a little bit too short.
There's a change in field here. There's extra's gone to cover. Got a long, deep extra cover now, and a long off as well.
There's Bethel bowls and goes for the sweep down the leg side wide, says Rob Bailey. 99 for 4. He'll have to bowl for that one again.
Brooke Guest just striking it under 100 at the minute though. I'm sure he'll be eyeing that up on the scoreboard.
Bethel bowls to Sam. It looked like he was going to go for a scoop there, didn't he? And changed his mind completely and merely played it off the back foot into the offside for a dot ball. 4 runs off the over, 99 for 4. We have 5 overs to go. If they're going to get to 160, they're going to have to get their foot down.
Yeah,
we might need to see Ross Whiteley sooner rather than later, but
I think we might be looking at a 150 here instead, which may be enough on this pitch, you never know. I think they'll feel they're a little under par though with 150, but it would be something to bowl at.
is this the Killers?
This is the
Thank
Killers.
you very much. I'm here all week. 99 for 4. They're quite modern for me. Here's Mousley. Dan Mousley begins a new over. That one is guided very stylishly up to long off for a single by Brooke Guest.
Derbyshire crowd trying to get in on it there.
Yes.
Trying to force a mistake.
But it was interesting because Samit Patel said at the start of the season, the 100's up, that's why there's an applause, a ripple of applause. It doesn't really mean an awful lot in T20 cricket. He wanted it to be a hostile place for opposition teams to come to, which he never felt it had been as a Nottinghamshire player. All part of Samit's grand plan, as is this one. Straight up in the air, he's going to get caught. He's caught by Chris Wokes. It went straight up off the toe end of Samit Patel's bat, and unfortunately it's another low score for the Derbyshire skipper. 2 off 5 deliveries. Derbyshire lose their 5th wicket with the score on 100 for 5.
Yeah, what's that? Fifth low score in a row for Samit.
Yes.
Apart from that 64 off 32 against Leicester. But hopefully next game he can repeat that one.
Yes, it was his. Well, it's the first home game. It was the game at Edgbaston, in fact, against Leicestershire. The home game against the Foxes, as they are known. Now then,
What can Ross Whiteley do here?
well, Ross Whiteley can hit the ball very, very hard, but I mean, I love Ross, but you wouldn't put your house on him hitting it hard for very long. He scored 46 off 16 balls against Notts a week last Friday. It was just some of the most powerful hitting I've ever seen. In fact, he was caught on the boundary going for what would have been the quickest 50 in Derbyshire's history. At 16 balls.
16 balls.
Yeah, so the record stands. It's now been lowered by an Aaron Donald. It's 19 deliveries. Whiteley's in. That one is clipped into the leg side, and there's no run. But unfortunately at Yorkshire, he got really bogged down at Headingley last Sunday, made 3 off 10, and then went for an enormous shot off Joe Root and got caught. He's off the mark here with a single out to backward square leg. 101 for 5. 2 balls left of the 16th over, and then 4 overs after that. They've got to get to 140.
I think that's every batter's kind of worst nightmare, being sort of 2 off 10 or 3 off 11. You think, but you're trying and you're going for it. You just got to go for the big shot and try not to
Hope for the best, really. But yeah,
not to
no,
waste any more balls.
he looked like he was in all sorts.
Yeah.
As Guest just pushes that into the onside for a single. He moved
Quite
to
like
26.
that field that Bears had for Samit, the long off and the deep extra cover as well. I think on this wicket, and then if you bowl in pretty full, there's not a lot you can do. And it forced a big shot from Samit, and fortunately got the skied it to point.
Whiteley only faced 16 balls for his 46. He's got a little bit of time just to push the ball around and see what this pitch is doing. After him, it's Zach Chappell, then Mitch Wagstaff, who's an opening bat in red ball cricket. Mosley's over comes to an end at 103 for 5. So just the 4 runs off that, 8 runs off the last 2 overs. Derbyshire just grinding to a whole 15 off the last 3.
Wickets just kill it, don't they? That's what I was saying earlier about on a wicket like this. It's so hard to come in and go from the gun straight away, and you really need somebody to guide you through the innings, which hopefully Guest can do here. Just pick it up that little bit now. If he can kind of finish with a strike rate of 120, 130, and like say like a Whiteley or Zach or Wagstaff can come in and try and strike it, get a few extra runs towards the end. But I think Derbyshire are going to have to be a little creative here and open up some different pockets, as it looks pretty tricky to score freely and find the boundary.
There's a 2 on the leg side if he wants one. Out there, that's exactly
Just
where it is,
there.
but he might have hit that a bit too hard. In
Yeah.
actual fact, he wanted it really to just go to the edge of the 30-yard circle. Ross
Yeah, just
Whiteley
place it there.
picks up a single. It was Danny Briggs who bowled the previous over. So Samit Patel wasn't dismissed by Dan Mosley, it was Danny Briggs.
Bit of death by spin. in this
Yeah, there's
middle
so many,
phase here, isn't it?
many of them.
Seems to be the tactic.
This next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Guest. He'll just get the one. Moves on to 27, 105 for 5. I'm saying in the Blaze game now that I've lost I've no idea what a good score in T20 cricket is anymore. You look at what's happening in the World Cup.
Yeah.
There's some dreadful pitches out there.
Yeah.
Ireland, 89 for 9 in the 17th over in Fort Lauderdale. I mean, what kind of pitch is that, for goodness sake?
And I genuinely think so much of it depends on the pitch and the conditions, the outfield, and I think it's so important to identify that before you go out to bat.
Yes.
Because that should dictate the way that you go out and do it. Places like Headingley and Trentbridge, you can be aggressive from ball 1, ball 2. And others, you need to take your time, a bit more like this pitch.
See, that's a gloriously well-hit shot by
That
Brooke
deserved
Guest.
a lot more than one, didn't
Went
it?
straight to the fielder at extra cover, and he picks up a single, moves to 28, 107 for 5. He is hitting the ball nicely, and he can hit a long ball.
That was a beautiful shot. It fell straight to extra.
Whiteley tries to heave that somewhere into the leg side, and
I don't mind seeing that, though. I don't mind seeing the big swing, and someone's got to go for it here. And I think if Brooke Guest can play his role and play those nice shots into the gap, find 2s and 3s here and there, and hopefully Whiteley can tee off.
he wants to. Well, he tried again and fails once more. It's good bowling from Dan Mousley. He had 2 goes there to tee off on him. 4 off that over as well, 107 for 5 Derbyshire, so 4 off at each of the last 3 overs. The run rate 6.3. It was close to 9 at one point earlier on.
Yeah, Bears have pulled it back a bit here, haven't they?
Bit of pace on there, that might help.
I think that will
Gleeson
help,
back.
yeah. It depends, because it could go pace off pretty much every
Well,
ball.
yes. Well, that is true.
But yeah, you would think a little bit of pace on should help this situation here. So I think the double headers are quite useful, where both the men and the women can learn off each other. When we played second the other week at Lancs, we could see what the pitch was doing, and that can help inform your decisions. And then I spoke to Samit a few times about what the pitch is doing, and that can help as well. And they can see what a good score is.
As long as you don't watch Derbyshire on Old Trafford pitches and try to pick up any tips, because they haven't been able to bat on a Lancashire track for years, as far as I
Not
can
many
work
people
out.
do well at Old Trafford. It's a difficult pitch to bat on.
107 for 5 then, 3 overs to go. Gleeson back into the attack, and Brooke Guest cuts him straight away. Backward a square on the offside. They're going to get 2. They are only going to get 2 though. And Guest moves to 30 off 33 deliveries. Derbyshire up to 109 for 5. Brooke Guest might prefer a bit of pace on. I think Ross Whiteley probably will. I might be just saying that because I hope it's true.
Yeah, has Guest faced any seam yet? Was he in?
That's a terrific question.
I don't think he will have done. I think he would have
entirely
only
unable
faced.
to answer. No, I don't think he will have done.
I think it'll only be a spin, won't it? He'll probably be delighted to have Gleeson running in at him.
Gleeson in and bowls, and he forces this out again. Square this time on the offside. They're thinking about 2. Guest is always keen for a second. Ross Whiteley not so much.
I feel like that ball's a prime example of the wicket and the outfield. That ball at Headingley is going for 4, slap through backward point. Might have been a bit of an off-quitter as well, but he just you can see he had to wait on it a little bit, punched out, and because the outfield's slow, he only gets 1 for it. So that's where the scores differ quite a bit.
Spin's been on since the 7th over, so it's unlikely, isn't it?
It's literally only been spin, isn't it? And they've got, to be fair, they've got a plethora of good, highly skilled spinners.
Here's Gleeson, and it belongs to Whiteley, who somehow...
My word.
He almost took his head off. Alex Davis has thrown the ball at the stumps at the far end, almost took Richard Gleeson's head off. He had to take evasive action. He's flattened his back on the pitch now. It's all smiles. But
That was close, you know.
if it had been a foot lower, I'm not sure he'd have got down in time.
And if he didn't see where that throw was coming from,
Yeah, that was an interesting throw from
he lay flat on his back in the middle of the wicket.
the skipper. 111 for 5. Halfway through Gleeson's third over, 2 for 17. Took both of the wickets in the 6th over.
Almost did a backwards roll.
Here he comes again. Former England man, I think he is now. That is wide, outside the off stump and signalled wide by Sue Redfern. Down at the far end of the ground. Played her cricket for Derbyshire before turning to umpiring.
Yeah, I've played with and against Sue. I have.
She
Back when I was younger, she was a handy left-arm spinner.
She was the umpire at Cardiff last season for the Glamorgan game in the county championship. It was the first time she'd umpired in the championship. Gleeson bowls, that's wide of the off stump, but not too wide.
I feel like he's missed out there on a bit of width with third man up in the ring. Yeah, he's just signalling to himself that he should have gone aerial with that. I think he tried to keep it on the floor, but missed out, unfortunately. Moves on to 31 of 35 deliveries.
Yes, he's played some good shots. He's probably been denied a few runs as well, so he's probably better than 31 off 35, but
Yeah,
that's what he is. And he'll be aware of that as Gleeson bowls to him full-length delivery, and Gleeson fields off his own bowling. He did out well there, Guest, and Gleeson, big man, got down really quickly.
Yeah,
Sprawled across the pitch.
Guest unlucky there. I think thought that was one initially off the bat, but Gleeson's done so well. Quite a tall guy to get down. Stop that cleanly and keep Guest on strike.
It's sort of going the same way a little bit than the Yorkshire innings, or the innings at Headingley went, where they didn't score enough runs in the second half of their innings, but the ball is softer, the pitch isn't great.
Yeah, more change of the pace.
And Gleeson is in and bowls, and he's hoiked it into the leg side as Brooke Guest. I think he's going to come back for the second, but Ross Whiteley says no, 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 no. You stay there, you take the first ball of the next over as well. 113 for 5 at the end of 18 overs, 6 off that one. They could do with a couple of big ones to finish off with.
You can't help but feel that Guest just needs like back-to-back boundaries just to help him get on with it a little bit. Like you say, he's playing some really good shots. Doesn't feel like he's on 32 or 37. Feels a little bit more than that. But maybe back-to-back fours or 4 and 6 will help him out a little bit.
High score of the season, 42 off 32. In fact, he hasn't, apart from the first game when he got 3 off 7 balls against Northamptonshire, he's always got more runs than balls faced. So this is slightly alien.
Unusual territory for him.
Chris Wokes is back. One of the Chris Wokeses. He's going to bowl from the racecourse end. 2 overs for 8 up top. We're in the power play. He's in, bowls to Brooke Guest, who pulls the ball into the leg side for a single. He moves to 33. Derbyshire 114 for 5. And it's time, really, with 5 off 8 balls for Ross Whiteley to tee off.
Yeah, I think he'll be well aware of his role in this over and how important it is. He's got to go big this over.
Potentially 11 deliveries.
Yeah.
To 4 off each one of them, and Derbyshire will be very handily placed. I can't quite see that happening, unfortunately.
Need 10s really here, minimum.
So far, 1 off 1. Chris Wokes looking around, just minutely micromanaging his field as he just pulls Rob Yates a little straighter when he's on his way in to bowl to Ross Whiteley, who lifts it out for 6 to square leg. That's a huge hit. It's gone a long way into the crowd in the grandstand, and then it's back.
So, yeah.
Chris Cole's nodding as though he knows what's going on here. Here's Chris Wokes. 120 for 5, Derbyshire. He's in and bowls to Whiteley. It's a full delivery and he's bowled him. I think he's got an inside edge and he's...
it's chopped on there.
Yeah, bails everywhere. And Wokes gets his man. Having been hit for 6 the previous delivery, Wokes strikes back. And that's the end of Ross Whiteley. unfortunately. His strike rate was improved. He made 11 off 10 in the end. But Derbyshire are 120 for 6 now. And the only big hitter left is Zach Chappell. Because quite frankly, Pat Brown and Darren Dupavelon don't hit big.
What about Wagstaff? Didn't you say he opens in red ball?
In red ball cricket, yeah. He's an opening bat by
more of a touch player, or can he clear the ropes as well?
I don't think I've ever seen him clear the ropes.
Okay.
But bowls some very useful leg spin, which I think we will see.
I feel like this pitch and the conditions are kind of indicating for somebody that can come in and kind of ramp and switch it and kind of just make the bowler do something different, which I fear is what the likes of Benjamin and Bethel do for the Bears, which I think we may see.
Oh dear.
I think with this kind of pitch, I think dictates someone just moving around a little bit more, getting like a few little edges here and there and working it into some difficult corners.
Wokes to Zach Chappell, the new batter, who turns that one into the leg side for a single. Not quite as explosive as his first delivery or his second delivery down at Wantage Road against Northampton in the opening game of the season. Came out, George Grimshaw bowling, and he hit the first 2 balls he faced for 6. Zach Chappell, having played with George for a couple of seasons here as well, he knew
hopefully he can do the same.
And he had a feeling he was going to bang a couple in, which is what George generally does. Guest is on strike now, though. 33 from 38, 121 for 6, and he's turned that one down towards long leg for a single.
Do you get what I mean? Though it seems like a difficult pitch to kind of stand and hit from.
Yeah, well, the man with all the shots, the ramps and reverse sweeps is Wayne Madsen, of course, and we saw him for just 2 balls, which was a bit of a blow.
And I think Samit down the end as well can do that, can't he? Kind of places it well, uses his wrist to kind of get it into the pockets.
Final ball of the 3rd over from Chris Wokes is driven gloriously by Zach Chappell. 2 bounces, 4 out towards the long off boundary. That was all muscle though, wasn't it? Really leaning back and.
I think with Chris Wokes' experience there, I thought he'd go a little bit more into the pitch and get out his over, but he's delivered quite a nice, juicy half volley there for Chappell to dispatch as he did. Lovely shot over mid-off. 4 runs.
6 deliveries to go. Just looking at him there, it was a very much stand and hit the ball as hard as you can over.
Clear the front leg, isn't it?
Yeah, that is very much Zach Chappell's MO. There we go, you see. He's practicing
it now.
Oh, he's practicing all sorts out there. If he hits the ball with that shot he's just practiced twice,
going far,
we're in danger.
Yeah.
So the final over of the Derbyshire innings, Richard Gleeson is going to bowl it. He's bowled 3 overs, 2 for 19 so far. He's on his way in from the City End to bowl to Brooke Guest, who gets a full delivery, and Gleeson does brilliantly to get his foot on that.
That was sure going for 4 runs. That's an excellent shot by Brooke Guest.
It's another one, isn't it?
Yeah, he's so unlucky there. He's actually done really well to dig that out. It was pretty much a Yorker, and he's managed to dig it out fast, quick wrist to work that for 4. But Gleeson's got a big boot on it and stopped it.
This will be interesting. If he drops anything in his arc.
It's heading to the gin bus.
Oh, yes. Here he waits now. Does Zach Chappell taps his bat a couple of times. It's got a really strong grip. And Gleeson comes in and bowls to him and he swings it down the ground. He takes out Brooke Guest, which took a lot of the pace off it. Guest comes back for the second, which is the right thing to do. And he has to really hurry. And he is gone.
The umpire's not even signalled that it's out. It was that far out.
So they'll pick up 1 for that. 128 for 6.
That was an excellent throw from who's that down at long on. Can't actually tell.
If in doubt.
If in doubt, it's Chris Wokes. I don't think it is. No,
I don't think it is either.
Might be Sam Hain. Yeah, I think it is Sam Hain. That was an excellent throw to go to the keeper's end, and well collected by Alex Davies as well. I think Chappell's back got stuck as well. He couldn't quite slide it in. But they were right to go for the 2 at this stage.
Chappell 6 off 3. I assume it's Mitch Wagstaff it is who's come out. I don't know what Brooke Guest has told him. Swing from the hip. 4 balls to go. Yeah.
Nice little left-hand, right-hand combo here.
But he's one of those strange people because he's a left-hand bat and he bowls right-arm leg spin.
I like that, yeah. I feel like that's what we all should be, but...
Yeah. That's what they say, don't they? It's the dominant hand should be at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I did today. Little bomb hand came out again.
Gleeson in bowls to Wagstaff, who clips this one away into the leg side. He's run the first one really quickly, but Guest has got absolutely no desire to come back for a second.
It's a lovely little flick off the legs, that.
Yeah,
He's a nice touch player.
He had a terrific first game in first-class cricket up at Scarborough last season against Yorkshire. He got half century and then was brought on to bowl. A little bit of a surprise that he came on to bowl and took 2 wickets in his first over.
Oh, lovely.
So he got his first T20 wicket last Friday, settling into this side.
Nicely.
He's the sort of left field selection for the T20 side, really, as Gleeson bowls and Guest wicks it into the leg side. He's only going to get one now. 130 for 7 with 2 balls to go. Guest moves on to 36 off 41.
So who would be kind of competing with Wagstaff for that spot?
Alex Thompson came in last Sunday in his place because it was tactical because there were 3 or 4 left-handers at the top of the Yorkshire order, and it made no difference.
What about Matt Lammer? How's he looking? Is he anywhere near this?
Not near this. I think it's mobility with Max. He's still got a really bad back.
Right.
Gleeson bowls and Wagstaff gets tucked up by that one. He's going to go through for a leg bye. I
thought we might see a little football kick on there onto the stumps, but he turned and collected it and threw it back at the bowler's end.
Of course, in the game down at Bristol, in the county championship match down at Bristol, Matt Lamb scored a double century, so
he's in good nick.
Yeah,
he always used to be part of the Bears T20 side.
I just think his back, they'd have to hide him somewhere, and you're already hiding Samet.
Hey, Samet can field.
Well, he can field at extra cover, but he doesn't go anywhere else. Final ball of the innings then, 131 for 7. Gleeson in, bowls to Guest, who gets a short delivery, pushes it out into the onside. They will come back for the second, and Wagstaff will get there. He's only a young man, he'll easily get there. He does get there, and Derbyshire finish on 133 for 7. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We'll find out, of course, over the course of the next hour and a half or so. But a half century from David Lloyd, the highlight of the innings, really. There weren't too many others. 13 from Cam Fletcher, 11 from Ross Whiteley. Brooke Guest finishing on 30, it's disappeared already, on 38 of 42 deliveries with just 1 4. 1 4 Brooke Guest managed to hit. The other not-out batsman, Mitch Wagstaff, he finished on 1. And then a sort of assortment. 11 from Ross Whiteley, disappointing. Some really good bowling, and it rather showed the nature of the pitch. It's the 4th match on it. We've got 1 more innings to play on this pitch, and then they'll dig it up. At the end of the first innings, Chris, Derbyshire 133 for 7. Will it be enough?
Thank you, Fletch. We'll find out. Marie will dive into it in a bit more detail shortly, but first impressions, clearly any T20 score that is probably shy of 150, you're always feeling it's going to have to be a really good bowling performance.
Yeah, and I think I was about to say Warwickshire then again.
5 to beat Somerset, who hit 193 for 8 down at Taunton, and Glamorgan in reply are 64 for 6, so very much up against it. And at the World Cup over in Fort Lauderdale, they are playing two teams that cannot qualify for the Super 8 stages, and Ireland rather meekly making 106 for 9 from their 20 overs, and Pakistan just about to start their chase with soon-to-become Falcon Mohammed Amir once again in the wickets. In fact, his figures 2 for 11 of 4, including 1 maiden. As T20 figures go, that's pretty good. Granted, it's Ireland, but still, some of that, when Mohammed Amir eventually gets to these shores, would be very, very useful indeed. And here at the county ground, Derbyshire 133 for 7 from their 20 overs, having won the toss and choosing to bat first. Ground staff preparing the pitch for the Birmingham Bears chase. There's slightly less to do today because at this point on Friday the rain was falling, and it was all a bit, will they come on, won't they come on? In the end, we did get a game that Derbyshire won. However, they are going to have to perform with the ball if they are to beat Birmingham. Although, as we mentioned prior, if you were to look at the strengths of this Birmingham side, you probably would put their bowling just ahead of their batting. They have some good players, obviously. Sam Hain very much the leading charge in the
It will be easy necessarily for Birmingham, but you'd make them favourites at this point, I think, no doubt.
And Marie, when you're going about defending a lowish total, what is the key? It must be quite tempting, I suppose, to think, oh, we're going to have to do something wild here, really different to try and, I don't know, unsettle Birmingham, because clearly if they have a good power play and get to 50-60 without loss, that's the game gone.
Yeah, pretty much. It's so simple. It's just wickets in the power play is just so key. If you can get a team 2 or 3 down early, it just raises question marks, it just puts a little bit more pressure on, whereas if a team get off to a flyer, or even a mediocre start, but they're none down or 1 down, they're just in the driving seat and they can control the pace of the game. So yeah, early wickets is the key here for Derbyshire.
And how much extra pressure does that put on the bowling side, knowing that, okay, we're going to have to strike early? Clearly, you go into every match wanting to take wickets, wanting to concede as few runs as possible, but when there is a lowish total, I guess the pressure of doing that becomes potentially becomes quite detrimental. Yeah,
absolutely. It depends how each bowler looks at it. It might help fire some of the bowlers up. I think often you see, well, we've spoken about at the Blaze, we've defended some quite low totals this year, because I think sometimes it fires you up as a fielding unit to be extra on it and really kind of scrimping and saving every single run possible, which sometimes if you're defending sort of 160, 170, you kind of let a few things go potentially just from not being as switched on. So yeah, hopefully it will have a positive impact and it will fire the Derbyshire bowlers up to be on it from ball 1.
Might want to get Anuj Dowell on as a fielder as well if they possibly can. He's just sat down in the dugout on the far side, the best fielder, certainly the quickest fielder in in the country at the moment. It'd be useful if they could sneak him on at some point, legitimately, of course.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting anything underhand.
The sub rule is not quite part of the T20 Blast fabric just yet.
Well, I'm pleased.
You never know.
I'm pleased.
I thought you might be pleased with that.
We don't want an impact player
An impact
like they
player,
do in the
yeah.
IPL. No, I'm not a big fan of that.
No.
Because that's 12 against 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Cricket is very much 11 against 11.
Derbyshire are in a huddle just in front of the grandstand. The Bears openers Alex Davis and Rob Yates will be on their way shortly. Similarly, Marie, from a batting perspective, and I know you often talk about this, there is an element of clutching a little bit, but when chasing a low total, that also can sometimes play on a batter's mind. You'll know as an opener, arguably sometimes it's easier chasing a massive total because you only have one way of playing.
To be fair, we still like, even if we're chasing a low total, to just get off to a flyer, like be aggressive. Our role as openers is to go out and be aggressive and win the game within the first sort of 5 overs, 5-6 overs. But having said that, on a wicket like this, it may just raise a few concerns, and it might just kind of temper their innings just a little bit more. You might just take a few extra balls here to get yourself in and realise that actually maybe like a 40 off 35 here is enough to win this game, rather than your usual attack of let's just go gun-ho and try and be sort of 30 off 15, that kind of vibe.
Simon, I think, is reading War and Peace to his teammates because this huddle is still going on. What sort of thing? I mean, apart from the usual stuff, which I guess is give it 100%, quick on your field, walking in, and all the rest of it. What else is being said, do you think?
So a lot of the time, when it's kind of circumstances like this, it might just be reminding each bowler of the game plan. If you've got your matchups from your analysts, remember X and Y to this field, or remember you go in here and here. Might just be talking about the pitch a little bit, saying batters, we found that this length was more difficult and change the paces work. Just reminding the fielders of that, of maybe you want to be a little bit tighter in the power play off the ring a little bit more, or do we want to sit deep a little bit because they're going to come hard. Those kind of nuances that you can talk for England on, I think. But they look like they've broken out of the huddle now and looking a little bit more ready to go.
Yeah, they're in that awkward phase now, Fletch, where because we haven't seen any Bears movement,
they're just waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting now. Ideally, you want to give the team talk and then charge into your fielding positions, but now the umpires aren't even out yet, so there could be...
It seems to have gone into a very early huddle, doesn't it? Because
that was early, but I feel like 15 minutes still feels quite a lot for T20, but then we had 10 minutes the other day at Lords, and that was like, whoa, this is so rushed, never again, we can't do 10 minutes, but 15 minutes does seem quite long.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the umpires aren't actually out.
Well, they're strolling down the steps now. Sue Redford leading Rob Bailey, so they're not exactly rushing out, it's fair to say. But it's a Sunday afternoon, isn't it? Everyone's nice and relaxed. There's no rush. Yeah, the sun's still shining.
Again, though, I've just been totting up the boundaries. There were 9 boundaries.
Wow. Yeah, that's
5 4s and 4 6s.
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't win many games of cricket with 9 boundaries.
Is it?
No.
Nowhere near enough boundaries.
I wonder how many 2s there were. There seem to be quite a lot, but
yes, I don't have that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you won't win many games of cricket with 9 boundaries, but they only have to score one more boundary than...
Well, and you mentioned actually during commentary that it was similar to the Yorkshire innings where David Lloyd and Aaron Donald hit all of the boundaries pretty much, and then there were 2, I think, or 3 in the final 10
Well, that's
overs?
why I think the power play is so important, and we see that a lot, that I personally think even for women's cricket, I think if we're going to add sort of 20-30 runs to our innings, I think we're going to find those in the power play rather than at the back end when pace is off, the ball's soft. It's difficult for new batters to come in and strike and clear the ropes, especially in women's cricket. So I think it's similar in men's as well, that the power play is where you're going to get the biggest advantage and score the most boundaries.
Security staff are leaving the field. The Derbyshire fielders are taking their places, as are the 2 umpires. And 2 yellow helmeted Bears openers striding to the middle. You'd think just a light blue helmet, maybe even borrow a Derbyshire helmet, because the yellow and the light blue just does not look right. They do look like 2 Bob the Builders. It was a great call.
Especially with the new they've got some new helmets as well, supplied by Vitality, and they're like hard hats as well. So they are they're obviously great for the protection from a concussion point of view, but they are definitely a harder material.
I just wonder if they're going to be doing a bit of work on the M6.
It looks like it straight on, absolutely. It's some of your favourite overnight roadworks that we encounter regularly on our way back from a cold football ground somewhere. Anyway, Birmingham Bears require 134 to beat Derbyshire, lowest total to defend on a pitch though that doesn't look the easiest to score on. So we shall see. Darren de Pavillon will bowl the first over. Back to Marie and Fletch.
Thank you, Chris. The countdown actually started above 20. That's remarkable. It's the longest countdown in...
Everyone's just raring to get going, weren't they?
Yeah, let's just get on with it. Here we go then. A wave from Rob Bailey, the umpire, who's standing at the racecourse end. Sue Redfern at square leg. She'll be standing at the city end. And it will be, as Chris said, Darren Dupavalon, who bowled a maiden over first up on Friday night to open the bowling. And Alex Davis is on strike and almost gives Brooke Guest some catching practice there.
I thought he'd nick that then. It seemed to deviate quite a bit after
We've seen, I
crease.
think it was Wayne Madsen at Bristol in a red ball game, and the ball rolled right down the blade of his bat through to slip, and it was just like catching practice. That's exactly what that looked like. There is a slip in place, and it is Wayne Madsen, unsurprisingly. David Lloyd at...
It's like a short third, but you never, that
Mm.
could kind of be in a catching position as well, really,
Yeah.
with the pace of Dupavalon here.
Some at extra cover, of course.
In tight here for the catch.
Dupavalon is in balls to Davis, who guides this out towards the point boundary. They're going to go through for a single. Pat Brown out there on the offside. He'll be on the leg side now with Rob Yates coming on to strike, and Ross Whiteley on the other side. We'll just call it that for now.
The other side.
Yeah, they're the two fielders who always field outside the circle inside the power play because they have rocket arms.
Was that Ross Whiteley at deep point?
Yeah.
As you said.
Yeah,
And Pat Brown wearing the black arm sleeve.
his throw is absolutely ridiculous. One without loss then, 2 deliveries gone. First ball faced by Rob Yates. And Dupavalon on his way in now, around the wicket, and bowls to him. A full-length delivery. There's that Yorker, the famous Darren Dupavalon Yorker that Mickey Arthur likes so much that unfortunately he went away from on a couple of occasions in recent matches. I know Mickey Arthur wasn't massively happy.
I think it's underused in the power play, actually, the Yorker.
We've lost the slip. Wayne Madsen's going into mid-wicket by the look of it.
Indicating not much swing there. Well, to be fair, there hasn't been much swing all day in both matches that we've seen.
It's clouded over, but there's plenty of blue sky up above.
Yeah.
No sun out directly on the ground at the moment as Dupavalon is in and bowls to Yates and bowls him. He's got a wicket in his first over again. What a terrific delivery that was. That looked like it might have nipped back a little bit because it's hit the top of middle and leg. And Dupavalon strikes another wicket for the South African. And there is hope for Derbyshire. 1-1, Birmingham
See if we can
Bears.
watch that back on the replay here, see if it did anything.
Just by the fact that it hit middle and leg.
It just carried on into him. I think he probably expected it to stay a bit straighter than it did, but it kept on angling into Rob Yates, who didn't really move his feet, so I think that helped the Dupavalon's case, but looked like he beat him for pace there as well.
He's
Seemed to
sharp.
skid on a bit then.
He's a 90-mile-an-hour plus
Yeah.
bowler, Dupavalon. Had a really good SA20, and he's done okay since getting into the side. He wasn't in the side, in actual fact, for the first 2 matches. That was Blair Tickner. He's since returned home.
Oh yeah, Tick there. I remember talking about him and the
Yeah.
with the moustache, wasn't it?
Yes,
That's how
it was. Absolutely. Sadly, family reasons meant he had to go home.
Is he returning for the remainder of the...
No, his wife Sarah, while she was in this country, went to hospital feeling unwell, and they discovered she had leukemia.
Oh gosh, that's
So
awful.
there was a window in her treatment, and he's now back at home in New Zealand.
Yes, that's awful.
Here's Dupavalon bowling to Dan Mousley, and he clips that one straight away to Zach Chappell.
Looked like he had a word with Mousley then as well,
Excellent.
the Dupavalon, which Samet will be happy about, getting a bit of a nasty feel back about the ground.
He is one of the nicest men,
Yeah, he seems like it.
Dupavalon, you could wish to meet.
But I like it. I like his run up. You can tell he just wants the ball fast. I think as a batter facing him, you'd be like, oh my gosh, it's coming.
Oh, it's the last ball. It's a shame.
Wicket, yeah.
Watch him dip his head. You'll never unsee it.
What, at the top of his...
No, in a minute. Here it comes. He starts his run up, and then
And then
dips
he's
his
down
head.
and goes.
Yeah, now he goes. And he's in to bowl to Dan Mosley, who gets one off the thigh pad for 4 runs. Down to fine leg. A little bit unfortunate that for Dupavalon. A little bit offline, though, in fairness.
Yeah,
so,
to be fair, should have been a bit of bat on it anyway, so probably deserved to go for 4 at that pace and that line, unfortunately. But nevertheless, a great start for Derbyshire. They'll be happy with that.
5 for 1 after 1. I think they're probably going to have to near enough bowl out the Birmingham Bears to win this. I don't think there's much leeway. Zach Chappell, who on Friday took 2 for 34 from 4 overs. 9 wickets so far in the competition.
Seems like he took a few wickets early on in the season, but not many last few games.
Nobody took any against Yorkshire. David Pavlon took 1, and that was it. It was quite chastening.
It's a decent attack to come up against, isn't it? The Yorkshire side at Headingley.
Yeah, and when you haven't got enough runs either.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for the bowlers.
Certainly wasn't this kind of pitch. Yeah. Here he comes then, Alex Davis on strike, Zach Chappell in and bowls, and that one is clipped straight to mid-wicket where Wayne Madsen had just gone, having started the over, although he didn't actually stay there for a single delivery at slip. He was moved out of slip and went into mid-wicket and did the fielding there. 5 for 1 it remains. I love the power play. The DLS par score is on the big screen. Anybody listening inside the ground, you can see it just down towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. And it's an indication of how well things are going, or badly, as Chappell bowls. That's heaved into the leg side by Davis, out towards Pat Brown.
I think he thought that was going a bit higher up him than it actually did in the end.
He almost hit it as though he was let going of a hammer.
Yeah, but he got enough of it and still here, found the fielder, thankfully for Derbyshire.
There's Brown, just lobbed it back in from 50, 60 yards away. Minimum of effort. And it brings Dan Mousley on to strike. He's waiting for Sue Redfern to sort something out here. I'm not entirely sure what she's trying to sort out, but she needs to sort something out. But there we go. She's all sorted now, and she can give him his guard.
Both umpires were kind of fiddling around with something in that maybe they're communication potentially, radio perhaps.
Those need fresh batteries. Here is Chappell. City end in and bowls. That one's down the leg side. He's going to go away off the bat, I think, for 4 runs. It is off the bat. It was angling down the leg side. Brooke Guest dived away to his right to try and get there, but couldn't. And Mousley's off the mark with a boundary.
8 off 2. Oh, 8 off. Oh no, the first one was leg byes, wasn't it? So it's just the 4 for Mousley then. I thought he'd had a great start, 8 off 2 or 3. You can't ask for much better, but the first one was off the 5-head, I forgot.
But we've already seen 1 boundary, and remember there are only 9 in the Derbyshire batting innings. Here comes Chappell again to bowl to Dan Mousley, dances down the track and misses the ball. It misses the stumps and goes through to Brooke Guest. Bit of intent there.
Yeah, shows he wants to get a move on, doesn't he? This is what I was going to say as well about, well, when we have a bonus point, that kind of favours us batting normally, because you want to go and get it in sort of 15, 16 overs, whatever the target might be. But if there isn't a bonus point here, then it kind of bodes for just batting time, I guess, and not risking losing too many wickets.
10 for 1 as Chappell bowls to Mosley, pushes this out into the offside where Samit Patel is waiting at extra cover. And there's no run. So apart from that boundary, it's been a pretty decent over from Zach Chappell. He'd love a wicket to finish it off. Final ball of it, 11 balls gone, 10 for 1.
Yeah, needs to finish with a dot or a 1 here to kind of still be on top early.
And then we'll see Pat Brown, who's warming up away to our left-hand side. Chappell bowls, and that's a pulled around the corner. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Whiteley won't get there. That's a disappointing end to the over from Zach Chappell. 14 for 1 at the end of 2. 9 off that one. And that was wasn't a great end to the over. I'm sure we're going to see Darren Pavlon bowl his second over. That's interesting.
Again, took a wicket though, didn't he? So didn't bowl that many balls at Davies either. So
yes,
potentially worth another shot. Got to kill the game early.
Not a good end to that over though. Wasn't a great delivery from Zach Chappell. He's like an excitable child. Zach.
Might need to a few changes of pace in the power play as opposed to normal.
Here's Pavlon then, 1 for 1 from his opening over. That one is clipped nicely into the leg side. Cam Fletcher will go around to do the fielding. And Davis Picks up his 3rd run, 3 off 5 for him.
Nice little roll from Fletcher there to smooth it out.
We're all athletes.
Little tuck and roll.
Us Fletchers, we're all athletes.
Are you going to demo that after as well then, yeah? Up here?
You know, 2 or 3 years ago I did a forward roll. And I'm still just about recovering from it now. To do some judo.
That's why I like sprinting to the ball so I don't have to get down.
Round the wicket, Dupavalon to Mousley, who takes a step towards him and cracks it away. And I'm fairly certain that he didn't see that one, Ross Whiteley, because it took him forever to move, and it's reached the boundary.
Yeah, he's not seen that at all.
That's the 3rd boundary that Dan Mosley has scored in his 12, so obviously we know how he's going about his business here. And there were just 9 boundaries in the Derbyshire innings in total. So he's close to catching up. David Lloyd already hit 2 4s and 2 6s in his 50.
I do always think at this kind of time of game, it must be so hard to field with the sun getting low in your eyes. You've got glaring off everything.
This next delivery is heaved into the leg side, and he gets away with that one. Hit high up on the bat. It missed an Aaron Donald and didn't reach Zach Chappell.
Yeah, just dropped. Somehow found a little space in between mid-wicket and mid-on.
I would normally agree with you, and as you know, and give Ross Whiteley the excuse that the sun's in his eyes.
The sun's behind him,
very much
isn't it?
at his
Yeah.
back over there.
But it must have been the glare off the white.
The glare off Zach Chappell's head.
Potentially. He clearly didn't see it. He didn't move, did he, at all?
No, he didn't move. Not a muscle. 20 for 1 then. We're in the 3rd over, halfway through it, in fact, and Dupavalon is on his way in. Past the umpire now, bowls to Davis, who's lifted that one over the wicket-keeper for 4, a 1-bounce 4.
Gosh, very nearly 6 that. Very close to the rope. Shows the pace of Dupavalon.
This could be over very quickly indeed if Derbyshire aren't careful here. That's the 4th boundary of the innings, 24 for 1. Derbyshire at the end of the power play reached 43 for 3.
Seems like the extra pace is kind of being a detriment at the minute to...
See, I'm not sure Dupavalon's got a slower ball.
Yeah, like a slight... You saw Wokes very early do his off-cutters and kind of knuckleballs.
More of a Yorker bowler than a slower ball bowler.
Such fine margins when you've got that much pace behind you. May have to have an over of spin in the power play potentially.
Well, it won't be Samet. Actually, no, he bowled in the power play at Leeds,
Yeah, I think that's the 6th over or something, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes to bowl 7 and onwards if he possibly can, but needs must. 24 for 1. We're only in the 3rd over. Dupavalon bowls to Davis, who pushes this one out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single as Donald does the fielding, has a belated shy at the stumps.
That looked off pace, a little bit of a leg cutter potentially. Just like he rolled his fingers down the side of it.
I think it's the way forward.
Yeah, I just don't think you can bowl sort of 2 or 3 balls of a similar area on this, and batter's just lining him up.
I've got a glare there of somebody in the far end of the permanent temporary stand off his watch, I think. Nearly blinded. 25 for 1. Final ball of the 3rd over. Dupavalon 1 for 12. Decent enough figures. He's in, arm bowls, and that one is crashed away into the offside. This time Ross Whiteley does see it, so it's just a single. 26 for 1 at the end of the over. 12 off that one though. Slower ball. They will have seen plenty of him though. Birmingham from his time at Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Also in the north group. I think it's more fascinating if somebody moves from the south to the north or vice versa. See somebody new. We've not seen much of, we haven't seen anything in T20 cricket of David Lloyd or an Aaron Donald.
Yeah, especially if they're often leaving if they're not getting into their respective T20 sides.
Here we go then, Pat Brown for the first time today. 3 overs gone, 26 for 1, 108 more runs required Target 134, Brown bowls. That's gone straight up in the air. David Lloyd's underneath this one, as he knows. Somebody else is. Who's going to get there? Ross Whiteley, and he doesn't get there. Unfortunately, Mitch Wagstaff was clearly told to leave it. Ross Whiteley put the full-length dive in, coming in off the boundary. He must have run, what, 40 yards?
At least. That was an excellent effort. I do think that was the right call for Whiteley to get it. I don't think people running back would have got that either. But I want what Dan Mouse's had for breakfast, because he's managed to find the gap quite a few times now, and so
yes.
if any of those shots had gone 5 metres or so left or right, they would have been taken.
He moves to 15 off 10, 27 for 1 as Brown is coming into bowl to Alex Davis, and Davis turns that into the leg side. Great stop by Wayne Madsen, diving away to his right hand side. There's life in the old man yet. 40 years of age, Wayne Madsen.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow, that's athletic.
Very good.
Very athletic. That's the kind of thing that will help win these games, those small margins there. 'Cause if you'd have missed that, it's likely 4 runs.
He is fit as a fiddle. Whatever that means.
Yeah.
It's a strange one.
A fiddle's
isn't it?
fit?
Well, I don't know. There's something
strange.
for me to look up later. Here comes Brown again. In bowls to Davis, who lifts this into the leg side. It's over the head of Wayne Madsen this time. It's not too far over the head of Wayne Madsen. And Alex Davis slips on his way back for the second. The ball is hurled back in from the boundary. And they go through for 2. Davis moves to 10, 29 for 105 to win. And they've got 16 and a half overs in which to get them. Wickets, as Murray Kelly said, are key here for Derbyshire. They've got the 1, Robbie Yates, bowled by Darren Dupavalon for a 2-ball duck, and here is Brown bowling to Davis. It's a full toss that's been hit away for 6. If it was above waist high as well, they're in all sorts of trouble there, because that would be a free hit. I don't think it was.
No, he signalled that it just dropped below. But Alex Davis has hit that with one hand as well.
Just flicked it away.
Yeah, it's gone for 6.
Out towards the backward square leg or long leg. Pavalon is on the edge of the circle there. All he could do was go and retrieve the ball. 35 for 1, and it's less than 100 now. 99 required.
I think Pat Brown was a bit lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, well, it did look a little bit. I mean, he's only short as well, isn't
Exactly,
he, Alex
yeah.
Davis? That's the issue. As Brown is in and bowls, this one is whipped into the leg side and caught by Wayne Madsen, and Pat Brown celebrates right in front of Alex Davis there. Punches downwards to the ground. He's picked up another one, Pat Brown. Davis has gone for 16. It was a very good little innings, 16 off 11. But all of a sudden, Birmingham are 35 for 2.
Exactly what Derbyshire need. If they can get another couple here in the power play, they'll be very happy. I think a few of the runs from the Bears have been convincing, but there has been a lot of kind of splicing, a few edges here and there. That seem to have got away with so far.
You almost sort of chance your arm in the power play, knowing that if you do miss hit it, there aren't many fielders out.
Exactly,
in the deep,
just
and
going for it.
Yeah. Whereas
You make your own luck, don't you?
if you cloth it like Davis did there, it almost certainly goes to somebody on the edge of the circle, because that's where most of the fielders are.
Yeah, but if you swing through that and it's gone, isn't it? No one out there.
It's only Sam Hain in now, though, so we'll be all right.
Oh, easy win then.
1 million runs.
Hain train.
The Hain train.
One of Bears' best batters.
Yes. But once he's gone, if he does go, we'll be all right. Pat Brown will bowl to him. He's got 1 delivery left of his first over, 1 for 9, and 6 of those came with that one-handed shot. Brown in short delivery, and it goes through to the
be
keeper.
wide,
No. Beautiful ball. End of the over, 35 for 2. I've no idea.
Well, Guess moved took quite a few steps down the leg side, but it might have just tailed off after leaving the crease. So
He also, as soon as he caught it, ran to the far end
quick
to make
get it,
sure that
yeah.
the umpire didn't give away.
Don't give her time
Yeah,
to
don't give
call
away.
it.
Yeah, we're going to see Wayne Madsen's going to bowl. Here we go. This is the first time this season in the T20.
Noise for your new bowler, 77, Wayne Madsen.
They love him round here.
I thought it would have been Sam at first up, but saving himself.
Sam is Wayne, we need a spinner. What?
Fair. And off he makes sense against the left-hander.
Do you fancy a go? Well, not really.
So it might be waiting until these two are out before
Yes.
he comes on.
I think that would be wise. But if I was the captain, that's what I'd do. 35 for 2, then he's bowling to Dan Mousley, who's on 15, and Mousley goes back and pushes the ball down the ground. There's a terrific piece of fielding by Cam Fletcher, who managed to race all the way from mid-on to mid-off before an Aaron Donald had even got anywhere near the 30-yard circle there.
I think Hayne jumped on Madston then stopped and apologised, and then remembered that he had to actually run, and was almost then nearly run out at the non-striker at the striker then. But I think had that happened, Madston might have called him back.
Yeah,
No, he was.
I think so. Madsen,
Basically studied him. It's basically a red card this end.
I can't remember what year it was now. 2012 won the Spirit of Cricket Award
Did he?
because he's a renowned walker.
I don't think you could have two nicer blokes in Hayne and Madston out there.
Full delivery this time, turned into the leg side by Hayne, fielded by Samet. And Aaron Donald down below us, bellowing some encouragement as Madsen bowls again. That's a quicker one, and it's bunted down the ground. This time Donald gets to it first, throws it slightly waywardly to Brooke Guest. Single taken, good over so far from Madsen.
Yeah, nice and tidy so far. But then Hayne's not necessarily that expansive in his first sort of 10 balls, is he? Kind of plays himself in. Mousley, on the other hand, might be. There we go.
There we go, 6 runs. Out towards square leg and not quite into the crowd. Very high, but plenty of distance on it as well. And 6 to Mousley, who moves on to 22 now. 43 for 2. The Bears chasing 134 to win. They need 91 more.
And this is why the Bears lineup is so destructive, because you've got players like Mousley who can strike at 200, 180, and it allows Sam Hayne to go about his business and control the pace.
That's in, and again this time it's swept straight, if you can sweep
Yeah,
straight.
it was.
I don't think you can. It goes straight to an Aaron Donald at long on.
He's very strong at the sweep shot, Mosley. I think he sweeps seamers as well, to be honest. Once he commits to it, he just goes for it and often pays off for him.
Pat Brown's in extra cover. I don't think I've ever seen him field there. Madsen comes in and bowls to Hayne, who just clips the ball up towards long on when it's fielded by an Aaron Donald, and the over comes to an end. 10 off it, 45 for 2 at the end of 5. Derbyshire 43 for 3 at the end of the power play, so they're already behind. You can tell by Douglas Lewis as well that they are behind the game here, and wickets are their currency. And Pat Brown, who picked up a wicket in his previous over, his first, he's going to bowl the 6th over.
Yeah, they need to sneak at least another wicket, if not 2, especially if Bears are going at 9 and over, which they are at the minute. I think wickets are key, but then if they're going at 9 or 10, you do need a few more here. They're getting way ahead of the rate early.
Here comes Brown then bowling to Sam Hayne. Bowls a quick delivery. Hayne almost jumps out of the way of it. Not entirely sure what he was trying to do there, Sam Hayne, but it seemed to bounce over the top of the stumps.
Good pace there from Brown. Seemed to beat him for pace and a bit of extra bounce maybe.
I'm going to guess what he's going to bowl next. This will be pace off, and Hayne will be through the shot before the ball arrives.
What are you calling quartered mid-wicket?
Yeah, what? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Little stop.
Another one for Madsen. Let's have a look. I called one right in the entire innings on.
I'm guessing Yorker. I'm going Yorker.
Oh, right. Here is the next delivery.
Neither, just pace on into the wicket.
Just a normal delivery. Turned into the leg side by Hayne for a single. He moves on to 3, 46 for 2. So Derbyshire didn't lose their 4th wicket until the 14th over, but really struggled for runs after losing those 2 in that Richard Gleeson over, the final over of the power play.
It'll be interesting to see the comparison of spin in the middle.
But Derbyshire simply
as well.
don't have as many spinners. I mean, David Lloyd has bowled spin in red ball cricket, but I'm not sure he's confident enough to bowl it in T20. Samet will bowl. Wayne might get another go. We'll see Mitch Wagstaff with his leg spin as well, I've no doubt. As Brown is in to bowl to Mousley, and that one is clipped away into the leg side for a single out towards Ross Whiteley. 47 for 2. I wonder if they were even tempted, with it being the 4th match on this pitch, to leave one of the quicker bowlers out and bring Thompson in as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty different for us in women's cricket. We always like having 3 spinners. Spin kind of wins the game a lot. in women's cricket, and I don't think you see it as much in men's, but yeah, potentially on more tired pitches, might be better to go with 3.
Brown bowls. That's guided down into the offside. Backward of square by Hayne for a single. Lloyd comes in to do the fielding.
Hayne just giving himself room, trying to open up the offside, which he so often does, and hits very nicely through extra and cover.
He should be worried. He's only got 4 from 7 balls.
That's usual for Hayne. Starts off slowly, but he'll catch up.
Oh, good. 48 for 2. 86 required from 14 overs and 2 balls. At 6 and over. This next one is a short ball, slower ball, pulled into the leg side by Mousley, out towards Whiteley again.
Given 1 for the over by Sue Redfern.
Are you allowed 1 or 2? 1, is it? See, I'm never sure about
I think it's 1 in
I
T20.
have no idea what the regulations are.
Yeah, I don't really know either, to be honest. If it happens, I'll just check with the umpire and ask.
I'm glad that.
I think it's
I'm glad
1.
that,
Pretty sure
I'm
it
glad
is.
that players themselves. I don't
Well,
think
it all
the players
changes
do
though,
that.
doesn't it? From 100 to
absolutely.
T20, 50 over, it's all different.
It's madness. Here comes Brown in. That's a fuller delivery and quick as well. Turning to the leg side by Hayne, out towards Mitch Wagstaff. Single taken off the final ball of the over. 49 for 2. So just 4 runs off that. 50 up. 5 runs off the over. 50 for 2.
Yeah, good over, good
6.
power play though from the Bears. They'll be very happy with that. I'll take 50 for 2. 100%.
There's the leggy.
Derbyshire aren't out of the equation yet though. I think this next phase will be really important. See how spin goes out of the power play. See if Bears can get as many boundaries as they have done in the power play.
Yes, and they've scored so far. Boundaries.
4, 5.
4 4s and 2 6s.
There you go.
Derbyshire hit 5 4s and 4 6s in their entire innings.
Yeah, 9's quite little, isn't it?
It's not good. Not good at all. Mitch Wagstaff then tall, leggy, bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side for a single by Sam Hayne, out towards Ross Whiteley. 2 men in the leg side, the other one is Wayne Madsen. There's a long on as well. But it's all changing now because it's right and left-handed, so confident young man. I think you have to be bowling leg spin. You have to have a certain mentality, knowing that the odd ball isn't going to come out right and may well get smashed into the city centre.
But knowing that your best ball can be magic as well.
51 for 2. Wagstaff to bowl to Mousley, who goes back and cuts. Nice stop again by Wayne Madsen.
Brilliant fielding.
A backward point, and he throws it and almost gives him a second run, and then Mousley's on his way and almost falls over.
So much just happened in that
Dear,
one
oh
ball.
dear. Well, Madsen's throw was a shocker. Mousley thought there was 2 for one for the overthrow and set off, and then was
I think
told.
there probably was one.
I think there
wasn't
was,
another
yeah. Told by Hayne to get back.
And then he nearly slipped. He fell over. A bit of a cheer from the crowd as well.
Oh, everybody lives to see somebody falling on the backside, don't they? Wagstaff in bowls to Hayne, who clips that into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, I think we've nailed their roles here, and Haynes just going to look to work a few singles, get up to a runner ball, and it's Mousley's job to tee off, if that's the correct terminology.
I think so. That's why the 2 was probably the option, really. But Wagstaff in, bowls, reverse sweep comes out, he misses it.
There you go.
A bit quicker from Wagstaff, I think, that one.
A bit of front of the hand on there. I think that's what you need on this wicket. And against these batters who are just going to line you up. Keep changing at every ball.
Into Mousley, who goes
Nice off-pace delivery there.
for a wide one. Out towards Ross Whiteley. Picks up another single, moves to 27, 54 for 2. They need 80 to win from 13 overs. Ordinarily, very straightforward. Not as straightforward on this pitch necessarily, but they'd still be very much in the favourite seat. Here's Wagstaff to complete his over. Can he get out of it? Yes, he can. Turned down towards deep backward square leg by Hayne, who moves on to 8. Good over that. 55 for 2. So 5 runs off it. 10 runs off the last 2 overs after 7 overs.
Good, important phase.
Derbyshire were 52 for 3 at this stage. So not a lot in it. at the moment. So I kept saying that during your game. Not a lot in it, not a lot in it. And then all of a sudden there was quite a lot in it.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It was like, oh, we're okay, we're doing all right. And then I think there was one over that went for 12, and that just kills the game when you have one big over.
Blows it wide open, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wide open.
Unfortunately, but here he is, the skipper, Samit Patel.
4 overs for 28. Well, I'll write it down now, because that's what he bowls. 4 overs for 28.
Just guaranteed that.
He's bowled 4 overs for 23, 4 for 21, 4 for 29, 4 for 23, 4 for 37 at Yorkshire, which was an aberration, and 4 for 28. Here he comes, bowling to Sam Hain, who gets one that pops on him. And it comes off a leading edge into the offside, and there's no run. If he could bowl 4 for 10, that would be exceptionally
Take
useful.
a little 3 for with him as well.
Yes, that would be even better. He bowls, and this one making room for himself. Hain cuts it out to Ross Whiteley out in the deep on the offside. He's now in the deep on the leg side for Dan Mousley, who will go after Samit, I'm predicting here. He's got a long on and a long off.
Should be a good contest. Experience versus ambition.
Here he comes, bowls, and there's a sweep shot that goes over the head of the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest. They're going to come back for 2. I didn't know they're not, because Zach Chappell gets around. He throws it over Brooke Guest's head. Brooke Guest trying to work out why nobody wants to put the ball anywhere near his gloves. 57 for 2. Mousley moves to 28 off 19. The partnership a run a ball 22. And Samit is in again, and that one
stayed
just
low.
grubs along the ground. Dear, oh dear. He pushes Wayne Madsen right to the edge of the circle at cover. I can hear some singing.
Yeah.
That's good. It's either the heat or the alcohol in it. It's not that warm.
No, I think it looks warmer than it is.
Yeah, so it looks lovely from here, doesn't it? Yeah.
Nice warm room up here, but I think it's actually quite chilly outside.
Samit bowls. That's defended by Hain again, getting him in the flight.
It looked like he was going to turn that into the leg side and then realised it wasn't the best idea. So settled for a dot.
Final ball of his over, 2 runs from it so far, and he will finish with an over that's conceded just 3 runs. Samit Patel, excellent work from him. 58 for 2 after 8 overs. Derbyshire were 58 for 3.
Excellent.
After
Nothing
8
much in it at the
overs.
minute then.
Oh, I'm getting excited again. It's time to get excited again now.
I think that's pretty good. 13 runs off the last 3 overs for Derbyshire, so pretty key.
What Derbyshire can't do because of the lack of Dolly Parton is they can't rotate their spinners because they haven't got enough spinners, whereas Birmingham rotated the spinners as well as the paceman, didn't they? So Mitch Wagstaff will bowl another over. Yeah, so he'll have to be on his mettle here.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes then. I think it's always a bit daunting bowling spinners 2 in a row.
Bowls to Sam Hain, who goes, heaves it into the leg side, and he's not caught by Ross Whiteley. Very close. And again, one of those full-length dives that Ross Whiteley, that's 3 times. Once last Friday, and now twice today, that he's dived full length and just not come up with the ball. The one on Friday was actually in his hands.
Oh, and then popped out.
And then popped out when his elbows hit the deck.
Frustrating for Derbyshire, and they managed to get 2 for it as well.
Yes, Hain moves to 12, 60 for 2. As Wagstaff is in again, Hain clips this into the leg side. They're thinking about 2 here. They've run the first one quickly, but there isn't 2 there. Whiteley gets in, throws the ball into the ground. Nice to see. 61 for 2.
Yeah, they need to try and get the ball soft now.
Yeah.
Just get it into those pitch ends.
Always
As
good.
much dirt as possible, get it soft.
I was good to see Samit talking to Mitch Wagstaff. I think that's key. He's in and bowls. Down the track comes Mousley, pushes it out into the onside. They've run 1. Wagstaff has raced all the way to the edge of the 30-yard circle to try and do the fielding, but Lloyd comes in and does it for him.
Definitely looks more difficult against spin, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I said that now, watch him tonk this for 6, but just kind of scuffing off the bat, not quite timing it right.
The odd ball did go for 6, didn't well? The very odd ball.
Yeah, the nice kind of over-pitched.
Yeah.
Like that.
Bowls.
Oh no.
He's driven it down the ground. Around the boundary comes Cam Fletcher, slides on his right knee to do the fielding, then throws the ball back to Brooke Guest at the far end of the pitch. 63 for 2. Hayne moves to 14 off 19.
As soon as I saw that go up, I thought that's 6 runs. I tossed it up for him.
There he is again. This one is flatter, and he's tried to
Well bowled.
push it into the offside and manages to push it straight back to Wagstaff. Now then, he has to get out of the over again. He's bowled really nicely. He's conceded 10 runs from 11 deliveries. Mitch Wagstaff on his way in and bowls. Reverse sweep comes out, missed, and finishes with a dot ball. That is a terrific effort from Mitch Wagstaff. 63 for 2, 5 runs off the over. It was one of the better overs for the Birmingham Bears,
really
the
good.
ninth.
Yeah.
But they only conceded 2 off their ninth over. Derbyshire conceded 5.
Now Summit needs to try and steal another over next end now from someone. Don't go Wagstaff again.
I think Madsen might come on.
Yeah.
That would make sense,
Yeah, that
wouldn't
makes
it?
sense, yeah.
I just wonder if he would risk David Lloyd. I think Lloyd is keen to develop his off spin. Whether he thinks it's developed sufficiently, I'm not sure.
Might get away with it on a pitch like this today.
Samet in and bowls. That one is pushed by Hayne up towards the edge of the 30-yard circle at mid-on, and they go through for 8 singles, 64 for 2, 70 to win at 6.5 and over.
I feel like something's building here from Mousley, whether it's a wicket or
There's a big shot coming, isn't
boundary,
there?
yeah,
There is
something's
a
about to
big
happen.
shot coming. In comes Samet, bowls one that's met on the full by Mousley.
he
Turns it
swept
round,
that right off the bottom of middle stump.
gets a single. He moves to 30. Partnership is 30 off 33. Looks as though Zach Chappell is limbering up at short third. David Lloyd's come onto the edge of the circle at backward point. Samet bowls and it's cut away out towards Ross Whiteley in the deep. Another single taken. 66 for 2 and 68 to win as we approach the halfway point. Derbyshire was 65 for 3 after 10. Samet bowls. That one is pushed up towards long on by Mousley. Picks up another single. It's not really what you come to expect from T20 cricket, is it? Lots of singles, and the ball being pushed around.
I think Mousley's quite smart then, and he's probably realised that Samet's probably one of the bigger threats here. Get out of his over and then maybe attack the seamers when they come back on.
He comes to Hayne, who goes back and pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Ross Whiteley. Another single is taken. 68 for 2, 66 to win.
Run rate has dropped to below 7s for first time.
Samet over the wicket bowls. There's a attempted sweep that hits the pad. Half an appeal. Throw of fairly low quality from Darren Dupavalon.
It's given runs.
It's given runs, which is so he's never going to be given leg before wicket. 5 off that over. 68 for 2 or 69 for 2. So 6 off that over. Then the summer of 69 as well. There we go. 69 for 2. Derbyshire was 65 for 3 at the same stage at the halfway mark, and he is going to give Mitch Wagstaff a 3rd successive over.
Oh, I get nervous when a bowler bowls 3 in a row. Don't like it.
No, I'm not a big fan, I've got to say.
Hopefully he can prove us wrong sat up here, being armchair critics.
I've been that for many years. Wagstaff bowls, and it's driven down the ground straight to Cam Fletcher at long off. Yeah, a little juggle with
A little
it.
bit nervous then, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Into a late long barrier.
Just in front of
long
him
off.
is probably the worst part of the pitch down there. That bit where he took those terrific catches earlier on.
It's on. It like just suddenly drops, and I nearly like lost my footing.
Yeah. One of them looked like a bit of an
balance.
ice cream cone job, I think. Was that one of yours? This one is...
Yeah, first one was super easy. Like couldn't ask for a nicer catch at me on. Second one did have to run back a little bit and run down that hill, but managed to cling onto it.
71 for 2 with a single down the backward point for Sam Hayne, who moves to 18 off 23. It almost feels like nothing's happening, but you know
The scoreboard's
they're
just creeping
just
up still,
moving
isn't it?
inexorably towards their victory target. The reverse comes out and he's missed another one. Mousley, he should stop doing that.
Yeah,
It
I
hasn't
don't think
worked
it's
for him
quite
yet, has it? Hasn't worked
Madsen
for
is
him.
bowling a bit too wide for him to access that. But it is one of his stronger shots.
And he's gone for it again and he's missed it again.
Yeah, maybe 4 times.
Do you think you'd stop now?
Yeah. So, yeah, Haynes just going to go over word, I think.
Yeah, just don't do that again. 71 for 2. 2 runs from the over. Wagstaff's in, goes to Mosley. That's wide of the off stump and signalled wide. Pushed that one far too far outside off stump for Rob Bailey's liking. 72 for 2. Wagstaff's in again. This wide ball again. 73 for 2.
Right, fire one straight now.
Straight, yeah. That pace at the stumps and see how he deals with it. There's 2 to go. The over should have finished by now at 73 for 2. He's in again, Wagstaff, and bowls, and that one is
It's well bowled.
within the guideline on this occasion. He's bowling quite quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, I like this. Clever from him as well to bowl wide. I guess Miles is probably not used to that. Probably used to everyone as a left-hander coming in at him.
And he goes again, he gets the reverse out, and he misses it for the 5th time, and he kicks the ground in frustration, and I'm not surprised. Despite the 2 wides, that was a terrific over from Mitch Wagstaff. 73 for 2, just the 4 runs, excuse me, from it.
The first time the required rate has overtaken the current run rate, so it's gone up to 6.8.
Triumph. There comes Samit.
I think Bears are still in the driving seat, but Derbyshire have brought themselves back into the game. 2 quick wickets here, and who knows?
Lancashire have lost by 2 runs at Durham. Made a real good fist of that. 218 played 216 as Samit begins a new over. Pushed by Hayne out into the offside, where it'll be fielded by Ross Whiteley. 74 for 2. Elsewhere in the North Group, Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire by 20 runs. Yorkshire made
Wow, that's a big win.
46 for 9 in 20 overs. That's a bad win for Derbyshire. And Northamptonshire have beaten Worcestershire by 11 runs at New Road. Samit in and bowls. That one is clipped nicely by Mousley out into the leg side. Around the boundary goes David Lloyd.
Took a bit of a tumble as he did.
Yes. I've got to check his spikes because he fell when he was batting as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Nearly tripped over. Somerset have beaten Glamorgan by 108. Glamorgan all out for 85. Gloucestershire have beaten Kent by 9 wickets. This next delivery from Samit is a loopy one that Hayne pushes up to. Long on when it's fielded by an Aaron Donald.
He likes a slow jog, doesn't he, Haynes? He's
Yes.
going for the slowest run possible. Oh, he's just stretching out, actually. Maybe he's hurt his calf or something.
Samit bowls a full toss to Mousley, who punches it out into the leg side, which is fielded by Whiteley once again. He moves to 35, 77 for 2. He's gone for a run a ball in this over so far. Samit, it's his 3rd.
Guys looking happy to just tick along, aren't they, at 6s here?
Well, the pace will come back. It has to come back because Derbyshire don't have the spinners. That one's pushed out into the offside by Hayne for a single. And a run a ball sees them to within a whisker of victory anyway.
And they know that within that they'll get one big over that goes
Yeah.
to 13, 14. Pretty smart. Oh, smart batting from them.
Duckworth Lewis is closing. 71 they should be on at the moment. They're on 78. Samit comes in to bowl to Mousley, who clips that into the leg side for a single. 6 runs off the Samit Patel over. 79 for 2 after 12. After 12, Derbyshire were 82 for 3. So they were in front. But that was the Jacob Lintott over that went for 12. There was 1 double figure over after that before the end of the innings. And here is Wayne Madsen.
Let's hope Derbyshire can prevent that from happening. If they can have every over go under that, then I'll be pretty happy. Try not to have one big over and make Bears work for their runs.
It's the one thing they can't afford, isn't it? A big over, because it just sort of takes it away from them. They need 55 to win off 8. Back in the day, I remember the days when 55 off 8 overs, what he'd just pack in. Madsen bowls wide of the off stump, signalled wide by Rob Bailey. And oh, come on from down below us. I don't think it was anybody on the field. I think it was some supporters. It looked wide from here. 80 for 2. That one's wide.
That looks fine. No, that's wide as well.
I'm not sure about that one.
For anyone that didn't hear that,
Yes.
there was a spectator shouting, "Get to Specsavers, Bailey."
That's bowls the first legitimate delivery. Goes on the reverse, Mousley, and finds
And he's actually hit it this time.
finds Darren Dupavelon, I think, on the edge of the 30-yard circle at short third. Madsen's in again. This one's short and it's pulled into the leg side, but straight to Pat Brown at square leg. Mousley moves to 37, 82 for 2. Madsen wants Samet to come across to extra cover. I thought Samet would have automatically gone to extra cover. He's like one of those Hoover robots. He knows exactly where to go at all times, and now he has got in
There you go. He's
to
thinking
extra
about
cover.
it.
There we go.
So we've got 2 covers in. I think that's quite a smart move for Hayne.
It's quite a big space here in the leg side. That's where the ball's being turned. 82 for 2. Clipped into the leg side. Now then, they fancy 2 here. They're turning and coming for the second. The throw comes in from Whiteley. It's a decent one. And he just about gets back in time. Hayne at the far end. He has got a fantastic arm, Ross Whiteley. You don't be taking him on too often, but
No, that's
2
a great throw in.
off that delivery. That's the first time anything more than a 1 has been scored since the beginning of the 9th over. We're in the 13th. Madsen in and bowls. That one has been slapped down the ground by Hayne for a single. Fletcher down below us does the fielding.
Their scoring shot percentage must be pretty high though as well. There's not, apart from those reverse sweeps from Mousley, they seem to have just scored off pretty much everything.
Every run, every ball, yeah, no, absolutely. 50,
Found the gap and run hard.
50 partnership is up 85 for 2. Lengthy conversation between Madsen and Samet, who goes back onto the edge of the circle at cover now. 49 to win. That one is lifted into the leg side. That's a 1 bounce 4. That's broken that sequence of non-boundaries. Sam Hayne smashes it out into the leg side. He moves on to... Was it Dan Mousley? It was Dan Mousley, I beg your pardon. Of course it was. One's right-handed,
Yeah,
one's
it's
left-handed. You
left-handed.
absolute fool. 41, 89 for 2.
I think the run-a-ball partnership sums it up, doesn't it? Exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah. Madsen then to complete his second over is driven down the ground. Around comes an Aaron Donald. Does the fielding. And the over comes to an end. 11 from it though. 90 for 2 after 13. Derbyshire were 87 for 3 at the same stage. There we go. Buttons back on. So I think we're the only game still going on now in the T20 blast. And if they've updated they have.
What have Derbyshire got on next? Who's their next opponent?
Trent Bridge next Friday.
Friday.
And then it's 2 rounds of championship at Lords and Chesterfield.
Right.
And then back to the final 6 games of T20. Well, we'll see you again. Mitch Wagstaff bowling from the city end this time for a change. And his first ball is driven up towards long off by Mousley for a single. 91 for 2. This is the moment, the 14th over, at which the wicket started to fall for Derbyshire because they thought they needed a bigger score than they got. They probably did need a bigger score, but they thought they probably needed 140 when...
Yeah, and this is the advantage of batting second now. You can
150.
pace it better.
Wagstaff in and bowls. That one is lifted out into the offside. That's a nice shot. It's racing away towards the boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand and reaches the rope now. Cameron Fletcher couldn't get round to cut it off. That might be is it the first or the second?
I think that's the first boundary.
First boundary.
Isn't it? Yeah.
He's conceded, Mitch Wagstaff, which in the 4th over is a pretty decent effort. 3 overs,
First
2
boundary Haynes
balls
hit as well.
for 19 runs. Derbyshire have dropped out of the top 4 and will drop down to 6th if they lose this game. As Wagstaff bowls, it's cut away. He doesn't look 100% happy, does he, Hayne, actually?
No, I think he's struggling with his right calf. He keeps bending it a little bit, flexing it. That's mad that you say you're 3rd at the minute, and if you lose
Started
this,
the
you
day
go
in
down
3rd, they'll
to
drop down to
6th.
6th. They could even drop below Yorkshire.
Well,
I don't think they'll
Very
drop
tight
below
table.
Worcestershire. Yeah, well, they won't because they're on 4 points and Derbyshire have already got 6, so
Right.
they can't really drop below
yeah.
a team who've got fewer points than them, as I understand league tables. Here's Wagstaff.
Quick maths.
96 for 2. That one is pushed by Mousley up towards long off for a single. 2 balls of his 4-over spell to go then.
Seems a bit calmer now, Mosley, doesn't he? He's kind of just happy to take the singles now rather than... He looked a bit frazzled before, I think, trying to attack.
Have to force them into making... They're going to have to dry the singles up, aren't they, at some point, to try and make them hit over the top. As Wagstaff bowls, it's pulled into the leg side. Around goes Pat Brown. Oh, he gets there. No, yes, he does. Brilliant from Pat Brown. They're coming back for a second. I thought he'd taken the ball over the boundary with him initially, but he left it behind.
It was excellent going with his left hand there as well. 99
for 2. They're going to show a replay of that on the big screen and quite right too. That is
really well
fantastic by Pat Brown. 99 for 2. Final ball of Wagstaff's 4th over then. He's in and bowls to Hayne, who clips that one into the leg side for a single. And he finishes with 4 overs for 24, which is a magnificent effort from Mitch Wagstaff. In any other game, that would be superb, but it's merely okay in this one because it's not going to help Derbyshire win the game, I don't think. So Cam Fletcher went over and congratulated him. That was nice to see. Here's Pat Brown.
Bit of pace back on. See what Pat can offer. He's one of the only bowlers to take a wicket. See if he can get another couple here.
That would be nice. I think it's almost essential now for Derbyshire because Birmingham are very much in control of proceedings here at the county ground.
Yeah, rate dropping below 6 now for the first time as well. So with a couple of boundaries there, Bears have got above that runnable.
I can't believe we're going to see 2 home defeats on the same day.
I know. It's often the way, isn't it? Often the way.
Not happy with that.
Fortunately, I know. Not a great day.
And Aaron Donald seems to be in the middle of the conversation as to where the fielders should go. He often is when David Lloyd's skippering the red ball side as well, so I think he fancies himself as a captain now. He's pretty much the unofficial spokesman of the entire club with his weekly chats with Jack Timon. Pat Brown is on his way in to bowl to Sam Hayne, who drives that one out into the offside. Now then, I don't think the fielder, David Lloyd, out there saw that particularly early. They're going to come back for a second.
I think Samet's coming very close there at extra cover to try and kind of reduce that gap, but I think if he'd been on the ring, he probably would have been able to get round and cover that.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think I went actually quite a bit closer to him than he thought. But he's so far in.
32 to win off 5 overs and 5 balls. Cam Fletcher comes up to the edge of the circle at mid-on and long leg goes back. That is Zach Chappell down there in the distance. Bouncer. Brown bowls. It is a short of a length delivery, but it was a slower ball bouncer, I think. Turned into the leg side from a long way outside off, out towards Mitch Wagstaff. Single taken. Hayne 35, Mousley 44, partnership 68 off 63, 103 for 2, with the Bears needing 31 to win from 5 overs and 4 balls.
I think it's the Bears to lose now, isn't it?
No question. I just hope that something we commented on during the Blaze game is that even when it looked almost inevitable that defeat was about to happen, no heads went down, there was no hands on hips, there was no sulking.
Well, I think we've all seen collapses happen. You never know.
Brown bowls, and that one is it's basically gone absolutely nowhere to the leg side, and they've gone through for a single, 104 for 2. We're now in the phase of a one-day or a white ball game where we sort of know what the result is, and we're just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
The longer Derbyshire can hold it off, the better the net run rate. I don't understand that run rate, obviously.
Well, that's with that bonus point for us, that we knew that's what their mentality would be. So there's still something to fight for in terms of not letting them get that, so we can still maintain top position.
104 for 2. Brown in and bowls to Hayne, who clips off his pads out into the leg side to Ross Whiteley. Might see Whiteley bowl, I suppose. He's been used very sparingly by Samit Patel this season. Lengthy conversation there between Sam Hayne and Pat Brown. I assume that Pat was asking him how his leg was.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable, does it?
No, not comfortable at all. Brown, again, another one of those cricketers who, off the field, one of the nicest men you could wish to meet.
Yeah.
On it, ugh. You wouldn't want to play against him. He's on your...
He gets fired up, doesn't he?
Oh, I'll say. He's in now and bowls. That's a quick delivery to Mousley, who clips it into the leg side. Lloyd does the fielding. There has been a pattern to Derbyshire's season, as Bears moved to 106 for 2, lost one, and today...
Don't say it yet. You never know.
The only redeeming thing about that is it means they'll go to Trent Bridge and win.
There you go, then.
Which will,
that will appease the Derbyshire fans, won't it?
It'll appease me as well.
That's what you'd rather, wouldn't it?
I'd like them to have won both, but yes, I think
if you could choose,
a double over Notts would be something. Brown in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by
I'll have to stay
Hayne
impartial.
for a single.
No comment offered.
7 off the over, 107, I'm not surprised. 107 for 2 after 15. Derbyshire were 99 for 4 by this stage and starting to slip towards 133 for 7, and there's no real sign that Birmingham are going to do the same.
No, just 27 required. Run rates now at just 5.4. Should be easy pickings for Bears, but never say never. Samet is on for his last over, currently 3 overs, 0 for 15. Will he get his 4 overs for 24 as you predicted?
It'd be funny if he did.
It would be funny
if he did.
But it would mean 9 off the over for Bears, so
Yeah.
we can only hope the Samet finishes with at least a wicket here to go with his 3 overs for 15. They're very well. Looked very threatening, I think, a bit unfortunate to not come away with a wicket so far.
Music, please. Thank you very much. Samet's on his way in, bowls to Sam Hayne, who lifts us into the legs of the offside, and Wayne Madsen puts the dive in. I think that's Wayne there. And they come back for 2.
Full stretch banana dive.
Yeah, he was close. Oh, it isn't Wayne Madsen who's there. It might be Wagstaff then, is it? No?
No, I think it is.
No, it's David
no,
Lloyd.
it's David Lloyd,
It's
yeah.
the shortest person in the team.
To be fair, he had some big airtime then. He was very close. You know he's given it his all there.
Yeah.
And then good dive as well from Ross Whiteley on the boundary to save 2.
9 for 2. That one's clipped into the leg side. There might be, I know there's only going to be 1 here. Pat Brown comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 24 runs to win now. 110 for 2. Still 4 overs and 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, Hayne is struggling there, stretching out his leg again. I don't think we'll see him coming up for many quick 2s now.
Samet bowls, played around the corner nicely. 4 runs by Dan Mousley, who moves to 50 off 42 deliveries. It's been a really sensible innings from him, really. 5 4s and 1 6.
Had a bit of luck early, but I think, like you said, he made his luck by being so aggressive and having the intent and got away with a few, and then, yeah, become very sensible. Hopefully we'll see the win home for his team and get a little red inker.
20 runs required. That one from Samet is just pushed down the ground by Mousley for a single. 115 for 2.
Just 19 left to get. Nearly into single figures.
Game has gone from a Derbyshire perspective. I don't think there's any doubt, sadly, as this next delivery from Samet is turned into the leg side by Hayne. He picks up a single and moves on to 41. These two have put on 81 in 72 deliveries. They haven't had to do much more than that to get them over the line.
If Samet gets a dot here, you are a wizard. He's 3.5 overs, 0 for 24.
Here he comes.
Come on, the dot ball.
Bowls now.
Ah, boo.
0 for 25. Samet Patel finishes
No,
his
you were
spell.
very, very close. It's a good effort.
117 for 2 though, but 10 off that over. So the last 3 overs, that's 4 overs in fact, we've had 2 10s and an 11, which we didn't see in the...
killed the game, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't see that at all in the when Derbyshire were batting. But it's a terrific effort. 0 for 25, Samet Patel. 0 for 24, Mitch Wagstaff. And Wayne Madsen's back. He's bowled 2 overs for 21. Bit of Barry White. Love a bit of Barry White. Who doesn't love a bit of Barry White?
Yeah, a bit before my time.
Well,
I know this song, but I wouldn't be confident to name another Barry White song.
I'm not sure a bit before your time is right either. Is that I think you
Quite a lot.
probably died when you were at the Year 6 disco. Yes, he's not been with us for a long time. So when Madsen,
Good song though.
Oh, it's a great song. What a voice. The Walrus of Love, Barry White. Yeah. Not the greatest nickname, I grant you, but a nickname nonetheless. Madsen in and bowls. He's swept by Mousley out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
That was very full, but he's swept that very sweetly.
And it's just 13 required now for Birmingham. Nobody's leaving, which is to their eternal
That's a good
credit.
sign, yeah.
To their eternal credit, the crowd has stuck with Derbyshire here.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of them, I'm sure, will be disappointed on their way home. Let's hope England can perk them up a bit. Madsen in and bowls. That one is swept again, but this time squarer, and fielded by Pat Brown. Single to Mousley, moves to 57 off 46 deliveries, 122 for 2, 12 to win. Potentially 2 blows. Well, that would be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I can't see them looking to finish it in any form of style. I think they'll both be happy to take a nice knot out here. Get the confidence on what's been a fairly tricky wicket. But I think they've played it very sensibly, haven't they? And
They have.
really milked the singles and twos.
It was a bit of a surprise that Samet decided to bat first. That one is turned into the leg side by Hayne for a single, 123 for 2.
Yeah, I was surprised when we won the toss and batted first. And then again, I was surprised when Sam did it too, to be honest.
Other than the pitch will not get any better, but
Yeah.
I suppose if you don't really know what it's like and
It's,
you struggle early on.
yeah, it's also not going to change that much, I don't think.
No. It'll be
It's already had those amount of innings and they were prepared to have 2 games on it today.
Madsen bowls. It's swept hard out into the mid-wicket region when it's fielded by David Lloyd, and they get a single. Mousley moves to 58, 124 for 2, 10 to win off 3 overs and 2 balls.
Do you think we'll see De Pavillon back on or
No.
Chappell?
Chappell possibly. I don't think there's any point in the quicks coming back. Is
Save
that?
the seam
Somebody
or
has to,
something.
obviously, because they've run out of spinners. That one is turned into the leg side by Hayne. Out towards Zach Chappell for a single. 125 for 2, 9 to win. It's the consistency that Derbyshire are struggling to find this season. Good performance, bad, less good performance, and a bit overcritical of them, really.
We were actually having that conversation in the change room earlier about how we can go from sort of being like 160 at Lords to
Well, yes.
86. It's such a great leveler.
Madsen's next delivery.
Like Sarah Bryce batted unbelievably last week and then 0 off 4 today, and she was just
I
like,
know.
"How is
It makes no sense.
such
does
a
it?
cruel sport."
Single off the last ball of Wayne Madsen's over, 126 for 2 after 17. 7 off that over. They need 8 to win. They've got 3 overs in which to get them, and which of the quicks has drawn the short straw? It's Pat Brown, who
He'll be up for it. He'll have been asking Samet to bowl, put me on.
From the sitting end 36, Pat Brown.
I know there's a week before the first class match, it's a week today at Lords, but both Chappell and Du Pavillon will play in that, so it sort of makes sense. Pat Brown almost certainly won't.
Yeah, might as well bowl him again here. Probably got a few more changes of the pace as well, a few more variations
Yes, yeah, that
to
might
throw
help.
in there.
Short third and a backward point on the edge of the circle. Samet's at extra cover. Look, here comes Pat Brown then on his way in to bowl to Dan Mousley, who gets one down the leg side. It's wide, and it's 7 to win now. 127 for 2. Tried the slower ball, and unfortunately was misdirected.
Yeah, Pat Brown not happy with that, throwing his hands in the air. I think he felt that Mousley had stepped across, but I do agree with Sierra. I'd found that even if Mousley had stayed where he is, it still would have been a wide.
It looked quite a long way wide of leg stump, didn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Brown again then, 1 for 22 from his first 3 overs. Bowls a quickish short delivery, and it's pulled around the corner to Zach Chappell. He's down at long leg, throws it back, single taken. Mousley moves to 60, 128 for 2-6 required.
Will Hayne go for it? Or will he just knock it for another single?
We're just looking at, they've had 8 4s and 2 6s. So there weren't too many more boundaries than Derbyshire had, really.
Yeah, but there would have been another 3 overs or so, wouldn't there?
Yes, that is true.
But yeah, I agree. I think it's not really the conditions to.
Very low boundary count for a T20 match, isn't it? In comes Brown and bowls. He's bowled him, he's chopped on. Sam Hain chops on for 43. I don't think it's going to make a whole heap of difference in the grand scheme of things, but the Bears are 128 for 3 now. He will be disappointed to have chopped on.
Yeah. He's batted well for his team though. He's won them the game. Him and Mousley. Just having a look at how many boundaries we scored in our game.
But that Sam Hain has scored 43 off 41 with 1-4. I mean, it'll never replace entertainment, as they say, will it? Really? Because
that's why everyone lives in the traditionalist batter, even in the white ball game. It's proper cricket.
See, I would be very much regarded as old school and traditional. But if you're going to play T20 cricket, at least biff it a bit.
Yeah. Thing is, he does, to be fair, on
I mean everybody.
Yeah,
I'm not just picking out Sam Hain.
Just having a look, and we scored just 7 boundaries in our innings.
Blimey, I'd have barely seen 30 boundaries in 2 games of T20 cricket.
Yeah, and Star's only got 9 as well.
Brown bowling to the new batter, who is Benjamin. Chris Benjamin turns that into the leg side for a single. When Madsen out on the boundary does the fielding, they now need 5 to win. 129 for 3. Yeah, I haven't seen enough boundaries today.
No, not what we play T20 cricket for.
Absolutely not.
Is it?
Not really.
Are you a fan of the 100, or do I not talk about that subject? Okay, we veto that. On to Pat Brown coming into bowl again. Swiftly move away from that.
Chris has just...
I've just had a big crossed arms from Chris.
Here comes Brown and bowls a short delivery. It's come off the back of the bat, I think. Looped towards Brooke Guest, and there is no run. We'll perhaps talk about it off air.
Okay, that's fine.
There are some aspects of it that have been absolutely fantastic, and the women's game has benefited enormously.
Yeah, it's helping me pay my mortgage, so I can't complain too much about it.
Benefited from it enormously. Yeah. But it will be the death of county cricket.
Yeah, it's had its challenges as well, hasn't it?
Here comes Brown in and bowls to Mousley, who turns that one into the leg side for a single. I don't think anybody sits in the chair next to me who has the same opinion of it, unless it's a fellow similarly aged commentator as opposed to an expert. So we're very much in the minority.
No, I can see differences of opinion, but I can obviously, from a personal point of view, it's been fantastic and exciting, and the amount of kids that are there is excellent. It's just trying to work out where it can fit properly in the schedule and how it can not affect other areas of the game.
I have some thoughts. 130 for 3 as Brown comes in and bowls. That's well bowled. Benjamin pushes it out into the offside. Good delivery to finish off with. 4 runs off that over. Excellent effort from Pat Brown. He's sort of kept the game alive. He's certainly taken it into the 19th over. It'll be fascinating to see who bowls this. It's going to be Zach Chappell. At the same stage, Derbyshire were 113 for 5, so they were hurtling towards a low score.
Yeah. Hitting the panic button a little bit.
Yeah. I'd let when it gets sold, you'll be playing T20 cricket, not 100 ball cricket anyway.
Yeah.
I would respectfully suggest. And I'd let them play it when the championship's being played in August, because to have 3-4 days of cricket on this ground in August when the kids are off is absolute lunacy.
Yeah, you could almost do it the same. You could play
it at the same time, because there'll be a lot more overseas players coming in anyway, because they will actually pay good money.
Yeah, so almost like when they got the 50 over stuff on, you could do the county champ then. Yes.
I think so, but we shall see what happens. All the
Yeah,
counties.
or even push it back to the last 3 weeks of August and fit it in late.
Chappell, it's only his second over of the innings, and the first ball is carved into the offside by Dan Mosley for a single. 131 for 3 to win. 11 deliveries in which to get those 3. It's hard to imagine that they won't get them, and it wouldn't be a major shock if Chris Benjamin didn't hit the winning runs from this next delivery, with Wokes and Garton and Briggs and Lintott and Gleeson still in the shed.
There's a lot still to come.
There is a lot.
Chris Wokes coming in next.
He can bat. So Zach Chappell's just counted fielders and sent an Aaron Donald out to long off. He's got a long on as well, Cam Fletcher down below us, as Chappell is in, and that one is guided backward of square on the offside. It's a dot ball. Hello. No.
We haven't seen one of those for a while, have we?
No. 3 to win. Still. I'm going to try and find the last dot ball now.
Yeah.
In the last over.
Well, yeah. Apart from Hayne, prior to that.
131 for 3. Chappell on his way in to bowl to Benjamin, who goes for the expansive pull shot from outside the off stump, misses it, dot ball. 131 for 3 it remains, 3 to win off 9. They've actually done reasonably well to take it this deep,
They have actually.
which I suppose might have been a target at some point. That's when Samet gathered them together at half time perhaps. In comes Chappell. Racecourse end, bowls to Benjamin, who goes for the little scoop and gets nothing. And there's a shy at the stump. Oh, that's a brilliant.
That was actually quite close, wasn't it?
That's a brilliant stop by Wayne Madsen as well,
Yeah.
backing up as the ball was thrown by Brooke Guest.
Made that look a lot easier than
I would
I
have.
think it was. Yeah. They'd be diving right over that, and blaming Long On for not coming in.
Yes. How am I supposed to do that? 2 to win then, 132 for 3. I suppose it would be fitting if Dan Mousley, the leading scorer in the match with 62 or 52, would have hit the winning runs. Although we're being told to wait. There we go. Everybody's in the right place. And Chappell is on his way in. Over the wicket to the left-handed Mousley, who cuts, and that might be it. It will be it. It's going to the boundary, and Warwickshire win by 7 wickets. It's quite the mauling in the end, really, for Derbyshire. 7-wicket victory with that boundary for Mousley, who finishes on 66 of 53. They win it with 7 balls to spare as well. So Derbyshire suffer defeat once again, and they are going to slip down the T20 Blast table. They'll go to 3 wins and 4 defeats. And they can't really afford too many more defeats in the remaining games. They still do have to play Worcestershire and Yorkshire again, Notts again. They're the teams below them. Durham have actually overtaken them, and they're no good at T20 cricket. So I might have to rethink that.
Have you played Durham twice yet or not?
Well, you see, I don't know, you get me started again.
Oh, is it
They
only
don't play
oh,
Durham twice. They don't
right.
play Worcestershire twice. They play all the good sides twice and play 2 very ordinary sides.
Is that based on location or a random draft? Or
I don't think it's random because it happens every year, and I don't know what the reason is. I'd love to get to the bottom of it, if I'm entirely honest with you.
because I know we're playing sort of the northern sides twice rather than travelling all the way down.
But Derbyshire's being so central, they can go north or south in equal. Anyway, I've no idea. Genuinely no idea. A couple of wickets then for Pat Brown, 2 for 25, 1 for 13 for Darren Dupavalon from his 2 overs. And good efforts from both spinners. Mitch Wagstaff, 4 overs for 24. He has got Samit Patel's figures actually, and Samit's got 4 overs for 25 as the players shake hands. I'll go and try and find somebody to chat to on the boundary's edge, and Chris Coles will pick up.
Thank you, Fletch. Well, if you want boundaries and excitement, then maybe the county championship is for you. The T20 is the new 4-day red ball game, clearly. Fletch, thank you very much. We'll be down to you in due course. I say fortunately, of course, on Friday when it was pouring down with rain, the players came to you, and you could just sit here in glorious dryness, but now you've been forced to wander out and get some post-match. At least the sun is shining, so it won't be too bad. But a defeat for Derbyshire, we'll go through it with Marie Kelly in a couple of moments' time. As Fletcher was alluding to in commentary, there have been some pretty big results for Leicestershire in particular, who got a really good win over Yorkshire that has them second in the table. There was also defeat for the leaders Lancashire, who were beaten by Durham in a high-scoring game up at Chester Street. Lancashire, who needed, 44 odd off the last 3 overs, did get very close within 2 runs, but Durham held firm to beat Lancashire. Northamptonshire continue their good spell, beating Worcestershire, and that win for Leicestershire over Yorkshire. So Lancashire still top, 5 wins from 7. Leicestershire 4 wins from 7. Northants 4 wins from 6. Durham now up into 4th, 3 wins from 7. And then Derbyshire now 3 wins from 7 and 4 defeats. The Bears will move above Derbyshire, having played still 1 game fewer. Then come Yorkshire, Worcestershire and Notts. So down to Dave Fletcher as and when. Marie, first and foremost, this sort of game is always a possibility.